And hello everyone, welcome back to Project Horizon. We are so happy to be here with me. Hey, how are you?
I'm doing great. How are you doing, Kumquat?
I'm more than great. I'm so happy. We have the China Ascension 2025 and I'm gonna say it's gonna be a banger of an Ascension.
Exactly. Obviously, Project Horizon came because we wanted to cast all the VCT CN games in English, and that's what we've been doing so far. And the last tournament of this year will then obviously be Ascension, the most important one, you could say, at least for one of these teams. So we have a lot of teams, a lot of unknowns as well, a couple of people that we've known already, maybe a couple from the last years, and even there are some here that have played in an international before. But otherwise, it's a lot of unknowns, and it's incredibly exciting because at this point, I don't think anyone has any idea and anything could happen.
Completely. Yes, there's at least one team that everyone should know if you're on this stream. It's DRG, obviously. We've seen them all year. They even went to champions. So it could be surprising to see them there, but they have to defend their spot because both DRG and XLG went to champion. What an amazing year for VCT China. And so they're here once more on Ascension.
Exactly, and Rare Adam is also a name that you might know. They have never been part of the Tier 1 circuit, but still they've played. I don't know if they've even been to Masters before, maybe like pre-franchising time, but it's still a name that should stick in your head. Now, that being said, those are not the two teams that we'll be seeing today, because our match will be between sorry, now it's a problem where I have to start like considering the pronunciation. ZCG and ODG. Zhu Zhao Gaming and Octagonal Disposition Gaming. The two, that's what I'm saying, like two unknowns, we have no idea. There is one name where we still know, okay, what he has done before, and that is YH, who is playing for, not ODG? No, yes, he is, for ODG. So that is at least one player who has been to Masters Tokyo, but apart from them, a lot of them are rookies, a lot of them have only played in the VCT-CN region, and so, well, and this tournament is the best chance that they have to finally make it to Tier 1.
Yeah, both of these teams are not bottom teams, but they're like runner-up. They're not the favorites. The favorites are Reratom and DRG. But the two teams that we're going to see right now are maybe just the closed runner-up. They could make some surprise. You've said it, there is a name we know on ODG. It's almost only players that have played quite a lot in the China region. Some of them already played in Ascension in 2003. No, 2023. Free probably they weren't born. So yeah, they are more like veteran player from China region. On the side of ZCG, Zhu Zhao Gaming, they're a bit less known, I would say. Even
exactly.
In China, we've not seen them that much.
And as you can see here, the bracket, it will be a double elimination. This is the group stage. You can see Group A and Group B. In this case, you can see DRG on the other side of this bracket. So interestingly enough, the game after this one will still be just as interesting. And for this one, as always, there are two teams that can qualify. And then those four teams that finally end up will be together in playoffs where they will battle until only one remains.
Yes, one team will remain. And what is your bet right now?
It's very difficult to say. I've been a Vukasha fan since the Middle Ages. I've always liked DRG as a team, and I was really sad when we found out that he couldn't attend Champions this year. So obviously I'm rooting for him, but it's more like I'm rooting for the player instead of the team. And apart from that, I don't know if I even can root for anyone, and that's the beauty of it, because I have no idea. Normally, imagine if this was like G2 versus T1, we could be talking for hours about all the different matchups, their history, and the map veto, the agents, what they like to play, and their tendencies. And in this case, it's an open book. We have no idea, and the only way to find out is actually just by watching. So just as for you wonderful viewers, for us it will be our first direct look into VCTC and Ascension and the caliber of the players and the teams, and I'm so happy about that. It's going to be incredibly exciting.
We've seen a bit more about Zuchao Gaming right now on the stream. You can see, so we don't really know these players, obviously, from a international point of view, but you can see a bit more of them. There was, I think, was it in this team that there was Defo previous season? Oh no, it's in ODG. It's the other one. So yeah. So these are the players. So I'm not gonna try maybe say all their name right now. We're gonna keep this for when the game plays. I'm not gonna insult them just at the beginning of the stream.
Right. But there is one player who is at least the most important one for now, and that is Yuji, the IGL. So he is a team leader, the one wanting to bring his team into the Tier 1 circuit for next year. And interestingly enough, it says here that he's an IGL while playing Initiator, a pairing that you don't see that often. Usually when you think about typical IGLs, it's maybe like a boaster who you basically only see on controller. But there are a couple of IGLs, I mean, especially now, you have to think about NRG and Ethan, who also likes to play the breach. So interesting pairing here that obviously being on the initiator means that you have a better call on how to exactly, well, that's the name, initiate fights, how to entry sides. So it will be interesting to see him in the front lines actually calling with his team and telling them exactly what they want to do and when.
Exactly. There are a bit of initiator IGL, but yeah, it's very, very rare. We're going to see how he does in the upcoming match. We've seen also a bit of ODG lineup very quickly, but just to tell you, so in this team it's YH that is the in-game leader, and on his side is playing flex, so not a specific role. He will fill up just what his team needs. I cannot wait to see this matchup. So it's gonna be what a day.
Yeah, exactly. And as we said, YH has played for ASE in Tokyo. I don't know if you remember, they've been part of like incredibly banger games, one of those teams that no one expected to do anything and still somehow surprised us with what they could do, even though unfortunately they couldn't quite go deep enough to have a lasting impact. But still one of the few teams that has the coveted how do you say, the name that of having been in an international before. So maybe also the experience will give them a boost when it comes to playing in Shanghai, in the live arena, in front of a crowd.
It's going to be an amazing moment for them. So we have also G1 in ODG that has played for a lot of teams. Actually, we've seen him over the years in XLG, in FPX. He even played in Rare at Home, that is another team in the Ascension. So this is a very experienced player that could bring a lot to this team. Actually, in this team, there are a lot of experienced players. We also have Winner and Chayus that have played in Ascension 2023. So a lot of names that are known here in China.
Exactly, and when you're talking about Sichuan, the fact that he's plays for so many teams, even for me, maybe gives me the idea as well that he has experience not only in different rosters, but if he happens to play against one of these rosters, maybe he has a bit of like inside information. Oh, I know this IGL likes to do this, or this line they like to take. So maybe a bit of information that he has here, maybe to help them get on top and maybe even get this win today.
Maybe they have a player whose name is Winner. So I mean, with a name like that, you're not allowed to lose. Obviously, we already didn't talk about this, but this VCT China Ascension is taking place in the VCT Arena in Peking,
in Shanghai.
Beijing, Shanghai. I don't know what's the name in of the city in English. Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's in Shanghai. So that's where you're seeing VCT China, and where also we've seen the Masters previously.
Exactly, and otherwise now this is the point where normally we'll talk about what the team are like and what they like to do. In this case, since we don't have any information, there's no other choice that we can do apart from just keep talking about whatever we can. But hopefully soon enough we'll hop not quite into the game. I believe there's still a couple of things that we have to do beforehand, the player walkouts. But apart from that, once again, shout out to Fran, shout out to Beatles, to all the wonderful people doing Project Horizon, and of course shout out to you wonderful viewers, to everyone who's subscribed. Of course, you'll always also see your name under here. Yeah, there, somewhere here. And yeah, it's always a blast, and we're very happy to be with you, not only in the VCTCN League, but also in Ascension, which obviously will culminate in one team, well, having the honor, the pleasure of being there next year. And maybe, well, if we keep casting these games, well, we might just become the new experts, because we know at the end we'll probably know about every team here. But yeah.
We don't know, maybe next year we will also broadcast the nationals from China. Yeah, because we didn't talk about this, but if you're not familiar with how the tournament, the regional tournament goes in China, it's a bit different. It's not a VCL. They have two splits, which is a national season. So this year it was season 3 and 4. So they have two splits, and they gather points to qualify for Ascension. There is also a system of player verification. You have to be a verified team if you want to go to Ascension. So some of these teams were not the most ranked, the best ranked teams in the point system, but they were verified. So that's why they are here today.
Right, and you can see already the players are readying up themselves, and for everyone watching the screen, feel free to join the community Discord server. Yay! It's a wonderful server with a lot of wonderful people, and you will be pinged anytime there's a new match, so you won't miss anything when it comes to VCTCN. But otherwise, the players are already ready. I'm interested to see how the map veto is gonna go. Talking about map, well, in this case veto, this patch will be played on the patch right before veto got released, so there will not be any veto, at least for this part of the tournament, but there are still all the important buffs of the Sage buff, where you can have a bigger distance to place the wall, the Chamber buff with his universal TP, and but in this case, none of those are being picked, because I believe we have a almost mirror comp, a Viper instead of a Yoru, but 4 of the 5 agents being mirrored on both sides, on Lotus.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to see, and very different choice, obviously, because we have the double controller with the Viper, and on the other side, it's much more aggressive with the double duelist Yoru Raze. It's gonna be a great match. We are gonna go into the game, I think, right now. ZCG is starting on the attack side, so we have ODG on the defense. Some pink, and there is one player on the other side of the wall.
Again, they've tapped the door, so a bit of pressure put on, and ZCG maybe not quite wanting to do anything here. They've tried C, they've tried B. It seems like they want to go back for C now, and the problem is Aaron, his TP has run out, so the only chance he has is to fight this, or to back out, and that's what he tries to do just when all the players spot him.
They're able to advance on the side. They make the defense go a little back on the side. The Vines take some damage. A little 2 kills from the side of the defense though, and they will just wait for the rotation.
It's a 4v3 with Winner finding a lurker on the other side. That means that this retake has a player advantage. But look at the util. There's no util from anyone but Sichuan, who has a paranoia. Now that will probably be the key, and he tries to use it, but until then Akame still gets one, but he gets down to 30 HP, and they're pushing him, and he has to fight this. Unfortunately, he will be traded out, and UG will be the last one together with Enli, who will be taken out swiftly, and this 4v3 retake looking clean. Looking great.
Just to run them over. Different, just going forward, and he finds the double with his pistol. Clean retake overall for ODG, nothing to say. They take the first round, and it's the beginning of the map for their, I think their map choice. It's their map.
Exactly, yeah. Yes, it is, and you can see why. I mean, the key fact is, yeah, you can see the flank kill there. But the key fact is the paranoia that I was talking about. There was no util on either side except that paranoia, and that is obviously then the go button for everyone to be like, okay, this is the start of the retake. And you can see Akame even trying to peek before the paranoia and even getting a kill. Unfortunately, the paranoia being the best flash in the game. That's at least what I personally think so. Just didn't leave them any room. And Aaron already starting off with a beautiful kill with this outlaw buy.
Quick kill with the Marshall. Second one without even seeing anything. That's a great start for ODG.
Bit of retaliation from Yuji there. Getting a kill, but it will not last. The Marshall take him down, and I love this buy from ODG. A Marshall and an outlaw. Obviously the Marshall not very effective when it comes to next round, but the outlaw, now that means that everyone on CCG needs to buy full shields. That obviously has a huge impact on the economy. So I like this from ODG. I assume that the Marshall will now be dropped or at least upgraded, but the outlaw will be kept just to have that danger still present.
It's very rare to see Marshall now that we have the outlaw.
Yeah.
But the quadruple kill from Chang was very impressive. I don't know if he's gonna keep it. Yeah, he's keeping it for the next round. I think it's for maybe economic purposes. It's a bonus, so you don't have really much to lose.
I believe he also has a ghost with it, so it's not quite as helpless as it might seem against these full rifles. But you can see the impact. I mean, look at the money. They cannot afford basically anything else. And even one player had to go for light shields. You can see the impact of the outlaw. But until then, you saw a bit of an aggressive play from Sichuan there on the C side. And that means that so far, 3 players on A. But look at CCG. They're taking their time. And seemingly, they're going to want to go into this outlaw. Which, again, only one player with low shields.
He's there to guard the door, but this will not be enough. Dancy will make him fall. And now you have to do the retake, but all of the defense is on the other side of the map. And Luxlis is trying to keep them here.
Yeah, that's honestly, I don't quite like that play from Luxlis. Obviously, he not only gives them a gun, but in that case, when you know there are 3 people or at least 2 people there, you just need to play time. In this case, him dying means that everyone from ODG can now focus once again on the retake, and they still have this paranoia, simply wanted to keep it for the retake. And winner gets taken out from Changze. That's the first part of the retake taken care of. But now Sichuan, slowly the time is ticking, and they still need to do something about this.
The paranoia will not touch anyone. They're a bit late. A lot of time has already gone. They have to go for it, but obviously we know where they do not have the firepower to fight against ZCG. They will find a lot of kills, but it will not be enough for the round. But the economical damage is here. They lost 3 players on the attack side.
Exactly. As soon as the spike was almost finished ticking down, I believe the team was like, okay, we know we can't do this. Let's try to take away all the guns, or at least force him to die to the spike. And that's exactly what they do. Only 2 players surviving, and one of them being Yuji, who got hit by the outlaw before. So him even having to force shields next round. You can see a nice try here from Suchen, but it will only be 2. But that being said, you can see definitely the okay, well, that's a nice way to start a round. Now I'm finally woken up with Sichuan's Odin.
He almost killed 1 player. He doesn't know it, obviously, but 13 HP for Luxlis. This one is gonna be a difficult round.
And with Aaron's off as well, everyone basically considered to be a one-shot, at least when he hits his shots. And Akame, beautiful entry. Now, the Vice wall will still be activated. Vice is still alive on the other side, and Aaron managed to get out! I don't know how he didn't manage to trade that. But so far, he gets once again on that position and gets the one. Oh, that's the problem when you're 1 HP. Even a wall then can take you down. And Aaron, I mean, he's even pushing to get more. And look at CCG, they're all stuck on B side. Akame wanting to push out, and he gets a beautiful dink, but it's not quite enough for the kill. Now, Yuji, do you get traded out? That yes, he can. 3v2 retake. Once again, ODG with the numbers advantage.
The Odin making some work. Like he knows there's someone on the other side, but it's the defense that has to go forward. Winner taking down the first one, only one player left, and then no, isn't the connector. It's gonna be taken in crossfire, and yes, he will fall. Third point for ODG. They make it work this time with the weapons. It works a bit better.
Yes, but also incredible play. I love how in the 3v1 they knew where the last person was. Sichuan was jump peeking there just to get the info, and then no one wanted to peek, no one wanted to give him a kill. I assume because they wanted to wait until the Omen smoked, and Sichuan just didn't peek, didn't let them be in a 2v1 for free. He just bided the time and then goes for a full runny peek, as you can see there, getting them their third round. And now the ult economy is looking great. Already Dimensional Rift ready, and so many other ults from the side of ODG just about to be ready, just about to be able to pop.
They're ready to launch the ultimate rotation. I wonder if Aaron will use it maybe aggressively to try to find some information and some pick. For now, he's staying a bit quiet on the A side.
Obviously CCG now on a Nico, so it seems like they just want to prod around, see if they can find anything. But look at all the information that ODG has gathered. Obviously, the Vice Flash on C will tell them that no one's there. And now Aaron on this aggressive A line. That means there's only one place where there can be, and it's B. And now the wall is popped, and there's only one person on side, but they're trying to help him. And Lux is already with a beautiful shot getting his first.
Shotkeep the Sheriff. This is what the Zhu Chao needs to open the place, the B side. They're trying to rotate to A for the connector, and it's a good idea. There's no defense on this A side. They even kill another player, and now they have the numbers advantage. Rocket missing, unfortunately.
And the shots also, so that means it's a 2v2 until everything, all the chaos that has happened. Luxless with his ult will have to go not hit by the flash. And winner, a beautiful play, and to be honest, helping them save this round, because it really was looking dire there for a second, but ODG steady themselves, they know how to use their util, and managed just to, I mean, we know how to play the op, you're not gonna play op against us. A beautiful Vice Flash and peak combo from winner, helping them save the round, and now they're up 4-1, and slowly but surely, they're building up a lead.
Save is the right word. I think in the end of the round I really thought they would lose, but they played so beautifully together. This flash was perfectly timed. I mean, it cannot get better than this. Really good team play from this team, and they managed to get this round that looked a bit difficult to get at the end.
Exactly, it even gets him his ult, so another resource that they could use. And assumedly, I mean, you can see 4-1. CCG have to use their first timeout. We saw a couple of ideas that they had. So far, they've managed to get on side pretty easily. The problem is ODG keeping like resources just in their pocket, like the Paranoia being like, okay, this is the most important thing we need for the retake. And therefore, so interesting if ZCG will try to change something maybe about their approach when it comes to the attack side. I mean, they have to. So far, they're losing.
And they have a very attack-oriented composition with the double duelist. They choose to go on attack. So this should be their best side. And for now, yeah, it's not what we're seeing right now. They have to adjust something. They didn't have a lot of round to play with also, because they lost the pistol. There has only been one round when they had full weapon. So maybe the next one is gonna be a bit better.
Exactly, the timeout being used, not like some people like to use it before Nico, but in this case before a gun round. And yes, you're right, this could be one of those rounds where it could make a difference between winning it or losing it, because losing it, look at their money, will probably mean another save. Zichron, once again, the op and Odin combo, Odin spraying and praying so far, but in this case, CCG are a bit aware and it hasn't quite found anything. The Paranoia being used to help raise onto sides. And CCG just needs to back out.
Paranoia is used very early in the round. But now the attack is going on the other side. Aaron did see some information with the boombot. He doesn't know how many players are there. He will see more. He will go for the rotation, doesn't find any pick. And one is found on the side of the attack. They will be able to plant the spike, and now it's time for retake.
Now finally looking in a good place for this retake, obviously smoking up the AWP, and it's a beautiful, nice shot and combination, and now even the Vice ult being used, and you can see ODG in a 3v5 with the Odin, with the AWP. I believe they still would have enough credits, but the AWP and the Odin, well, those are basically the two most expensive guns that are on the game. So ODG wisely decided to back out, and it seems like the timeout has worked wonders and helping ZCG to get their second round in this game.
It can feel a bit strange to see 3 players saving in Valorant, but we can see that they have no more utility left. Only the flash from Yoru, which is probably not enough to do full retakes. Again, 5 player, no. And you have the ultimates also from Aaron that could be used in the next round with these high value weapons. It was a smart choice for the defense. They have a few round advantage, so they can let this one slide and maybe try on the next one.
Exactly. I mean, we see still their idea of having the AWP usually on one side and the Odin on the other. And that means that just the fact that you have those two guns are so much a part of your identity, or at least it seems so far, that you'd rather give up one round. If that means they can still have the weapons. You can see, yeah, I mean, they definitely couldn't have bought those if they didn't decide to save.
No, we can see even the Guardian in the ends of YH. So money starts to be a bit tight on the side of ODG, but now they're able to play with everything. They have 4 ultimates available. It's time to strike hard on ZCG.
Look at ODG's placement once again. Yoru in rubble, deciding to send his second TP right now. And Sichuan with this Odin will finally be spotted, but still the paranoia being used. And a beautiful rocket, but at least if it didn't hit, in this case, it absolutely doesn't. So both raids maybe not quite familiar how the old words. I'm kidding, of course, but in this case, just a bit of displacement. And look at ZCG. They still want to go B, even though the race was spotted there. Maybe they heard the rotate, or maybe it's just a good read. And in this case, the spike is going B. This looks like it could be B split, in which case YH could be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, definitely thinking about the B-split. Careful with the Vice setup though. The wall will be triggered. 3 players already on site. Nothing to be done for now from ODG. They have to wait for the rotation. 2 player on top. And Aaron is coming from C side. A lot of utilities still available. Still Garden will be thrown. And they will swarm all of them on site, but nobody's there from ZCG. They all went out to connector.
Already getting one, and that's the molly on the spike, but now in a 4v2, and with the Odin, the best gun in the game, and Aaron helping him out, even him getting the 4K, a beautiful retake, just them knowing exactly what ults to use, the dimensional drift to figure out where they are, and then the Vice ult means that everyone was corralled into a corner, and if you have 4 players in one corner, there is no better gun than an Odin, especially if you are behind a wall. So a beautiful round. You can see even them being aware of Archime, who only manages to get one, and even the molly will not be enough to stop this defuse from coming in, and therefore it will be the 5th round. Nice shots from Aaron, a couple of those through the smoke, but still, well done.
A group of chickens just waiting for their death to arrive. They were on this previous round, and now they're looking for revenge. The triple kill from Enli. Quadruple even with the bundle. No chance left for ODG. Only 1 player is winner, but I think your name will not be enough to carry you through this round.
Well, 1v4 seems a bit unwinnable for me, if you permit me the pun. But still, Enli, I mean, I thought at first it was like blind spray, but I believe there has to have been at least one piece of util that revealed them, probably combined with a flash, so they couldn't destroy it. And Enli, obviously the one guy who's allowed to chase for this ace. And the question is, will he get it? Not quite. Winner stopping him in his tracks, and even still having full HP. So in this case, obviously the save is probably the best thing to do here. But still, ZCG, if Andy can keep up like this could be a very different game to what we've seen so far.
Definitely, because we can see that ODG don't have a lot of credits, so maybe the next round will be the first where we see them on eco. giving the chance for ZCG to maybe close up the score gap and going and finding some solution on this Lotus map.
Let's look at the replay. Yes, it was a reveal. So 2 players, a third one even there with the TP. I love it. Okay, those 2 ones are revealed, but then the third one during the Omen TP and the 4th one during the Euro TP. So also a bit of unfortunate timing and maybe Aaron staying there for a bit longer. In this case, interestingly enough, I thought ODG would maybe have still a bit more left to say, left to do until they hit this timeout button. But no, it will be hit right now. And they want to stop whatever they're doing as soon as possible to try to secure this half.
The timeout is definitely needed. We have seen the momentum shift in the last previous round. Definitely the team on attack, Zuchao, is finding some solution against ODG. And you have to maybe secure a few more rounds on the side of ODG just to be sure. Even though Lotus is a quite attack-sided map, so 5 rounds on defense is already a good start. Maybe 1 or 2 more would be even better.
You can see they have worked on the defense side, obviously because of the combination of Odin and Op. In this case, well, one of those rounds where you cannot do that. We have a hero rifle here, Winner, keeping it so far. Maybe there's a thought of giving it to Aaron, but he will seemingly peek just with the Sheriff. And if he's confident with the Sheriff, I don't mind that a single bit. And Winner, apart from that, seemingly also choosing to peek and at least trying to help his team secure maybe 1 or 2 kills before he falls.
Standing on the sand. It could be a bit of a surprise there. Yeah, free player. I think he saw Alice too, so we have some information. Quick headshot from Eren and is going forward, but Acme will not fall. Revenge for his teammate.
Honestly, I don't even mind that push in that case. It's a beautiful smoke and even a beautiful pot shot just to obscure if they want to go B. But in this case, it seems like it's just a bit of misdirection. Even the Fade Prowler being used and being spotted by YH. So maybe they will draw a couple of rotates, but no, so far ZCG, obviously with the gun and man advantage. Maybe I just wanted to wait for this. It seems like and finally they still want to go C, probably with this Fade ult. Exactly. Woo! Wait, are you kidding me? What has been happening? A beautiful shot and a beautiful kill from the nade there. And in the end, 3v2 ZCG once again with only 2 players. And Akame, I mean, the walking wounded, only 5 HP. Look at all the util that ODG still has.
They invest the Nightfall on the ODG side. They want to try this round. They do not have any weapon left. Winner fell on the site. But they have the numbers advantage. They know that Acme is wounded and they have a chance. They know where they are now. You have to take the duels. The first one is taken and it's a 1v1 now for G1. Only the classic,
only has a classic. But he's 1 HP. It's all a matter of timing. Arkman biding his time, finally pushing up, but there's another smoke! And Zichuan with the classic right click, obviously him being 5 HP. The gun really doesn't matter a lot, but still well played. You can see both of these players in the 1v1 just waiting and trying to do their best. In the end, forcing Arkame to peek there and then getting him with the classic right click is a beautiful way for them to secure the round. Especially considering this was an eco with only 1 rifle, which in this case you can see Winner dies. So the rifle is no longer recoverable for any of the teammates.
No, the rifle was right on site, so they were not able to retrieve it and they found the win anyway, invested the ultimate. That's why it's important to use them. We see often some lower tier teams that keep their ultimates when they're on eco round, but here they really won because of it. They knew where the attackers were, and that really gave them all the information they needed to try and get this win.
In this case, Aaron playing on the B side, a beautiful shot from him. And you see, he is not relenting. He's not giving up space. He knows that he has the confidence to hit those shots. And worst case, you can still TP out. Obviously, TP now gone, but it doesn't really matter. 5v3 already. And in the end, you can see Luxless, okay, maybe gets a kill on A, but the rest of the team still has to figure out what they can do. And the problem is, there is a rift in the map. Aaron looking out. His TP is still active, and he has 1 bullet. He can disrupt this entire setup. He hits the shot, TP out. It's a beautiful way.
点
And now in a 4v2, and Luxless, once again, always one player on ZCG who is basically on 1 HP. They have to try and figure out if they maybe can get this plant down, but I honestly wouldn't expect anything more.
It's very interesting because they knew that Aaron could be there. At least someone, they were aware that this cross would be dangerous, but they still fall to the operator. A quadruple kill, an ace from Aaron. He will just never stop. I don't remember how many kills he has, but it must be at least 15 at this point. He's a beast on this map.
You can even see on the scoreboard there for a second, everyone is just one shot. Obviously, the advantage of having the operator, but you can see that's what I love about Aaron. They decided to back him off with util, and at that point, I mean, I would be scared of being just completely run on with maybe like even raised blast packs. But even after using so much util, he decides to go back in for those couple of peaks, and you can see even them pushing into B. Obviously, the strength that Euro gives you, and then a beautiful way to stop. To get his 5th kill at the end of the round. Oh, beautiful reveal from Sichuan, who has a chance to do here something, but it's a quick trade. Now Y8, what can you do? It's a nice first one. Can he get the second one? Yes, he can. Can he get the third one? Yes! And now he has the one on the 4K. ODG doesn't quite get it, but still, it seems like every round is a different player is just stepping up. And when that's happening, I don't think anyone can stop you.
I was going to say the same. I think it's amazing to have a team where each player can be the hero player in a different round. It really shows that there are a lot of strong individualities in this team, and it's really needed in a game like Valorant. And the timeout really gave them some perspective. Right now, they are unstoppable.
Already happening, obviously, the last round of the half. Now they finally stop at least the aggressive push, but not quite everything. Sichuan, they still try to clear him out. That's exactly what Edley does. Once again, the Omen, but with 1 HP peaky there, maybe not quite the wisest choice. But still, you can see they're just smothering them, and that's exactly what you need to do against this team. Winner. Familiar sight, a 1v4, the spike planted on A. Well, stop me if you have heard this one before. Well, at least now you even have the Viper's Pit to make it worse. But in this case, being the last round of the half, he has to go for this. But no util left, only a flash coming up in 5 seconds. But otherwise, this has to be just full winning time.
Will tap the spike to attract some players, and there are 3 players in the smoke. It will not last even 1 shot. The 4th round for ZCG. 8-4 half. Still a very good half for DG.
Yeah, but you also, as you said, you must consider that this is an attack-sided map. So ODG seemingly also just in general more aware of how to play it. Aaron, I mean, maybe not quite aware of this one TP, but otherwise, 8-4, I'd be very happy if I was ODG. Now with the timeout or the half-time coming out, there's still a bit of time to recuperate themselves, just to recenter, and then start off this next half, hopefully just as strong as they have before.
It looks like ODG really have this game in their hands. They look very prepared, as you said. It's an attack-sided map, and they did very well on the defense side, even though there is a double duelist comp on the side of ZCG. So for me, yeah, if nothing changes, they should take it quite easily.
We're gonna see the ace again from Aaron there. You can see he is happy to have gotten it. But yeah, you're completely right. I mean, but then again, never say never. There is still a chance when it comes to upset, when it comes to surprises. There's no better way than a tournament where you have no idea what's going to happen. And this is exactly what this is. You can see the damage from Aaron there. You can see the 4K and the 5K even coming out. I mean, incredible. For him to get, I mean, that's, I believe, 750 damage in 1 single round due to that off. I mean... It's probably a bit superfluous to say that he's #1 in all of the stats, considering this is the first game, but hey, it's still right. Technically, right now, he's the best player in all of Ascension.
Maybe is. It's a player that we obviously know a little bit on the China region, because he played with Tai Lu last year for VCT in VCT. So, yeah, last year in 2024. So we know him a bit, and he's definitely a strong player, and he's really showing now he wants this to go back in VCT, obviously.
ODG on the attack side. Let's see how they approach this. Suddenly they want to go for a bit of a fake. You can see the Vice Plant being placed there, and a lot of util being used on A. But Aaron just doesn't care. He still continues to push through. He has the TP in spawn, so seemingly he just wants to go for one and then go out while the rest of this team works on C. The first pot shots, but not quite anything. Still decides to back out just in case.
Enli will manage to live another day.
Winner having first contact, but it's only the one shot onto UG. A headshot, but he's still alive. Now look at ZCG. They have 3 players on C already. If they actually want to go here, it will be difficult for them to do anything. But they back off.
Yeah, they only try to poke a little bit around the map before deciding where to go. They look like they're rotating towards A. It's a bit red by the defender. We can see they're starting to shift on the other side of the map, and maybe they will be there in time. Will ODG have time to plant the spike? They're all in 3 right now. The smoke comes through.
But if I retake, Erin seeing the first one, and now they have to fight this beautiful triple peek from everyone. And now Akame, the paranoia being used, but obviously the paranoia doesn't fight blind. You still need to push him. You still need to kill him. What are you doing, Sichuan? Akame left in a 1v1. He upgrades to the ghost. And it's the Vice versus Vice. Will it be? And it will be a winner, helping ODG save that round. But you were right, it was so very close, and I want to talk about one certain piece of util that helped ZCG even make it to that close, and it's the fact that they used a Fate Haunt, the Fate Reveal, after ODG left C, just to clear that. And the Haunt, obviously, since no one was there, didn't get cleared. And then you're thinking, okay, they gotta be somewhere else. And everyone else sprinted to the other side. So that's the reason that maybe you're like, well, how do they know it's A? Well, it's all on the back of that one piece of util.
Very great utility usage, obviously, from the side of ZCG, and they almost made it thanks to this. They were there in the right time, but it's the pistol round, so it really pulls back a lot on the shot that you can eat. And unfortunately, it went the side of ODG. It doesn't work well for them because it's one more round towards victory. Only 4 left now for ODG.
And I don't think ODG cares if ZCG had plays with Sheriffs unless they hit their shots, but otherwise Winner still gets them from behind. And this familiar buy that we know with the Marsh and the Outlaw, in this case it will however be the Bulldogs to get it, but still you can see once again the idea from ODG. Let's have the Marsh, let's have the one Outlaw, and let's see how much damage we can do, considering that there were only, I believe, like 2-3 Sheriffs there, so a bit of damage done, but still really not worthwhile for the Sheriffs that you bought. So well played from ODG, securing that second round and making it winnable once again for this third one.
A great spot. We've seen the Martian once again, but this time it's not the weapon of the round. It was more the Bulldog from Winner with a lot of multiple kills there. And they're in a good place now to take this map. 10 round, double digit for ODG. They're trying to make a move. It's the bonus round, so they will just try a quick attack of this B side. Doesn't work really well. It's a 1-for-1 now.
Over to retake, and Lee deciding if you can do the Odin, I can play it as well. But Sichuan with the Bulldog saying, no, try me! And in the end, it will be the Odin left on his own devices. And ODG just tucking their tails in and going onto the C side. They can play this 2v1 carefully. And I mean, even with the upgrades from the Stinger to the Vandal.
Let's keep in mind that it's the bonus round for ODG, so right now they're really putting ZCG, putting their back against the wall. They have no choice. He traded the Odin for the Phantom. He has no choice. He has to play this round. They have to take the point. They cannot let ODG get any more around, or the map will slip from their hands.
And Lee using his final smoke, at least for this round. No other util. And a beautiful peek there. I mean, And in this case, you can see in the first half, he didn't decide to change for the Marshal since they were on defense. In this case, he changes it for the Stinger. And if you have the Stinger, and if you're playing Lotus, obviously you're gonna go B. And that helped his team. You can see there, just stopping his eyes from coming on him, then getting a couple of kills there, upgrading the weapon, and then getting the final kill to, as you said, even secure the bonus round. And ODG is looking happy. I mean, 11-4. And ZCG is back down to an eco. This might be the beginning of the end of Lotus.
Yeah, the defense side is not getting the way of the ZCG. They lose a player right at the beginning. Luxless in the gun of Aaron. One more kill for this insane player.
I mean, once again, knowing the value of the Outlaw. They know they cannot full buy, so they either have to go for like a classic and full shields, but who's gonna do that? Obviously they'll go either with no shields or low shields in this case, and so everyone is completely one-shot, and they have to be scared about this now, especially considering they will have to go against 5 guns, and now somehow manage to get this retake.
I don't see how they do it. They do not even have an ultimate. Okay, first man down. At least that's that for ZCG. They have to try, they have no choice. It's an eco, they have nothing to lose. Second headshot is fine by Acme. Only 3 player left. The rocket is a launch space value with a lot of value this time. We've seen him miss before, but now he's getting his revenge. 2 for the price of 1.
In the first time he used it, he should have gotten 1, he got 0. In this case, he should have gotten 1 and got 2. So in the end, the universe balances itself. Yeah. You can see, I assume that the Omen got like sprayed down maybe just to a couple of HP, and then the rocket managed to do the rest. But you're right. And once again, I love the decision making from the players from ODG. Being like, okay, we're getting Vice ulted. That means that we basically are pistols against pistols. And we didn't buy Sheriff, right? But what isn't a gun? Well, the rocket. So just use it either for stalling time or in this case to get the last 2. Beautifully played, and that manages to get them to match point. And maybe, well, in this case, 12-4, maybe even a bit too late of a timeout. What do you think about it?
It's difficult because there were not a lot of rounds on this side. So the pistol round, okay, you lose, then you wait, they lost the bonus round, and then it was the eco right after. So it's complicated. Maybe they could have used it for the eco round just before, but it was a hard choice no matter what. I think this map is starting to look a bit difficult for ZCG, and they will try their best there. We have seen recently it's possible to climb back on the map even if you are a lot of points behind. At least we're going to see what is the strategy for them.
I also love the fact that after the play with the Vice ult, the entirety of ODG decides to go for pistols. So you can see 4 shorties there and 1 Sheriff. And ODG, look at their proactivity once again. They're already up B. And the rest of the team, I believe, said now, I mean, the confidence is shattered. Yes, they have a bit of A control, but not enough. The Vice ult being, Vice wall being dropped down. Look at the pressure that they're making on all sides of the map. The clone even being used to maybe get a bit of utility here. You can see the Vipo smoke even being used as well. So a bit less resources than if he decides to stop this.
They want to put some life on the C side, maybe trigger some utility from the side of ZCG, finding if there is an opening for them. We can see that they left only Aaron there. The rest of the team is on the S side, and he put his teleport also closer so he can rotate really quick. I think this is gonna be an A yet, except if something goes very wrong there.
Paranoia will stop them from going here so far. Even the haunt, the reveal will not really matter. But look at Aaron. He's already sneaked up his way on C. The problem is, do you know about the person behind you? You don't know anything. And now look at all 5 players from ZCG. And ODG has to somehow force their way through this. And it's just not going to work. Once again, a familiar sight. Winner somehow for the 3rd time left in a 1v4. But in this case, it's a quick affair. It's a 5th round for ZCG. And well played by them.
Yeah, the nerve maybe got the best of ODG because they didn't really try enough on the map. They didn't go very much further than the spawn area, so I think they were a bit scared to try. And we've seen on the A side there were one paranoia, and it was enough to bring all the roster back towards the other side of the map. Eren managed to find an entry on the C side, but he had no information about any of the other players, so he died pretty quickly without his team having the time to arrive. So it was a bit messy on the side of ODG.
Exactly here now, still at match point, obviously, so it's still an uphill battle for ZCG, but it's a good start getting that 5th round online. And now it seems like all the interest on the other side has completely gone, and they still just want to go for the C. The Vice Flash will combine beautifully with the Thorns, and you can just not rush against this Vice. And, well, who else but Winner left? In this case, to be fair, it's a 1v3, not a 1v4, but still, the chances of him winning this is still astronomically low.
He always has this clutch pressure on his shoulder, has to try. Obviously, ZCG know that the spike is on the C side, so Winner has to come here and pick it up. There is only 30 seconds left, so we'll not have time to go anywhere else on the map. They will just wait for him, really check Waterfall.
Ooh.
Oh, he doesn't.
Look at Enli. He doesn't quite spot him, but that might even be better for ZCG. He decides to pick up the spike, and there he is. Surprise, surprise, I was in the corner the entire time. And you're right, ODG, I don't know if it's maybe like the Gentle Mate's curse, but you get to 12, and then it seems like suddenly you cannot do anything, but all the nuance of their play has gone. Yeah, but they were like, okay, let's just rush B. The problem is you cannot do that against a Vice. I mean, I think in this case, maybe even use another timeout, just recenter yourself. And they know they can do this, but not if they keep playing like this. And now, especially in a low buy. But, well, you say it's always the eco, so maybe who knows.
It would be a great hand for the map. They still have a lot of a try left. Yeah, first kill from Enli. The Odin speaking once more in this map.
Screw you, Brock. You know you're the only reason why anyone plays Odin now. The Winner, oh, beautiful shot from him. That's the Viper util down, and that's a bit of pressure. Now that is what we like to see. UG spotting one, and he decides to get him, but not quite. Eren still ready, and even the dimensional drift being used now, maybe even for a C-split. That means that Acme will be left to his own devices in this 1v1.
Eren doesn't want to wait for the buy round. He said, okay, let's do it now. Oh, he dodged the paranoia. A bit of a miss there from Enli, and he will work for Eren. And now they have some advantage, but they're very scattered around the map. It's a 3v1. It looks like it is done for ODG. Everything falls on the shoulders of Acme.
Another Vice 1v3, but in this case for the other side, Acme has to try to somehow get through all of this. It's a beautiful shot into the Vice. It's a 1v2, and now he has his ult online. That changes things, perhaps.
If he manages to isolate 2 1v1s, it could be the game. Uses the Steel Garden. That's one more advantage for him. But they're going with the pistol, and yeah, you did not check.
13-6. What a statement from ODG. Completely shutting up the enemy. And you can see when it comes to experience, I mean, and the approach to the map. What a difference of play. But that being said, it was their map pick, so who knows if there will be any different for the second map. So all you wonderful people, don't quite go anywhere else.
来可以回来啊，
没打人，
还有一个
啊不打人，
2、3个，直接打 B， 直接打 B， 直接打 B， 直接打 B， 好，也可以打 C， 打 C， 打 C，
好像是。我架左边，你们打一边
跟我，直接跟我拉，我拉，
直接走，直接补枪，跟着补枪就好了。
别急，我们一样，我丢闪光弹，可以跳吗？
来，
这边没人，来，
闪光弹，左边近点没人，左边近点没人。
他小，我推不了黑，兄弟。
我们进不去哦，
进不去，我架着，帮我看左边就可以了，我架着。
你看，
我要架上面，
小心 B 面开门。波波没看到，我帮你清了。
我下包了。
有雷吗？小雨？
没有，我去看 B 组。
没有，我有黑。
不用跟他们打，不用跟他们打太深。
就打8点黑吗？
可以，就打好点。底加要推黑，小心左边被黑一条，底加没人架，现在。
站好位置，站好位置，别特了，站好位置，站这里，站这里。我跟8点一样了，来。
我会反眼，等一下我会反眼。小雨，
站这里，快，来个人。
金克2个，
我来了，
下水下。
金克1个，
左边，
我开大了，我顶左边，你顶右边，小雨。
来喽！一炮双响，
吓死人嘞！
放炮喽！
The MVP of this match, who else could it be but Aaron? I mean, at this point, just call him Aaron Jäger with a 2.2 KDA and 5 first bloods, definitely doing his job as the duelist. Incredible work from him. And I mean, it's only taken 1 map and I'm already an Aaron fan. I don't know about you, Conquad.
He is definitely a great player that we cannot, I think nobody can say anything about this. He offered a very great map for his team. See 20-11-4 on his side. Also winner and Chao. Chao, you have a great start.
A lot of people here, you can see in the case of ODG Gaming, 4 players with 14 kills or more. It's only the YH, obviously it's the IGL, maybe you don't expect him quite to frag as much. And now you can see the stats here. Kumquat, you're the Chinese expert of us. What are the stats?
Yeah, obviously I'm the I'm the Chinese expert. I should try to learn. So we have the first blood, and I think we have the clutch, maybe the ace.
It's the ace.
The team
That's the Aaron ace that they
okay.
got there. But you can see still the difference between those 2 teams. I mean, 13-6. That is definitely a statement in even the Thrifties going both ways, basically. But still, yeah.
Oh yeah, the map really was in favor of ODG. Even 13-6 is not, it's a bit less than what we felt. Overall, they really had the map in hand from start to finish. They never flinched even once. There were some rounds that they lose that they shouldn't have in the end, but overall, they really knew this map. Definitely, they had the strategy, they had maybe the counterplays. They really knew what they're doing, and there was no chance for ZCG on this game.
Exactly, but it's not a best of 1, it's a best of 3. There are still possible 2 maps coming up here, and the second one being ZCG's map pick. So until then, don't go anywhere. We're gonna go on just a small break, but I hopefully will see all of you wonderful viewers soon enough. And otherwise, subscribe, like, do whatever you want, join the Discord, the community Discord. And apart from that, we'll see you in a couple minutes. Hello, welcome back. I hope everyone has had a couple of nice minutes to just, as I always like to say, recenter yourselves. At least you don't have to be playing here. You can sit still and watch. Hopefully you've drank a bit of water. Don't forget to hydrate. And apart from that, welcome back to VCTC and to Project Horizon, the English dub of this beautiful game that we call Valorant. And Kumquat, this is the second map now of ZCG and ODG. Could you give us a quick rundown for anyone who maybe hasn't been here for map 1? What has happened? Who are these teams?
What has happened is that ODG destroy Zuchao Gaming on Lotus. It was a statement from this team. 13-6. They really mastered the map. Really, they didn't give any chance to ZCG to try to find some solution. Hopefully, it was their map pick, so hopefully on this second map, which is Bind, we will see something a bit different from Zuchao. They will maybe have more opportunities to show how they play and their skill. Also, we had an incredible player on this previous map, which was Eren. Yeah, we have to say it. He was the MVP, and we'll see if on Bind maybe he can offer the same performance.
And you can see the agent select here. Before it was 4 mirror players. In this case, it's a full mirror comp. So we will be able to see all these players be pitted against each other. Once again, a winner on the Viper trying to go against his enemy Luxless, and Eren versus Akme. Akme had a couple of beautiful shots there on the Vice last map. So maybe this case, when he's playing Duelist, he has a couple of more chances to show what he's really made of.
We have the double duelist on both sides today. On this map, because previously it was double duelist for ZCG and double controller for ODG on Lotus, and now they have the double duelist for this Bind. Very aggressive map, very small map, where you have a lot of possibility to really quickly rotate and try to hit site aggressively. So good map for a double duelist.
Exactly, but when you have double duelists and double controllers, that means that you have to forgive one role. And in this case, having the Fate as initiator, that means that both teams have no Sentinel, no Sage, no Chamber, no Cypher, especially. I mean, Cypher is usually one agent that you connect with this map. But that also means that maybe, I don't quite know, that means that you don't have flank watch. So does it mean that they are going to be so quick that the flank doesn't matter? Or does it mean that they're going to pressure all sides so that they are not even going to allow a flank? So that will be interesting to see from both of these teams. As we go in, you can see the attackers are already ready. Viper propping up the wall, and the rest of the team's probably going to barrel down A.
The wall is there, and all of ODG is looking to take showers. So yeah, I think it's gonna be a quick pistol round. They will try to just overflow this A side. The Prowler is there to cover backside.
Beautiful first shot. That's the race taken down. You look at him. He's already pushing up wider and wider. And this plant will have basically no cover. Beautiful flash there from his teammate helping in. That's what we love to see here. And even getting the chance to get the third one. Will he? The corner is not cleared. And already in the first round, he has the chance to get an ace. But the chance will quickly be taken down by winner. How dare you? And Akme, poor guy, has to be left in a 1v5.
Oh no.
Surely not. Surely. Oh, okay. That could have really gone bad, but the Eurodiff coming out from Eren and ODG, a beautiful first round, and you can see the place where they planted is quite small, so they have to do something to expand the control that they have, and a blast pack into heaven is the best thing you can do in that case. So beautifully played from ODG once again, and I believe the third pistol that they get so far, so they haven't faltered a single time.
We've seen what really worked on the previous map from ODG. In this round is the team play. They are so good together. I feel like they really communicate very well. They wait for the teammate every time for the utility, and really wait for the right moment as a team.
And look at the familiar buy that we see with Eren with his outlaw. It seems like they want to just push this. Problem is there are 2 people there, and it's a one shot, and the ugly Yuji getting the second one. But they stop the bleeding, at least for now. All the 3 players from the side of ZCG, already going for this retake. One player just waiting in front of the TP, probably just waiting to hear the spike tap. But in 3v3, things are looking a bit more dangerous than you would want it.
Crossfire really worked out for ZCG. They find 2 kills even though they only have pistol. So it's a good play for them, but now they still have to try this retake. They are on a disadvantage regarding weapons. Also, Luxless will be taken down by Winner very quickly. ODG just rolling with the Bulldog, and they will take the second round. Not a bit of a sweat in the beginning, but all in all, it goes away. It goes great in the end.
Exactly, a good conversion in the end from a 3v3 to a 3v0, so no lives lost after that first engagement. Unfortunately, that means a couple of guns lost. It's not like they did an FBX spy, so in this case, they had to decide to want to go for the Outlaw, and wisely, they decided, yes, that's what they want to do, because that's what we're talking about. Just the fact that you have an Outlaw puts pressure so much on the enemies, and you can see that means that CCG, they all have to go for full shields, and the ones that don't, well, that's because they don't have money.
And careful if you don't have money, because the Outlaw from Aaron is definitely deadly. So do not go too forward on this map if you are not well protected by your shield.
Chance on a bit of an upwards angle, trying to catch Winner of God. He obviously has been the one so far that has been lurking. A beautiful shot, nice crosser placement, an extra bullet there just to make sure he doesn't come back to life. That's a good first one from ZCG.
Closing the short from A. Now ODG has to look towards B. They are close to the teleporter. Okay, Eugene, no problem. Just do what you want.
Easy. Well, 3 players will make it 2. Incredible ZCG just managing to isolate all of these players. Yes, Luxless is down to just 20 HP, but does it really matter? I mean, YH and Aaron, especially with this Outlaw, the one that you would expect to maybe get one of these engages, who so far hasn't. A couple of pot shots exchanged, and a beautiful shot from Chenze. And Aaron even deciding to change his weapon, obviously, since they basically all bought full shields. It won't make a difference. And Yuji, his second kill through a wall in this round, and it's a flawless. Now that's a completely different side from ZCG, which we haven't seen so far.
What a clean round for ZCG. They're just try to attract ODG player in the place that they want them to be so they can take them down. And they did this one by one. ODG losing one player after another and not being able to do anything. They didn't even enter any site. What a clean round for Zuchao Gaming.
One expected scoreline here, but you can see ODG is not stopping. It's a beautiful reveal, but from both of these teams, at the end, both teams are blinded and no one gets a kill. That is hilarious. I've never seen that before. So much util being used, and in the end, just a bit of damage on Chenze and nothing else.
ODG have the chance now with a full weapon. They're gonna try for the first round to win again against ZDG. Okay, previous round it didn't work out any side of the map. So now they're gonna try, and this time, Aaron, it's...
Who else but Aaron getting the first kill. Oh, and beautiful information from Sichuan. Now Aaron almost sneaking out on the second one. The problem is he does need to get this one if he can. A beautiful flash, and that is the A side completely open up. If it weren't for Luxless, who is still here in the smoke, biding his time.
Just give a weapon to the man. Aaron is so strong. Luxless will not be able to do anything there. Too many players from ODG. And it looks like it's done for ODG. They managed to do it this time. I mean, dead, but isn't it a bit of only Aaron? You just walk on the side, take down 2 players and say, hey guys, you can come, it's clear here. So you plant the spike, and then ZCG has to save. Obviously, they want to keep these weapons for the next round.
But I just want to talk about that play against Luxless. 3 players against 1 smoke, just waiting for the smoke to come down. The patience that you have. I mean, historically, when we've talked about the VCT CN region, obviously the region that got access to the game the latest, and that means that they usually was the region that decided to just hold W and then usually pay the price for it. But in this case, having the patience to be like, okay, let's clear for the smoke, let's wait for this. We have 3 players, there's no way he gets more than 1. I mean, that is Aaron, beautiful play, yeah, but for me, that's the play that I thought was most surprising. Just them having the patience to wait out and hold for the 3v1.
They are definitely a very serious team. They do not take any action that is not needed and could result in them losing their advantage. And I think that's why they're so much ahead in this matchup right now. Really, they play very cleanly, and they do not play only with their gut, they also play with their head.
I mentioned the drift coming out, the Fade ult being used as a bit of retaliation, but now the Raze ult as well and gets a double kill once again! Something similar to what we saw in round 1, and the spike will be planted without any further resistance, and poor Alchemy decided to pick an option of the worst possible round, because now retaking with it, it's, well, it seems like a tough task.
Death sentence for ZCG, and now you have to try, even though you lost 2 players, they will take down winner, which is the first step towards maybe retaking this site. You have to be careful because there are 2 players on site and 1 in garden. There is a crossfire if you try to move forward, and indeed it doesn't work out. Even with the utility, it's not enough, and ODG will stand strong. 1 more round for them. They are already taking the advantage in this bind map.
I know I cannot talk to the replay operators directly, but like, I want to see how Akme died, because he was holding that angle through the op and just waiting for Sichuan to peek. And in the end, he just, I believe he white swung. It's a shame we don't get to see it, but still, the confidence of facing the op, but then also knowing that you have to white swing, hope that he misses his shot. I mean, and that means that we're gonna have a familiar scoreline, and I believe in just this exact moment, while they were down 1-4, ZCG also took their timeout in Lotus. So a couple of parallels here when it comes to the second map as well. The map which they picked.
It's definitely the same situation. It was the same scoreboard, 1-4, going into an eco round. I think it's an eco, yes, right, for ZCG. So it's kind of a deja vu, and it's not a good deja vu if you're Zuchao Gaming.
First timeout being used. In the end, I don't even know if they took the second timeout, but that it was already too late in Lotus. In this case, let's hope it doesn't even go this far, at least if you're ZCG. But otherwise, I mean, let's just say how it is. ODG is looking great, and ZCG has to somehow find a way back into this game. And in this round, with just a couple of sheriffs and a Bucky, well, maybe on defense, but otherwise, I'm not really that hopeful.
The only round that worked was the anti-bonus, the third one. It was very clean on the side of the ZCG. It was a flawless, so maybe they have to go back to what they did on this round, which was really close every entry of the sites and wait for ODG to make their move. Not leaving any opening for them to maybe crawl into a site in a surprising position.
Well, that's seemingly what they want to do here. You can see Akme already in the corner. Winner didn't have the chance to spot him even there, but they're just waiting for this push. An outlaw peek, just waiting out the bullet, getting the information, and sending down the smoke. And Chenze, that's what we like to say, the patience, because he should not peek here. She should only peek after Akme does. But they hear the rotate, and maybe that's gonna give... Yeah, you can see Akme already deciding to push down. With the classic, there's nothing for him to lose. Luxus as well.
And busy airing Aaron is gonna see him, but he doesn't even try. He's waiting. There is another player right in the market. Maybe he can take this out.
No, what are you doing, Unli? No, you still got the kill. Oh, but what a toss there. Beautiful nade, but only a bit of damage. Now they have to try to go this. They do this with the showstopper, gets one, but it's quickly traded. That being said, UG, a beautiful shot. Now has to get the third one, and he's left in a 1v1 against Sichuan, who has the orbital strike left. UG has to push this. Time slowly ticking down. Molly's gonna take away 8 seconds. I don't think he's gonna even survive this ult. The tap coming out. Where's the ult? Oh my god, he knows it's a fake. How does he know? And therefore he needs to be pushed, but it's a beautiful shot. Does he have the time though? I believe he does.
I think it does, yes. I would say it
no.
does. What a beautiful round from ZCG. Yeah, oh,
half a
0.5.
second.
It was a close one.
I almost wish that Sichuan had went through the TP just to waste that another half a second. But in this case, you have to use the ult, right? But to be fair, both of these teams seemingly caught up in the chaos. But in the end, just as you said, it's the eco. It's just like the anti-bonus in the last round. Them being so methodical, using the showstopper, and to get this space, get the value, and it is their second round.
It's very, very well played by Yuji. He really was, every time he was behind one of his teammates, so kind of the teammate was the bait, and he was able to hit the headshot with the Sheriff in the meantime. Really allowed them to find so many kills. Very well played. The eco is the different orbital strike to clear lamp for ODG, but no player will be kept off guard.
He still has the judge, manages to only get one. It's a quick trade out from the Stinger, but that now gets traded out. Trades. It's like the stock market in here. And finally it will be Sichuan who manages to get one. But in the end, he's the last one standing in a 1v2. Probably decided to TP here. The problem is, look at the players. They're already basically on side, so as soon as he even gets there. But no, it's a double fake.
It's a fake, but I mean, Bind is a very small map. It will at least give him a few seconds to plant the spike, which is the first step towards maybe winning the round. He has only 32 HP. He has his Incendiary to gain maybe a few seconds. Also, Dimensional Drift investing right away. ZCG does not want to leave anything to chance. They know he's in shower, nothing left for you. This one.
Oh, a beautiful molly, even stopping him with only 32 HP. He can't even cross it without dying. And it's beautifully played from Akme with using his ult to corner Zichuan into a corner. And well, and the difference is Zichuan, he was in the clutch once again, but he didn't have his orbital strike anymore. And that is a huge difference of him winning that and maybe losing that. But beautifully played from ZCG, and they're building up some momentum. This is the first time since Lotus that they've only had a difference of one round, at least if you don't count the anti-bonus.
Yeah, they're finding something there, and I think it's starting to work. It was not a full buy from ODG though, I think, so right now they have full weapon, two small shield. And now they should maybe be a bit more hesitant. Wow, great shot from Acme. Finding a bit of a shoulder.
Incredible shot, especially considering it was a jump peak. And you can see now ODG, Aaron trying to once again go look for something, will be caught by the Prowler. That will give them a bit of information, but you can see they're spreading themselves out. And ZCG, they want to go for this double peek. Boombot being used just for the info to see if he's still there, and he is. And it's a beautiful shot from Aaron. Does he get the second one? Not quite. It's down to 28 HP, and Enli once again with the judge. If you want to stop this comp, you know exactly what to do. Getting even the second one. Enli, I love you.
Okay, so maybe that's the solution.
No, it really is though. They only have one initiator. They have no sentinel. They have double controller and double duelist. At some point, they have to rush through a choke point, and there's no better spot to play with a judge than in a main. So that's honestly, that is one of the things that I was wondering if they would switch up and maybe use, or maybe even an Odin just to spam through a choke point. And that's exactly what they do. And that's the reason they managed to get to 4 apiece for the first time in this entire series that they've been tied up.
Enli is definitely a menace in this A main with the judge. It's been 2 rounds now that is really shut down any aggression in this space of the map, and we see that ODG are starting to not be this confident. The confidence is shaking for ODG. The timeout is called. In Lotus, I think there wasn't an early timeout like this, so it's cool to see that Zhu Chao have more of a strategy on Bind, and maybe we will see a third map if they continue like this.
Exactly. Or the head coach for ODG deciding to pump the brakes and at least for now just give them a bit of time, because they have to do something about this. ZCG, they cannot let them gain momentum. That is what they've slowly been doing. And with only 4 rounds left, they want to make sure that they have the advantage coming into their defensive half.
It's an eco round for ODG. An outward coming. But bear in mind that as there is a lot of contact on Bind, so you can play even with little weapons. We see this Bucky is trying to get some revenge against Enly, who play with the judge. Will not find anyone, just gain some space.
And Eco managing to get the Viper Spit off, that is beautiful, especially when you have guns like Bucky's. But in the end, okay, 3v3, it's still looking dangerous. Don't forget, this was an Eco for ODG. But it's still looking so doable, especially with this Viper Spit. Oh, but that's just a pure spam. No, Luxless was from behind. And now he's already on the spike. What can Winner do? He cannot even peek this. At least he gets one. But the spike, the molly missed. And it's a defuse under their noses. And Zichon can do nothing except just, well, hope that he can do something with the Bucky, in which he cannot in the end. 5-4. For the first time, ZCG has an advantage, and an incredible play from Luxless, having a beautiful, like, perfect timing to get into that Viper Spit. Incredible.
There was, I think ODG were very close to getting the round, but there was a bit of a miss there. We can see you say with the Molo, obviously missing the spike, which is a huge miss there. And they invested 2 ultimates, I think, the Viper Pit and the Nightfall, so costly round, even though it was an eco.
DRG, once again, their signature style of trying to pressure a lot of sides. They have gotten ZCG out of hookah, so nothing quite yet.
Very patient round from ODG. They're waiting in Uka, trying to find. Once again, Ekmi will get an early kill with the operator. A new win for ZCG. This team is really starting to do great on the defense side of Bind.
The Dimension Drift from Aaron being used to even spot one out. The info is so far gained. He tries to do something about it. That's what he's trying to push out together with the Prowler. And even with the wide swing, Aaron manages to get the headshot. But look at all the players from DCG. Already on site, already fighting. And that's a good first place to start. Aaron taken down.
And you can see that Ellie was waiting patiently in the shower. Obviously with the Viper Spit invested, you have to rotate towards B. There is Acme waiting, he will fall Orbiter Strike to prevent the spike from being planted. There are only a few seconds left.
Early. Oh, there was a panic over the strike to try to stop them from getting onto site, but they just left a sliver there. And yes, it will be the kill from the incendiary. Dius trying to push out, and that's a double kill. That's a showstopper, and Luxless only on 22 HP. Where is he? And it will be him. I mean, a beautiful 3K from ODG. It looked impossible, and just the misplaced timing of one singular piece of utility means that ODG manages to get this round, and once again, I believe, tie it up to 5-5 apiece.
It's all played to a few seconds there, because the Orbiter Strike prevented them from planting the spike, but there was still, I think, 8 seconds when it finished. So they still had time, but a few seconds less, and it would have been the round for ZCG. A very, very costly round also for ZCG. A good win on the side of ODG. They managed to finally find something and equal the score 5-5.
2 rounds left to decide who will come out on top. Maybe even a tie. So far it's looking mighty like it could be. Arkmay preparing the flash, pushing out, and even getting the first one. The second one even revealed, but no chance for a trade. And that's the spike drop down. And with no chance to retrieve it, they have to fight for this. And you can see ZCG immediately like a cobra, just knowing they need to hold this spike. They need to just pressure this. Yes, the smoke is being used, but still. He decides to push. He decides to push, you madman! And you pay for it with your life. Yes, the molly being used once again for a bit of delay. But look at all the players still stuck behind the smoke. What can they do?
There was some courage there, definitely from Agni. At least he got some information. 3 players, they know the spike is down there, so ODG has to come forward. And finally, ZCG will manage to destroy them for quick kill in this long. And they will take the advantage once more.
Exactly, they've at least secured their own tie, looking so much different. I mean, to Lotus, you can really see that Bind is something that they have been working on quite a lot. The comps looking great, the combos as well. Well, maybe not quite the Acme peak there, but otherwise you can see whenever they combo utility, the showstopper with the Faint Haunt, with everything else, just knowing that, okay, we have no smokes, we need to fight for this, and that is exactly what they do. UG on 14 kills on the Fade.
3 stingers for ODG. They're gonna run down this side. The incendiary is amazing. A lot of damage taken by ODG.
What they can do is still do a bit of damage, but it doesn't even matter. Winner in the end, it is left in a 1v2. Acme still has a dimensional drift, and it's the last round. He might just be able to do the same thing that he's done before. Just try to go for their info, try to corner them, and then, but in this case, they cannot hope for a defuse well since the spike is not planted. So winner, in this case, they're bearing the responsibility of even getting the spike down.
I love what Acme is doing. Even though he had the spike, he tried to maybe surprise winner by going on a little walk. The timing will be great, obviously, we'll find his back. 7-5 in this first half for ZCG. This time they look very good on Bind. Although, keep in mind, they're switching sides now, and maybe ODG could find a comeback on the defense side.
Yeah, that being said, attack side is the one side where they did so much so well, at least on Lotus. So they're not out of the woods quite yet. But ZCG, what a difference to the second half. A half-life being used, just 1 minute to try to come up, and not come up, but to remember all the strats that they have for the other side. And considering this is a mirror comp, I mean, there is no natural advantage that they have from the compositions.
You have the small advantage that maybe Bind is a bit easier to defend than to attack, but we're gonna see that if ODG is able to defend, because the momentum really is in favor of Zuchao Gaming right now. They had a lot of very good rounds in the end of this first half, and maybe that has shaken a little bit the confidence from ODG, and they will struggle to come back in the second half. But they did not lose any pistol rounds in this matchup, so it's 3 out of 3 for them. And if they win it, it's already 7-7.
That's a good point. In this case, once again, as we said, in Ascension, absolutely anything can happen. And I think at this point, considering how well ZCG is playing on this map, I wouldn't even mind going to a third map. But ODG, their plan is to hopefully stop it, to get this win in just 2 maps. And that all has to start with the pistol round, which, as you said, they've had so far a flawless round countdown.
From what we've seen from ODG, they were a very patient and meticulous team. So maybe we will see a very quiet defense side. I wonder if they will try to push some space. You highlighted before the game that they do not have any sentinels, so maybe they will try to gain some information.
See push out from both sides. I mean, it's completely symmetrical. The €1 on the one side pushing lamps and pushing long on the other, pushing the other long. But in this case, it will be Aaron. And once again, it's just a spike. In this case, for the other side, a beautiful shot from Winner. And you can see ODG. They know their own defense, right? They know that they should defend, but they don't care. And that means that they even managed to get to pluck the IGL out of the sky, trying to retrieve the spike. And it's a 5v1. Chenze has to maybe contend with 1 or 2 kills, but it won't be anything more, at least that's what we suspect.
UG with all the optimism in the world, trying to get the spike, and it was long awaited by Eren. Chenze 1v4 will be a difficult round. The totem is
hold.
waiting!
He doesn't really want to peek. He knows there's shoulder peek there. He will finally get taken down. And ODG keeping their flawless record of the pistol. So far, 4 out of 4 wins. And, well, 6-7. It's looking a bit closer now.
As we said, ODG are just that good on the pistol round. And it's a huge advantage if you manage to get this round. It's 4 rounds, just easy rounds, and it's once more them that take it away. 7-6 and probably 7-7. It's a full eco on the side of ZCG.
Yeah, and once again, it's the Marshal plus the Outlaw doing so much damage as they always can. Together now with the Spectre for a bit of spray down. Aaron finally with the Sheriff being the first one to get a kill, but otherwise they just have to push through. Yes, it's the first one. Yes, it's a retrievable Spectre. But they are allowed to get 1 loss. But that's it. And it seems like that's exactly what it's gonna be. Now, YH able to probably pick up the Spectre. And otherwise, absolutely no losses from ODG. And once again, so far, their second round conversion is also 100%. Now, the question is about this bonus round. So far, sometimes they've managed to win it, sometimes they've managed to lose it. But if they win, that might just show us that the momentum is changing on this map. Once again, in favor of ODG.
If they win the bonus round, I think it will be difficult for Zhu Chao to find the momentum back, as you said, because really your confidence is a bit broken when you're on the possible last map and you lose the anti-bonus, and it's starting very bad. Eren with the first one on his Outlaw.
Exactly. And normally I would say no smokes, but well, with the Viper that isn't quite the case. But maybe no entry smokes for the side of ZCG. And considering they have to go against this Outlaw, a Bucky and a Bulldog and Spectre, you're not safe at any type of range. You can see even Eren just in heaven because there's no smoke. He has free range, but it's only 1 shot and he gets traded. So numbers equaling. And now with Chance getting a beautiful kill here. And even getting, I believe, the last one. It's a 3v2. Numbers advantage has flipped back on ZCG's side.
The shake met with the boombot was perfect from Chenze. He really outplayed this one in this lamp, finding the advantage for his team. Now it's the pulse plan. 2 players from ODG will try to maybe find something, but it looks very difficult. They do not have the weapon, they do not have the time advantage, they have not any utility to work with. At least 1 kill is taken.
They're very low. Why are you peeking, Luxless? I do not like this. Unfortunately for Winner, the time is still very low. He needs to decide to maybe stick this, but you can't when UG is just waiting behind you, waiting to put a bullet in your head. And in the end, after looking a bit precarious there, it is ZCG to get this round.
At least they can breathe a little bit. No bonus lost, but they lose 4 players. They're not gonna be able to have a full buy in the next round. This should favor ODG and maybe give them some energy back. The defense stat is stacking very okay. At least UG was there for ZCG, but ODG almost made it.
Familiar side peeking now, even deciding to go for this. Oh, it's a beautiful up peek together with the raise, but unfortunately no connection. Had a chance there and would have been amazing, but not quite. Winner and just holding down the fort. He gets 2, he gets 3 out of nowhere. A lineup And that's why you don't push smokes, at least not against a player like Winner, him even getting spike control. Okay, maybe not quite now that his own teammate smoked it off, but it doesn't matter. In a 5v2, the odds are not in their favor.
Yeah, they know that ZCG will not just blindly come back to get the spike. They have to find something anywhere else on the map, or they will not have any chance of planting it. It's a 1v1 on the B side. The spike is retrieved by UG, but it will be punished right away with the operator, by the operator. And once again, it's a round for ODG.
Couple of peaks that maybe I wouldn't quite agree with, that would help ODG to keep a couple of players, but in the end, let boys be boys. They need to go for maybe the confidence build up, and in the end, with 3 players alive, it won't really matter that much. You can see the lineup here. Oh, that's unfortunate for Enli, who was just stuck behind Luxless. No, not even a chance. He died, I believe, even through a smoke. So absolutely no chance for him. And ODG, once again, leaving us in a tied game, but against an eco.
Gentle reminder to not line up.
Gentle reminder, just don't.
Oh, you will learn it the hard way like Zuchao Gaming. New round, new chance for this team to maybe take us to a third map. A good try from Luxlick. Unfortunately, he will miss. He had a good timing.
Bit unfortunate, but his teammate is there to help him. And even Chenze down to just 2 HP. Winner, even, I mean, that's like his 3rd spam, I believe, through a smoke. The molly even coming down, and yes, the paint shells might do a bit of damage, but even that, I mean, that's not really anything else. And ZCG has to just somehow find a way to maybe get 1 or 2 kills, because I believe that winning this round is out of the question.
YH is a bit low, so they can find some damage. The judge revenge from ODG. Double kill for this round. At the entry of the side, a triple with the jump shot on the Uka. Good round from ODG once again, and it looks like they're starting to find something back on this side of defense. It looks a bit better than the attack.
Normally, the judge isn't the gun that you want to have a long-range fight with. Well, there's only one exception, when your teammate is literally 2 HP. So, a very easy spray transfer, if you even want to call it that, from the judge. And yeah, you're completely right. Once again, ODG being on the upper side of this map, and the break being stepped on by ZCG's coach, and somehow they need to find a way to do this, because once again, similar to last map, the only round that they've gotten this house so far is only the anti-bonus, and that's the one that we usually talk about being completely free, right? And it was such a trouble. They managed to lose 4 players, so it's maybe not a good sign of things to come.
Yeah, definitely they're struggling on this attack. I don't really know if they're struggling or if ODG is just too good on the defense, but either way, it is not going on the way of Zucha right now. They are really struggling on the attack. The timeout is definitely needed. We've seen a lot of great things on the defense side from this team, and maybe they can manage to find something similar on the attack and take us to the Ascent, the decider map. That's what we want, obviously. We want challenge, we want some close matchup.
Aaron now peeking still aggressively, something we've seen many a time before, but now with the up, the question is, will they expect it? And no, and it's just an easy kill on the UG, and that's your initiator gone now with 4 players, but only 2 roles. That being controller and duelist. They have to try and do something here. The showstopper being used, but no one is on site. And the blue players that are in showers are so far forward, but they still will be spotted out. But it's only 1 kill. They don't know about the second one. I don't believe so. Nevertheless, the spike is planted.
Ooh, the triple from Chenzi. Only 1 with the rocket, but he managed to find the rest with the Phantom. A good turn around for ZCG. They will find this round, even though they lost the first player. The timeout, it seems like it paid off.
Especially considering it was 4v5. But obviously, Aaron, after using that, after hitting that shot, he needed to TP out. So that's one less player that you have on site. And then when Chenze pushed something out like that, to be fair, it doesn't help that there was some util thrown through the TP, and therefore the TP door opened, which then led Chenze to believe that there was someone in showers. So maybe that could have been a bit differently played by ODG there, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. 2 players saving from that side, and it will be the op at least kept for the next round.
Maybe ODG thought that Chenze already know there was 2 player, but yes, the TP opening and giving its own Q didn't play in the favor. But also, how do you predict that Chenze is going to double kill, right? It's not
triple.
how you see
One
things
HP.
rolling out.
Exactly, 9-9 once again on equal footing. But look at the old difference. You can see the Viper Spit already being used, and Sichan using an early molly. Now in this case, he's very lucky that there are 4 people on the other side, but the molly will stop us, all of them. And Aaron, with the timing of the TP, will be forced to peek. The question is, what is what? How dare you, Aaron? How dare you? Someone check this PC. I do not believe this. What a beautiful shot on the enemy IGL.
The supersonic mouse at this point. The reflex is insane.
I'm speechless.
Yeah, same. And thank ODG that he did this kill, because the team lost 2 players after that, so at least they have enough player to try this retake now.
Aaron hit that second one, I wouldn't know what to believe anymore, but in this case, it will be the Dimensional Drift used. He does still have his shorty, but the op will, on this retake, probably don't have anything special. That means that the rest of the team has to try to do something. The nade already coming out, that means that he has to peek now, or die to the nade. In the end, he dies to Aaron. Not much of the difference, and with all 2 players left, they need to tap the spike as soon as possible because of the Orbital Strike. Orbital Strike coming out, and Chenze already taken out the first one. He needed to push forward, and now on a 2v2 with Aaron by 1 HP. He has to try to do something, but Chenze, the savior of this round, the savior of ZCG, has to try and do something, and in the 4K, Anli will be the last to take him out. And a lot of chaos, I believe even the op picked up in the end there, and it's the 10th round for ZCG.
Very close round, very important round for both of these teams. That is setting the last part of this map. Advantage once again for Zuchao Gaming. Even though Aaron managed to take this crazy shot in the beginning, is not enough.
I believe this was a 2v4 clutch, and you can see the power of having the orbital strike ready there. You can see once again, Oi, the head coach for ODG, they need to stop something. He was desperately wants this to not go to the 3rd map unless he has to. So with the scoreline being 10-9, still a couple of chances, still only a couple of rounds away, maybe just a bit of momentum from both of these teams away for a map win. But until then, just think about what your plan is.
We're seeing a very different map than Lotus. Right now, both teams are really close in terms of how they perform. On Lotus, ODG was definitely stronger, but on Bind, Zuchao Gaming gives them a run for their money. They are here, they respond, and they even maybe will be able to take the map. I think, as you said, ODG does not want to play this full map. They want to do a quick 2-0 and go and think about the next matchup. Would be difficult because the team that wins today will go against DRG in the next round. So difficult matchup to come.
I mean, don't quite count them out yet. Who
yeah,
knows?
yeah, sorry. Probably.
But otherwise, you're right. Op v Op, Akme against Aaron there. Both of these players who have been shown to hit some incredible shots. Viper Wall being used just to maybe threaten this cross, but they have no way to do this. But now with the showstopper being used, and he kills himself while at it was technically 2K. Then Aaron whipping the shot. Now that is great for ZCG, which means that get the full sight and even spotting out winner, who maybe gets the molly out and the orbital strike, but nothing more. And even what is happening? Blink of an eye, 3 kills going ZCG's way. And now it seems like the 11th round is just around the corner with YH, well, at least if they manage to get the plant down, seemingly having to save here.
Several misses from ODG this round. I think this is looking great for Zuchao Gaming. Maybe they've managed to find how to get the upper edge against this team. Even the timeout didn't help them. one exit kill, but will it really make a difference? There's still 3 left. 3 headshot to find, and obviously will not find any more.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see that ZCH, or at least either the coach, the IGL, or the team in general, has just figured out what ODG's game plan is while on the defense side, which is if they go through one side, you just push the other. And that's why Winner was completely caught off guard in showers against 2 people. Once again, a bit unfortunate, but a beautiful clone, old Raze blast pack, everything coming in together like a beautiful harmony, and making sure ZCH have this round on lock, and maybe even this next one, considering it's a Nico.
A push from short A. Didn't find anything. All players from ZCG are in B. First kill comes through with the Phantom Rocket to maybe find something more. Yeah, one player, the guy will not fall, but the transfer will be enough to finish him.
Finish him. Lux is getting Aaron, and it's left to 2 people. Yes, the judge might get 1, but doesn't really have the chance to get any more. Alchemy with a mini judge of his own. But the rest of them are for... What? That was a complete blind shot. A nice shot, but in the end it doesn't really matter. It's just left on 2 duelist player. Picked up a Phantom, yes, but a beautiful shot from Yuji, who has been bullied in the past in this map, especially with a couple of those showstoppers. But he shows that he, as the IGL, can still shoot with a beautiful 3K, getting them to match point.
It's the last chance from ODG. They will have a weapon against this map point. But from what we've seen in the previous round, it should be difficult. I think there's still 1 timeout. No, they used both of the timeouts. I don't remember.
I don't know, but either way, it's going to be very difficult. No timeout used here. And Aaron, oh my god, barely dodging the flash. 2 prowlers being used, but he gets caught. You cannot do that, Aaron. How dare you if he managed to hit that somehow. But still, a lot of exchanges, and in the end, it will be ODG that has to back off. You can see the Prowler still giving them information that there's some people in long. But now no Prowlers anymore, and that's one of the only pieces of info util that you have.
Zeus is trying to move a bit across the map. He will clear all of showers. He knows that there is no one. Will he see the player in the market? He could have a good timing.
But it's seemingly just a small combo being used to stop them from being in hookah. But otherwise, you can see YH already rotating to A. But do they know about the position? Oh, look at him. Who will see who first? He decides to wait to let this first one go through. He has a chance to get the double. That's exactly what he can do. And Zichan following him with the triple. Yuji will get 1 but quickly get traded out. And it's all left to Luxless in a 1v3 to somehow save this map. Otherwise, seems like we're gonna go again.
The situation could have gone so differently there. The timing was everything. The choices from every player to decide where they're going to go. If Luxis didn't go to shower and went to short instead with his teammates, he would have spotted the player from ODG and they will not have this double kill. The situation was crazy. A bit of luck, I would say, on the ODG side, but well done. They survive once more round and they will get another chance to equalize.
12 to 10, as Liga would say, just 2 rounds left. And now there's 2 rounds, you can see the money is looking great for both. Once again, the op battle, and both of these teams enough money to buy shorties.
Stress does not go down. You're still up against the map point here for ODG. Still a lot of weapons for ZCG, no problem, no money problem on the side.
One prowler being used just to clear long. Winner has a very good angle, but he needs to hit his shot if he actually wants to do this. And unfortunately, it's a clone, so they have the information, but it's still one more, and he manages to escape into hookah, or at least wait there for his teammate. But the YH, so many kills from the smoke, and Enly trying to do something, running through the smoke, trying to give his team a chance, but no siree. UG at least hitting a nice shot, but unfortunately it's still a 2v4. Nice off shot faded. Still a tall task, especially if Aaron hits a shot like that. Luxless, a familiar sight.
He's better with his intuition. He misses when he sees, but he gets it when there's the smoke.
And you can see Aaron being like, come on, give me a high five. You know, I'm carrying this. 12 to 11, just one chance, the difference between either map 3 or going to OT. In which case, obviously, if you don't know, OT means one more timeout for both of these teams. And especially for with ZCH, there have been a couple of timeouts, which after using it, they've done some beautiful rounds. So I can't wait to see if that manages to happen here.
This shot was insane. Just took his chances. It's not the first one. He really has an amazing intuition.
It's not even the best shot. Oh, finally, a bit of a miss here from Zayu. With the double up. Now the problem with the double up is if as soon as it's planted, the retake gets so much more difficult, and Enly is just pushing through. The molly may be coming out. Look at all the shots, basically all through the smoke, even with the molly. And this is the beginning of the end. It looks like we're going to a T, unless Chonze and Luxless have something to say about the Viper Spit being used. Yes, it has still been planted.
Until Chenzo is not dead, it is not finished. Luckily, it's 1v4 for the player from ZCG. He does a double, but it's not enough. We will indeed go to overtime. ODG managed to keep their cool and get over this free map point from the Zuchao Gaming. What a play from them.
Now, the timeouts have been reset, the economy has been reset, the ult has been reset, so they're all back on equal footing. Now the question is, will Aaron still go for an op? We haven't seen OT before, and obviously since you have to, if you play an op, you have no options of picking up shields. So that will be interesting to see if he's that confident in himself that he goes for that. You can see all the shots, all the util being used, and the Viper Spit, because he was not in it, getting taken out. And a great retake from ODG with the dimensional drift from Aaron. You can see, okay, so no op being used from either side. And you can see the timeout immediately being used. He didn't even want to wait to see if they won the first round. He wants to make sure that ODG win this defensive round by any means necessary.
I like this proactive coaching. The last time out didn't really work out for ODG, but in the end they managed to find some energy back. So it's possible. We'll see what will go out of this overtime. Just a quick reminder, if you have not been there or if you don't know the format of the Ascension, the team that loses there is not eliminated. It is a double elimination bracket, so they will only fall to the lower bracket. So there is one more chance for both of these teams. We will see them again on this broadcast. Sorry, on Project Horizon. Obviously, stay with us until the end of Ascension.
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, that's what we're here for, trying to give you the best content possible. As always, shout out to all the wonderful people watching this stream right now. A shout out to all the subscribers. And now, here we go. Overtime, 12 to 12. Anyone's game.
We switched side, obviously, so ODG is back on the attack. The side that was maybe a bit more on the advantage of Zuchao Gaming.
UG used to prowl at the beginning of the round, didn't find anything, so he decided to rotate back. But then, because of the boom bot, wait, Aaron is down. How did he go down to 10 HP? To 12 HP must have been a bit of a spam bullet. through hookah. Oh, that is unfortunate, but this is one of the people that you want to be able to entry in now with only the low HP that he has. Maybe he doesn't have quite the possibility to do that.
And Chenzo is the one waiting on the side, will not hit the clone. He doesn't trust. It's a very good
it's a great
double kill!
From Shanza and Enli together, the tag team, and just like that, blink and you miss it, the 13th round, and I believe the 4th match point almost in a row by ZCG, and well, the timeout for ODG hasn't worked. Now the question is, can they do something on this attack side, or will we go to Ascend?
What a clean round from Zhu Chao. The timeout was used, but wasn't enough against such a strong team. Really, Shenze and Enli are such a great duo on this A side. Deadly duo, definitely.
Nice molly lineup being used to stop anyone from peeking long. But whoa, look at that angle. I mean, with winner as well on a familiar angle. In this case, at least no more kills, and they know that someone is close, and they're just gonna rush him down with the Prowler. He has no chance, but winner's there to help him. It is a 2v2. Wait, what? 4 kills from the side of ODG out of seemingly nowhere, and Aaron closing it up once again. It seems like the rounds are going like this: 30 seconds silence, 5 rounds battle, and the round is over. I mean, look at the explosiveness.
What is this overtime we're seeing? 2 very quick rounds with just a quick execution that is instantly taken down by the defense team.
13-13. Nice shots from Aaron there. I believe the snakebite also got a kill. So the utility, that's the advantage, or the disadvantage of everyone going through just one choke point. The fact that you can just combine all the util.
You will have to try a bit more, apparently, if you want to win the attack round, both of the team. And ODG is scattered a bit more on the map. They're gonna try to find some information, maybe catch a push from Zhu Chao, but we didn't see a lot of those during the match.
Finally, the patient side of ODG coming in once again. It seems like this case will not be the explosiveness. It will be Aaron instead, who makes Chanza go down to 1 HP, and he gets wall back. Incredible from Aaron, and that's the first blood that you expect from this team, giving them the advantage.
Careful though, ODG, because Spike is still down, 40 seconds left, you have to choose a side, and we see that Enli is pushing short A. He will probably have a great timing. 3 of the players, they have to TP. It's a bad choice to go towards B. Yes, they're TPing. Great information from Aaron.
I can imagine the comms from ZCG. 4TP, 4TP! And unfortunately, that means that Enli's position is not quite as good anymore. He still has a chance to do something here, especially as soon as the Viper wall drops. But it's a first nice shot from Arkme and Enli. That's exactly what we're talking about. But it will be a quick trade. No, it won't! Enli getting the second one! And it seems like this is history doomed to repeat itself unless YH has something to say about it left in a 1v2. But left to his own devices with the wall bang taken out, and the 5th match point for ZCG on this map alone.
It was a good start from ODG. They almost made it. The call to go to the TP was great. Aaron had a lot of information. Unfortunately, the rotation was perfect from Zhu Chao Gaming. They came from every entry of every opening of the map, and they won all their duels. Like, they lost no one. Only one player in the shower, I think. So after that, it was checkmate on their side, because ODG had nothing left to do, and it's a new map point for Zhu Chao. It's a 5th one, I think. So if this continues, they will win some of them at some point.
And this time, I mean, you can see how how absolutely dominated they got on their attack half with ODG just spamming all util on one choke point, and therefore it will be ZCG that uses a timeout. But interestingly enough, when they're on match point, so for their basically worst side, in this case, I mean, so ODG used it for their attack, therefore for the first round, and now ZCG use it for a second round. You can still see it goes back and forth, and both these teams, even though they have a mirror advantage, you can see their respective playstyles and characters being mirrored on how they like to play this map and what advantage they get on what side.
We can definitely see a preference for the defense. That's for sure. New chance, the overtime. Maybe the winning overtime. Eren will try some fake, no one's there. He will only find silence in the showers.
Akme looking to put a bit of pressure and bait out the Viper wall just to drain a bit of the fuel, but the spike is still on A. And that's what we like to see from ZCG. He's playing with the rotates. But ODG also biding the time. That means that probably if they decide to go here, Eren will no longer have any TPs.
Triangle him to go on the A side with the Viper wall. Double kill from Luxless. It's a good start. They're opening, breaking the defense from ODG. Eren is smoked out. He has to go out to maybe find something with the operator. He doesn't wait for his teammate this time.
It's a 3v4. Yes, one player is low, but that doesn't really make a big difference. Luxless has to back off here. But he's against the off, but he gets taken down. A nice shot there, but UG, Eren, how are you kidding me? With 21 HP, he manages to get that. And now the sides have flipped. 3-2. And the molly coming out. That's a good start. But Akme stuck in the corner. They need to do something about him. Can they do anything? Unless if that doesn't happen, it seems to be the beginning of the end. And Akme and Enli will make sure that we go to Ascend. This best of 3 is still not quite over. 1-1 and a statement from ZCG. If you can win a map, that's what we can do as well.
They are ascending to Ascend, the third map in this first matchup of the VCT China Ascension 2025. What a great match that we have to begin with.
1-1. Both of these teams, technically you could say ODG didn't have to win in overtime, so it was a bit closer, but otherwise you can see here, I love the triple peek with the wall going down and Eren doing his darndest to get those last 2 kills, but Akme's position really helped them win this round, and even if he dies there, Enli is there to secure it, and with the spike being almost ready to defuse, there is no chance. And here we can see the highlights, and honestly, I think if you count the highlights, it will be more or less equal for both of these teams. Eren on ODG doing so well, Zishan especially, but UG, the IGL, fragging so hard. That is incredible to see.
And Chance also was absolutely lethal on this race. He really offered a great game. I think we should see him in the post-match stat. Really, really good game from Zuchao overall. I think they offered a lot a better gameplay than we've seen on Lotus, and it could mean something for the third map. Maybe at the beginning I was really leaning in favor of ODG, but now I'm kind of puzzled. I'm not sure anymore.
Now the team comes.
I can't break. 要暴毙要暴毙！再回来 ，flash 王别动。这边几个4个，卸了4、5个，我追了。Euro half。外派应该摸了啊，到个 CT，外派可能摸了。给我火了！不要架了。爆能器已部署。Nice kill。Nice。黑屋能进。Shower。Nice。上门飞的。拉塞，两个，我打下来了，有火，拆包，先拆包那个，拆加。
You can see the team vibes are absolutely impeccable there. And Chenzi will be the MVP. But before that, I mean, we have to talk about the comms. Obviously, because Arkmei is South Korean, that means that the comms have to be in English. And honestly, I was about to say in the round where 4 people TP'd that everyone would freak out. And you could see TP back, TP back, TP back. So just love them. And Chenzi deservingly getting this MVP with 250 ACS. Not quite as high as a KDA as Aaron got in the first map, but it doesn't even matter because even though Chenza got the MVP, we have to talk. I mean, this wasn't really a one-man show. There were so many players. UG played so well, Enly with his judge and the controller, knowing exactly what to do with his positioning, and it was a team effort that manages to win them this map.
Definitely a team effort. There were some strong individualities, but overall, it was a good team play from Zuchao Gaming. We see on the side of ODG that it's still Aaron that has the best stat, still a very good duelist that really did a difference. Not enough, though, to take the map over to ODG, but it was still a good performance on his side.
And also shout out to UG. He got actually 2 more kills than Chonza. And yeah, once again, you can see the first blood. Interestingly, the first blood's going the way of ODG. But you can see the thrifties and the flawless rounds help ZCG gain the advantage. So even though they didn't have as many first bloods, they always managed to equalize and make sure the round actually goes in their advantage and goes their way.
It's interesting to see that there was not a lot of thrifty in this game, only 1 on the side of Zuchao Gaming. So overall, the team really had the strategy in their hand, and when they had weapons, it was very hard to take them down. With that said, I think we're gonna hit a little break and catch you soon in just a few minutes, so stay with us. and welcome back for this third and final map of the day. Ascent ODG versus ZCG Gaming. The first one went in favor of ODG, the second one was for ZCG Gaming. And now the decider, the final map, we will see who will advance to the next round.
For the first time, we actually have two comps that have quite a couple of differences. I mean, yes, they have 4 of the same agents, but in this case, the difference of having that KO versus that, so the double Sentinel versus the double Initiator does make a big difference. So you can see ODG, they basically have the standard Ascent comp, except you have a Cypher instead of a Killjoy. But ZCG maybe a bit more modernizing with that Deadlock pick, which we have seen quite a lot of teams, especially in Tier 1 pick. So something that you definitely should not sleep on.
Definitely not, and it's both of these comps are very strong and known composition overall. It's interesting to see that this time the double Sentinel is the side of ZCG Gaming, which usually play a more aggressive style, and now they're more on the defense and controlling side.
And you can see they still like to push out. Winner basically going all out in mid. But after them not hitting anything, seems like they just want to back off. The dash being popped by Xiaoyu, but nothing being found.
And will ODG find the pistol round, or will they fall to ZCG this time? Because bear in mind, everyone, that they have won 4 out of 4 pistol rounds till now.
Oh, the dash misses, but they still manages to go through it. The problem is Winner is here just waiting for them, and it's a beautiful one-way smoke. And together with Aaron, who now is on Cypher. I didn't even realize the main duelist playing Cypher. But unfortunately, he doesn't quite get anything else. And it's a full 3v3 retake on this Ascent B side.
Spike has been planted. ODG has to do the retake, and maybe they're not in a good position right now, entering this B site without... They have the paranoia though, so that's one utility. They will hit players, but is it enough? 1-for-1 Tona. Enli strikes back with the triple in this ghost, and it's the pistol round for ZCG Gaming this time. Not 100% pistol win for ODG. Denied.
Finally. The curse has been broken thanks to Enli, who once again is on the smokes roll, but also shout out to him. He has been playing quite a lot of Judge, but he doesn't care. If it's a Judge or if it's a Ghost, he's still gonna kill you. And so it's a beautiful 3k to start off, and as you said, well, that's the best way you can start. Actually getting your first pistol of the series.
After the spike was planted by ZCG, I think it was almost down, because the B site is so hard to retake if you do not have utility, and there ODG only had 1 paranoia, which is definitely not enough against such a strong team.
Nice shot from Akme there. On the Cypher, making sure Aaron has no chance of doing anything. And now seemingly it seems like the way on the B side will be free. Winner is still here, but with only a classic, he has to contend with, well, at least only the 1 and a bit of damage on Akme. But even with the regen shields, that doesn't really make a big of a difference.
He could not really hope for more than that. You're a solo Sova on the side with a classic. I mean, taking 1 down with you is already a good operation. And now we can see the site has been completely locked down. The double Sentinel comp is a nightmare for ODG.
Transit deciding to chase here. He even gets maybe 1 free? Oh, come on, he doesn't have shields. Luck's just helping him out. And the rest of the team, they break the trap finally, but that unfortunately means that there's no chance to play for exits here. And they will, I assume, just die to the spike.
That's what's gonna happen more, more likely. And so it's a 2-0 for ZCG Gaming, starting well, but the bonus run will be good. There are 4 players still alive, so a good run is coming towards them. We will see ODG play with weapon though, for the first time.
Yeah, and it's a situation that is completely unknown. We don't even know how ODG play when they're against an anti-eco. And what is this new meta with the Outlaw and the Marshal? That was always ODG's buy. And I don't know if that was pre-planned or ZCG is just such a big fan of that buy that they decide to copy as well. But in this case, and it's a beautiful shot there, even a headshot, and that means that the duel is already gone from the side of ODG. You couldn't hope for a better start.
It's heartbreaking on the side of ODG, losing one player to a single Marshal because they hit a headshot. I mean, it's your fault because you're dry picking mid, but still a very hard beginning of the round on their side.
Only looking to do something against his Omen. But the smoke will mean that he has no further access. With 5 players now slowly deciding to go into this A side. YH and the third round ult unfortunately misses, and Zichuan helping his teammate on the other side. Now the good thing is they have mid control, so ZCG really has to be careful. The wall even being used just to make sure they can't do anything from there, but they still need to be aware.
The barrier locked down to player in main. They have to break it down if they want to go back on site. 2 other players are coming from Evan. It's a crossfire on the side of ODG. They managed to take down the player. The answer is immediate from Luxless. A triple with only a Guardian. Let's keep in mind, everyone, that is a bonus round for Suchao Gaming. They'll lose it in the end, but they took 4 players with them.
You can see Aaron trying to hype up and handshake, high five his teammates while he's still trying to defuse with one finger. But yeah, I mean, we're talking about how close it was when ZCG was playing these anti-bonuses and then only having one person alive. But in this case, it's the exact same way, the other way around. And well, Aaron, with being solo HP and going against an outlaw, definitely could have been different. Even if Akme decided to maybe jump peek with a classic, it could have gone the other way. But in this case, ODG, so I think really relieved that they got this round. But you can see the effect of it. They do not decide to buy. They decide to go for a save here. I don't quite get why.
They do not have enough to have a full buy, so I think they prefer just going for the eco and play the next round. They go with a little strat, and it's a double kill with the Vandal. It's lost though in the main. They will not be able to retrieve it. What? Winner! Quick headshot on Chenza, and only in a second, it's 4 against 2. They have a clear advantage, even though they did not have anything to start the round. They even stole the Outlaw.
I would like to formally apologize to ODG. I didn't know you could hit shots like that. At this point, just play Sheriffs whenever you want. The rifle, unfortunately, not being able to be retrieved, but Aaron, the fact that he managed to get through there is still crazy. A nice shot onto Enli. And it will just be left onto the IGL with 40 seconds remaining. He maybe can pick up this old orb. It seems like that's his plan. But otherwise, probably a save, I assume.
He gave a sound cue, so they know that he's here. Maybe he's trying to attract someone if one is nearby, but they're not gonna chase, because even if the round is won now for ODG, they do not have a lot of weapons, so they do not want to offer some ultimate orbs, especially to the Hunter's Fury that is very, very, very strongly ultimate. Okay, Paranoia is thrown. They will chase him in the end when they're sure. 2 players down now.
Yeah, the idea was to pick up the gun that Aaron dropped, and the gun is worth a couple of old orbs there. And at least that's what I believe the thought process was. And yes, 2 people fall down. And yes, there was maybe a chance to even take out UG's gun and have a second rifle coming into the next round. But in the end, it won't really matter. You can see Aaron. Honestly, my headcanon is that he didn't get third shot because the Cypher ult was blocking his vision. Otherwise, he probably even gets the third one.
So many ultimates are close to being unblocked on the side of Zuchao Gaming. It's their time to have a low buy though. 2 pistols and 1 Guardian for Luxless.
Rock Dart misses. Trap is still active. They don't want to shoot it. Okay, finally will. So that's another question mark. on the map.
Only one sentinel on the side of ODG, so Cypher is the only source of information. They have this KO with the knife also. First kill from Zishuan, Senju will fall.
Zishuan, what can you do? It's already the second one. That's great. Well done. And Arkmay left. The last one will upgrade from the Sheriff to Phantom. Will maybe even get the first one, and he will do, but not after taking a bit of damage. It's a 1v3. It will get spotted down by Aaron, and against Aaron, you are not going to win that 1v1. The third round, you can see ODG once again taking advantage, and that, considering that they didn't win the pistol, is very good so far.
Also, we should highlight that they're playing in the arena. I don't think there is any public though, but usually on the the normal season, they're not playing offline in the arena because it is used for VCT China. So it's a great opportunity for all of this team to play on stage.
And for one of these teams, it will then be the stage that they'll play in next year. YH being spotted down by the darts and even by the deadlock nets. But with this molly, we'll make sure that the players will not be able to go forward. And that means you can see already that Chanze and his teammates are going to see what they can do in mid. And to be fair, there's a giant hole in the mid. The question is, will they find out and will they be able to exploit it?
They're thinking about it at least. They are looking toward the middle. Shenzhen is caressing the idea of going towards market. They will not find anything. Will ODG know that some players are there? At least this smoke will give some information. They know that players are in market, or should be at least. The camera will spot one people in main. And winner with the good spray through the smoke.
But still, the question is, what can Aaron do? They know that he has to be somewhere here. The cage that he put up, he spots the first one. Unfortunately, will also get spotted down on his own, and it's a beautiful double face. And Yuji as well. Chanze managing to get the jet div online. And now, beautiful combination of the Cypher ult and the Sova ult to get something here. A bit of damage done, but no kills. Nevertheless, it's just down to winner, who gets 2. But unfortunately, he had to get 2 more.
Okay, it's the position of UG. The IGL from Zuchao Gaming has been spotted. They know he's on site, and he will be taken down by Enly. Good duo. The reveal was very well placed by UG. Clean end of the round for Zuchao Gaming.
This is exactly how you use ults. I love the combination of Cypher ult and Sova ult, but then I even believe they used from the shadows, the Omen ult, to make sure they also have a flank ready, which then meant that winner, I mean, even though he was in a 1v2, the Omen could be anywhere possible, and that meant that he didn't expect him when he had to face them both on side. 3-3, once again, all equal.
Maybe we're gonna have a close map once again between these two teams. Maybe Lotus was just the beginning of the day, not representative of the real level of Zuchao Gaming. A team that we've not seen much in the end of the year because they didn't really play Season 4, I think, Nationals. So not a lot of information compared to ODG.
Yeah, but it means that they had more time to prepare, and this so far, especially on Bind, it seems like they've been using the time wisely. The smoke allowing the mid cross just to obscure a bit of information, but the dart still being used in mid. But nevertheless, it seems like want to do a bit of pressure here, but the paranoia will stop them at least for now. With just 40 seconds, it seems like they want to try this mid split again.
This one does not want them to go towards Garden. Will force them to go back to B side. It was a success last round, and it looks like it will be the same this time. Already three kills, 2 on the other side of the map. So they're rotating towards A, but they're missing the spike. Hopefully the ultimate from Omen is enough, and UG will finish ODG off. A bit of a chaotic round, but in the end, Zuchao Gaming managed to get the win with 4 players still alive. So a very good run on the side.
Shout out to ZCG. I love the play. With only 25 seconds, I don't think the Cypher would have had Acme would have had enough time to go to the other side. So he drops it, and then they can use it from the shadows to pick it up and then plant on the other side. So well done, just being aware of what util they have and what options they have. In that case, it doesn't even matter if they got KO ulted. They easily managed to win that round.
Quick attack on the main. Nothing really is found.
ODG down to an eco. Zichuan the only one with a rifle, and even then it's a stinger. But look at Winner's position. I don't know how he managed to get here. And Akemi surely won't clear it. And he gets the first one. The problem is, will you be able to pick up the gun? Yes, you will, but careful, there's the second one.
The drone will reveal his position. They just put one player to be sure that he's not able to do a flank. UG will fall, but it doesn't matter because the rest of the team is on his side and there is no gun on the side of ODG. But what am I saying? Aaron doesn't need a gun. Only the sheriff is enough for him. Double kill, and it's one player left. And Lee will be taken down by Winner. What a great run from ODG, trying to switch things up and take some risk to make this eco work. And in the end, it works.
Exactly. I mean, I love this awareness from Winner. You can see even waiting for the second one, making sure UG cannot be doing that. But otherwise, the KO knifing was perfect, making sure the Blade Storm goes offline. And yes, they still managed to enter site and get one kill. But apart from that, everything else is traded. And now Aaron, obviously on Cypher, he's not going to be the one picking up the ops. So in this case, it will be down to Zhao Yu. The wall being used in just one tag, but nothing else.
It's a bit heartbreaking to see Zuchao Gaming do such good round and then fall to a thrifty. But hopefully they will get some momentum back. The first kill is found, traded very well by YH. Triple kill from him!
Oh, and UG manages to get another one through the smoke with only the classic, and they manage to upgrade it, but look at their health. It's looking great, and the op misses it! Oh, they have to be so careful. Now you're not managing to take advantage of the little space I've left, but Aaron will be peeked down. And now, with a shorty, he definitely has a chance there. Just one shot, and even use the Blade Storm, and it's a clutch objective to finish out. Chance had no chance. Honestly, even the shorty would have been enough, but that is still a statement. Zhao Yu, the duelist, no longer getting any help from Aaron there when it comes to entering side. He has to be the one to carry this, and that is exactly what he will do.
Reaction time there from the player of ODG. This Jet, what was insane. He just reacted so quickly when he saw that his teammate was down. The kunai, the dash, and it was over. Headshot. The teammate does not believe it. Just has herself timeout called.
Understandable. Completely understandable. 4-5, maybe. I mean, they're only one round behind, but after such a round, that you also feel like, okay, we're talking about how Zhao Yu had an amazing clutch there, but the fact that YH, in a spot where he has no place to go, still manages to get 3, that is maybe the more important thing to talk about, especially when it comes to a timeout. But you're right, ZCG, they want to take a break, at least for just a minute. And after it, hopefully, if it's like the other timeouts, we're gonna see a beautiful round coming out. But who knows? It's a new map, new season, new everything.
A new day.
It's a new life. And ODG's feeling good.
I don't know about Humike, but I'm very happy with the match that we have here. It's a very interesting matchup to start the Ascension. We're really lucky.
Yeah, I mean, it shows you the caliber of players, the caliber of team. And I love the fact that still there are a couple of plays where you can see they are having fun, especially when we heard the team comms from ZCG. And this is, I mean, the most important thing in Valorant, right? Just have fun. ZCG down to an eco.
And also we see that the players are looking like they have fun. And every time we see the camera, the pass round, they always smile. They're just enjoying the process, and that's very amazing to see. And I wish them to have the best time of the year, obviously. And good luck to the team that will find the spot for the VCT. Luxlix with a good timing there. Almost caught by YH.
No, how was that a kill? That is unheard of. The ult even catching one more. The problem is there is still one more. You didn't expect the third one to be here, but he won't be able to help his teammate. And after all of that, now Winner, be careful. You know there's someone else behind the smoke, and he will not see him. And in the end, together with the annihilation from Deadlock, just as quick. I love that Arkme is on the flank and even he doesn't see anyone because Zayu is just on the complete other side of the map. At this point, he isn't even on Ascent anymore. He's like on Icebox, and the only thing he can do is see if he has a fishing license and try to save in Boathouse.
What a crazy run from Luxless. The swing was unheard of. It was amazing, like just the good pixel, it has it, and then he catches a second one with his ultimate, even though he didn't really have any information. He just go for it. He quickly, briefly saw someone, and it was enough for him. A thrifty for Zuchao Gaming with 4 players still alive, and they're able to upgrade 4 weapons.
A thrifty, almost flawless. In this case, you're right. The fact that they upgrade the weapons means that they basically only probably have to buy a couple of shields. That kill was incredible. And with the annihilation together, you can see Chanza even being aware of a player being able to push that smoke. And well, 5-5, but at this point it's everybody's game. But an ODG once again has to go for this eco, so the best thing they can hope for is this tie, especially when Zayu is just peeking out, but the hero rifle can show you what they can do together with Aaron. And just like this, once again, it's only been 5 seconds. Please, ODG, give me some time to breathe.
I mean, this is a statement from ODG. They're saying, do not mess with us. We don't like it. And they say it very clearly. I think we all understood what they wanted to say. Only Enli is left all alone on the side of Zuchao Gaming. He will obviously not be able to do anything, even if there's 1 minute. He could find a few kills, which would be at least good for his team.
But him spotted out doesn't help. He does get the second one, but still with the spike down, he does have a chance. Is he gonna go for this? I mean, there's only 2 rounds left. He can take this ult orb and then ult the spike.
Oh my
Still
god.
on 9 HP, surely you won't expect him to be able to do anything here. You can see ODG even giving up the positioning of the spike, knowing exactly what the play is gonna be. So now they can break the ult.
He can go there.
Yeah.
He can stay towards B.
Yeah. You genius. You genius! He must have heard them. Just knowing exactly that he can just sit there. I mean, it's still very difficult, but breaking ODG's ankles.
And now
Completely.
giving him 2 kills, and his ultimate was the mistake of ODG, and now you have to do it all again. Only 9 HP though, so do 2 smokes for ODG. Use them wisely, and they will take him down in the end. But a bit of a sweat on the side of ODG. A bit.
I just ran a marathon and I'm not even playing. I'm just casting. I mean, what an anticlimactic end to a crazy, crazy round. A beautiful tile scrunch from Zhao Yu and from Aaron. And in the end, it's a 1v4 that manages to go into a 1v2, but obviously being 9 HP, he had to gamble that they went on one direction. Unfortunately, that's how it works. Sometimes you just gamble wrong. Last round of the half. Winner finally taking out another Odin. The Odin plus op that we've seen on Lotus. And the rest of the team has to just... I mean, Arkme even having to go for the Guardian.
Have a full shorty also, so this could be a good gameplay. Hunter's Fury preemptively used, will not tag anyone.
A shot from Arkme. taking out the op, and that's the cycle being used, even getting the upgrade, and he might just get it, but no, Aaron is just so ready. He knows he is the op player on this team. He knows how it works. He knows exactly what to do. With the Cypher now, the question is, will he die? Yes, and now the problem is all the Cypher util is gone. So it is a 4v3. Look at, yeah, they heard Enly. They know exactly where he was. Now 3v3. But so little utility being used. Once again, the paranoia, as we saw in Lotus, has to probably be the key piece of util here. Shanza already with one nice kill, and the second one from Luxless. And YH, the last one alive, and his end seemingly, okay, it looked, worrying for a while, looked like it could have been their lineup, but no. 6-6. I love it. After 2 maps where it went a bit back and forth and both teams were able to show their strength. In the end, the culmination is Ascent, where they're 6-6, so it's completely tied for the second half.
I'm a bit scared for ODG because Zuchao Gaming have double Sentinel on Ascent defense. It is a bit scary, if you ask me.
You're right, Ascent is usually the type of map where if you get 6 rounds on attack, you're very happy. I mean, I've heard co-streamers and professional players say, like, 3 is winnable, 4 is good. And so the fact that you get 6 could definitely mean something. And as you're right, I mean, obviously, seemingly the double Sentinel will have more value on the defensive side.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what ODG will offer on the defense, obviously. This first half was so high in emotions. Like, we went through everything.
All 5 stages of grief. Denial, yes. Acceptance, anger, everything.
So I'm sure the other half will be just the same. And also what we can note is that we've seen some players that really didn't were shown in the previous map, and in this one they were able to show us some amazing play. So that was also a good thing, is the different hero players than the previous maps.
Especially when you talk about people like Zayo. I mean, in the last 2 maps he's always been they've always had a double duelist comp, so he was always one of the 2 duelists, and in that case, well, let's be honest, Aaron really stole the show, but in this case, he is the only one. So the entire world is upon his shoulders to try and entry his team and get his team, and obviously so far it has been very successful to say the least. And I want to shout out the winner, who has 13 kills. I believe there was even a point where he had 12 kills and no one else on his team even reached double digits. So shout out to him, he's been playing out of his mind. Look at this push. 5 players in mid.
And it's a good bet. No one is here from Zuchao Gaming. They will be like, where is the defense team? There is no one on this side. Okay, just plant the spike and hope for the best. We have no idea where they are.
Once a beautiful shot from Winner. The one I was talking about previously. But he's always also seen a couple of more, and you can see they're even pushing CT, so they know exactly where they can be. However, unfortunately, Zayu already taken out. The dart being used, but quickly broken. Aaron being used, but Aaron manages to get 2, and together with his teammate, it's left in a 1v3, and he even peeks the last one, just in case. Doesn't care. He doesn't care if he's playing Cypher or Yoru. He's just gonna shoot, and, well, he's probably gonna get a 3k. At least.
At least. It's the minimum we can expect from him. A new pistol for ODG, they lost one, but they're back on the track.
Exactly. I mean, considering it was 6-6 before and they lost pistol, the fact that they win this now is always a good sign. And you're right, the fact that they went 5-6, I mean, that is still a scoreline you have to be proud of. The problem is you still have to capitalize off of it. We've had previous teams that only were seemingly able to win pistols, but pistols don't win you games, at least not on their own.
Still a round that should be winnable for ODG for now. Zuchao Gaming does not have anything but pistols. First kill is taken. And not much information gained because Acme only saw one player.
But still, it's a Cypher. Obviously, you're not going to expect a lot of Cypher util, but the fact that the Cypher is gone, that means you can absolutely positively know that you're not going to have anything else stopping you from coming to side. And now, especially with all the last 4 players gambling, that would be the only chance that they have is, well, that's a nice shot onto Aaron, but he was the one guy who had a go. So in that case, it really doesn't matter if he falls. Just be careful. You can only lose 1 more player until you have an economic disadvantage.
Taking long range to really enable the advantage of the guns. UG is taken care of by winner. Chenze falling, only Luxless left. Is just alone in the middle. Shoot fully, only has a ghost, cannot retrieve any weapon.
Winner's
You're just looking for him at this point.
Well, 1 kill and a dink, and I don't think they're going to be able to pick up the gun. It's going to be so close. Oh, barely. So in the end, it will not be... Well, no, I don't think he got it. Okay, so that is 1 Bulldog loss. That's what I was talking about. Okay, so just a bit of economical damage being done on the side of ODG, but apart from that, I don't think you're really that worried.
They did... I think the bonus will be okay. It will not be a... It's okay, I just... It's a great bonus.
Exactly, but there's also quite a bit of money sunk into this round, so maybe next one wouldn't be as good, and it's a beautiful finish, but you still need to hit your shots! The Cloudburst saving his life and at the same time stopping him from getting the kill. Chonze already taking down Aaron from the other side, and so... Come on, Zayu, you need to do something, you need to help your team. There's still 2 players backside. You need to squeeze it, but so far they're holding their ground. You cannot let these 2 guys just wander around. And just like that, a flawless round off the back of 2 players in Boathouse, just keeping it, making it quits.
It's a disaster for ODG. The setup was great, the flash was perfect, but there's a bit of a miss. And in the end, the 2 players just kept alive and did not fall. They're really like annoyed ODG in their attack, and in the end it was a bit of a miss on their side and a bad bonus round.
A flawless bonus round as well, is that? Okay, interestingly. Now, after the 3rd round, I've never seen a timeout immediately after that. I believe that ODG still has at least somewhat of a buy that they can use. But this is one of those pivot rounds where if they win it, the economics advantage flips. And if they lose it, they are then down to an eco. And then you're thinking, okay, 7-8, 8-8, then probably 9-8 even. And then ZCG has a chance of just running away with it.
If you ask me, they are looking great. Mentally, they are a bit on top right now, because the first map was very hard. They managed to somehow win on Bind after a very long 15 to 13 game. And now they're on Ascent, they're on the defense side. The score is closed, so that definitely have a shot, and we can see that ODG are missing some things which they did not do on Lotus. So it's an opening, and with that, a first kill for Luxless.
It's a great way to start. I don't even see the X on the minimap. Must have probably been a nice shot there. But you can see ODG trying to do on the back of that. Zhao Yu has to take a bit of damage for that. But otherwise, ODG has to just see if they can find a kill. Look, I love it. 1 player spotted in long, 1 in mid, and 1 in market. I mean, so many things. So many players being spotted, so they know it's not going to be a push. But now, careful, Enli. You don't want to give them a chance back into this round.
They're trying to find some isolated player, to find some kill, to bring it back to an equal balance. But it's Zuchao Gaming once again, Luxless with 2nd kill. And now ODG only have 3 players, 2 left. Chenze continues the run. Finally a revenge, but it might be too little too late.
And it's at a big cost. I mean, Zijuan down to just 10 HP, had to at least happy to be alive there considering he got dinked by a Phantom. You can see with 20 seconds left, it will be a save. But in this case, look at the credits from the other ODG players. 200, 0 from Zayu, and then 200 once again. So even, I assume they will still buy this, at least if Zion survives, which he doesn't. Okay, now it really seems like they won't be able to get even a single buy here. Especially Baron died. Oh no. Okay, now that is something completely different.
That's what I was saying. I feel like ODG are starting to miss some shots. And they're not as precise and clear as we've seen them in the beginning of the matchup.
Oh, that was it. But yeah, you're completely right. The confidence seemingly faltering a bit. I mean, Aaron is still playing out of his mind, if I can say so, but I mean, he didn't even have a chance. Then also the fact that you see him on Cypher where you're like, okay, maybe he doesn't quite get his full potential, and you look at the, I mean, not a single gun saved, and the only thing you have is a Bucky, and it's on attack. He almost doesn't even get a chance to use it. Zhao already gets taken out.
What do you do at this point? You don't have anything. Yeah, there is some utility, but you have to close the gap with this pistol. It will not be an easy task. There are 4 players in the defense. The buyer even will be invested in this A main, blocking all the players from ODG. They're all here, all gathered.
One can TP across and maybe clear wine, but apart from that, I mean, with pistols trying to break the wall, you might as well just scream out, hey, we're here. I mean, ZCG, now look at all the players. And with the gun advantage, you can see they're just playing to the long-range battles where they have the advantage.
There are not many things as sad as a pistol trying to break a barrier. And yeah, the crossfire and the entry of the side obviously is a little for ODG, the shorty, to close the round. Great round from Zuchao Gaming, really mastering the anti-echo and not letting anything left to chance.
And that's what I was talking about, the fact that maybe if the timeout doesn't really come to fruition, then losing the round, then being on an eco, then assumedly also losing that one. That means that now, I mean, we went from 7 to 8 to now 9 to 8. So, and you're right, and I don't know what the mental of the player is. Obviously, we can't read their minds, but it's really looking like ZCG has a chance to just absolutely run away with this if they keep playing as confident as they are.
This must be one of the last chances of ODG to stay close in terms of score, because they do not have any credits. If they do not win this round, they will have to eco or at least low buy the next round.
ODG biding their time, just waiting. But look at Chonza. I mean, it's been 45 seconds. He still hasn't used a single piece of utility. He wasn't even forced to use the dash. Still available for whenever he wants to use it. And they're just so confident that it's not going to be a hit that they don't feel like they need to use any util until they actually go into sight. And the util difference between ODG and ZDG, I mean, maybe right now you start maybe using it because they're only 50 seconds, but apart from that, Akme decides to push out. It's Annihilation, but it doesn't hit anything. It's a beautiful trade from Aaron. It's a 1v1, even getting a second one. Now the Cypher ult, the neural theft being used, and they know exactly where Andy is on site. But Genzi is there to help him, even getting the second one. And then a 2v3, completely corralled on site, not even having a spike down or even control of the spike. It seems like this might be the beginning of the end, and it will be shorties to take down Zhao Yu. 10 rounds for ZCG. And honestly, I think this might just be directly another eco for ODG. I don't even know that they have the money to even afford another buy.
I don't think they have. I think it's starting to look a bit... Yeah, they're not smiling anymore, ODG. They really know that the game is not going in their way right now. They're struggling to not finding anything The dodge from Annihilation was good, but they do not manage to do anything with it. They do not take advantage of this huge ultimate kind of wasted. Chenzo with the kunite was there to stop them double kill. And they did not find anything on site either. They are kind of missing the shots, losing the duels. We've seen them so precise with utility and team play. And right now on Ascent, it's just not it anymore.
Understandably, the timeout being used now, 10-8, 2 rounds down, and now, as I said, I assume this will be an eco, so this might just be immediately at 11-8. It wouldn't be the first time, and ODG knows, we know that they have the chance to then push this into OT or even a win. But the problem is they really need to do something against ZCG, because right now, with the way they're looking, it's seemingly very tough.
Not many chances left for ODG. And we see that's what we kind of predicted. The defense side is really in favor of ZCG. They lost the pistol, but after that, nothing lost again.
The cyber attack being used to find out where Chenze is, and now the Sova is, or even, oh but no, he still might find second one. He can with the shorty. Oh no. And it seems like, yeah, okay, Zayu gets one, Winner maybe gets another one, but still, even though this is a 2v3, Winner is so low, he still only has a Sheriff, that it seems like surely this would have to go ZCG's way.
And you have to take it down Chenze as...
Never mind.
Yeah, I mean, it's done.
Operator
trying to be retrieved.
And the saver for ZCG, after what looked like a bit of a dangerous couple seconds there, will help his team reach that 11-point mark. And the only way between a map win or OT is just one more round. They only need to survive one more round. I know then they have 12, but then presumably they're going to be on eco again, right? So I only think that ODG has the money for one more gun round.
It's now or never for ODG. They came very close with this Thrifty. It would really completely have shifted the energy of the game, but they did not manage to go all the way. And
Guns are getting smoked out. No chance to do anything with the op so far.
Probably their last buy round. They will try to market. Oh, actually, that's such a great position.
Doesn't even need to. I love the side roll just from between the smoke. Now he knows where the people are. Now he's probably not gonna peek out, but doesn't even matter. Last type attack, and it will get taken out by Yuji. Zhao Yu no longer part of this round, and only 3 players make it 2 as Aaron has to somehow try to gain away from this, and now even Zijuan is to be able to be spammed. And just like that, I mean, I'm sorry that I'm laughing, but like 3 players died due to them being revealed. I love it. And just like that, match point 12-8, and it's looking tough for ODG.
ODG were like, can we please be invisible for 1 second? There was the Cypher ultimate, the reveal, the Cypher trap. Just
the Cypher dart, the cam,
visible all the time.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, it wouldn't even make a difference if they have wall hacks. So they already know exactly what the enemies are when they step into all their traps. Hamza keeping this up. Now at least a blade storm from Zayu. Maybe he has at least a chance to do something. You can see he immediately goes into the corner. Make sure he doesn't get wallbanged from there.
And only bot is Precious Judge, but he's alone on his side of the map, so we may be not seeing it. First kill from YH.
But that's a spike down and the null command. I mean, KO technically be able to pick up. But they need to wait for a smoke here. And okay, that's a nice shot from Aaron. And even the rest onto the KO. Yes, he is stuck there, but I believe he might even survive this. Finally, the Sova ult has to be used to make sure to guarantee that kill. But now be careful, Winner. You don't know that there's anyone behind you. And 3v2, 2 players on side. Zayu with this Blaze Storm has to do something here. But he will not be able to do anything. Aaron, the master of the last 2 maps, cannot do it. 13-8, mirroring the first map. Lotus also going this, but for ODG side, and ODG, unfortunately, after only being able to get the first map, will lose 2-1, and the winner will be ZCG.
Zuchao Gaming managing to find the win after a very difficult first map. They really went from bottom to top in this matchup. First map was very difficult, second map was very close, and third map, they really had the game in their hand. They were untouchable on this defense side. No round lost except for the pistol round. Very well played from them, and we cannot wait to see them tomorrow for the next, not tomorrow, I think in a few days, for the next round. Congrats though to ODG. They are not eliminated. We will be seeing them in the lower bracket.
Exactly, in just 2 days, ODG have the chance to try to fix the mistakes that they've had here so far. As you can see, the fist bumps, obviously all players still respect each other. And I honestly, even ODG, even if they lost, shout out to Aaron, shout out to Winner. I mean, a couple of amazing caliber players there. But ZCG, take your bow, you've deserved this win. And what an incredible way to start this Ascension tournament.
Incredible way indeed. We were very lucky today, and there is another map, another match after this one, so stay with us while we look for a few replays.
You can see the highlights of this map here. In this case, I mean, it will probably, we've had some couple of nice things from ODG, but apart from that, okay, yeah, mostly ZCG. Incredible plays from all of these teams. But still a pretty one-sided affair, especially when it comes to that second half. I mean, it was 6-6 just coming to the first one, so that means that ODG only managed to win another 2 more, and 2 of those were, I believe it was just the pistol and the force buy, right? So not even a single gun round won by them in the second half.
No, not. Who do you think is the MVP for this map? Because I feel like we've seen several players that really had good rounds. It's not as clear as the map we had before.
No, but I think I'm going to give it to Chonza. I mean, obviously, we cannot predict the future. I'm wondering if we're actually right, but I mean, look at the plays. The last 3 plays were just because of him knowing exactly how to use the op. That was something to worry. Okay, that doesn't really count, but anyway, we were a bit worried about, because in the first map he really got diffed in a couple of times in the op battle against Aaron, but here he really stepped up as we listen to the team comms.
It really looks like.
杰特在，杰特在，再草再草。这条我给强了。我没。压了，我去8点。他澳门可能39叫了，回来带个中的行吗？完事完事。F5， F5。黑大黑大黑大黑大。对的。可以，你去吧。Delete。哎，再 kill 上麦。脱帽脱帽脱帽。小小140保安140保安。 保安140，
爆楼器落在 A 区，
一弹，203，30
秒。
下包位，下包位，下边，小。Nice，Let's go！
I told you, Chonza, and now even stepping up his KDA. I believe it was 1.3 in the second map, and now almost reaching the 2-point mark. So almost 2 kills per death. That's incredible, and almost 300 ACS. And even more, I mean, he got basically, with all the first bloods and all the damage per round, basically more than 1 kill each round, which is crazy to think about. Those are stats from like an incredible caliber of player. And yes, I know this isn't tier 1. This is maybe not the highest quality play that you can have, but still, I mean, Chonze doing his absolute best and pushing his team over the line to make sure they get the map win and the match win.
And he's a very new player. He's quite young and doesn't have a lot of experience, so we may be seeing more of him in the next years. Maybe in VCT, even if Zuchao doesn't qualify. So keep this player in sight. Definitely is a strong player.
We can see all the highlights. Some of them are just nice shots, but also a mix of the awareness that he has. And I love the fact that like so many of his kills, okay, a couple of Vandal shots, but then you have Outlaw, Marshall, Op, Sheriff, Bladestorm. This guy is playing gun games. Even the shorty, as you can see, almost used every single gun in the arsenal.
Can play anything.
Yeah, with 19. Once again, technically, Luxless has one more kill. And with the deadlock, showing you how good he is, even when he isn't on the duelist role. But Chunza still deservedly. And winner on the other side with 19 kills. And Aaron with 18. Just quite, in this case, unfortunately, not quite enough to get them over the line. But still, I mean, both teams have shown us that they can do some incredible stuff. Now you can see the first bloods here. In this case, it actually favors the team that actually won, so it's not like the other. And the one flawless that we had in between the post plans as well, where, okay, ODG won 2 out of 2, but those were the times where they even managed to get the spike down, right? So I'm not sure it really even counts. So yeah, you can see the map bans and all of here, and after a good start from ODG Gaming, after so many times saying it, ZCG managed to eke out the win in the end.
They should be very proud because it was a strong performance from them, and obviously ODG might be a bit disappointed with the start they had in this matchup, but they will get another chance. I think we will have an interview later, so stay with us if you want to listen to that. Overall, it was a great match. The next one that we will see after, I think, is DRG versus Thunder Gaming. So a good matchup to come to. Obviously, we all know DRG. We love this team in VCT China, and we want to see them succeed. But maybe we will have an upset. Either way, the winner will face Zuchao Gaming in 2 days in the next round.
Yeah, which will be very interesting for Zuchao Gaming. As you said, a couple of rookies there. Chunza, who hasn't been part of the scene for a very long time. And then the chance of him being able to go against people like Vokashu and DRG, the entire caliber of player that we know that they are, because, I mean, those are Masters material. They have been there before. And yeah, and now we go into the interview, and Bidos, our wonderful translator.
首先，恭喜 ZCG 获得了本场比赛的胜利。站在我身边的是来自 ZCG 的陈泽选手，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 ZCG 的陈泽。
首先，非常恭喜你们获得了揭幕战的首胜。那今天你们战胜的对手 ODG， 很多人会评价他们是一支纸面实力非常强劲的队伍，但今天你们非常成功的完成了让1追2。你觉得今天你们有哪些地方发挥的比他们更好呢？
我觉得
And which ways did you think that you guys did better?
然后就是能发挥自己平常训练的一些东西吧。
心态很好，今天来。
And it's like basically mental. They were kind of like able to bring up a lot of things that they brought and practice.
并且在赛前的小节目，你有提到说，真的非常想证明自己在决斗这个位置的实力。今天在图2，你也是员工重镇的 MVP， 帮助团队拿下了非常关键的1分。那你会怎么去评价自己今天的表现呢？
And how do you think you played today? Like you kept saying that you wanted to prove yourself.
跟平时训练的东西都大差不差。
还可以，
我觉得对自己很满意。
He's pretty satisfied.
也是恭喜你。那图2员工重镇其实看到你们是很有耐心的去化解了对手的攻势，包括在进攻方的时候，对手起出明车，你们也很有耐心的去化解了那几个回合。那其实当时是一个大比分的落后，你们是怎么去扛住压力的？
And how did you make that comeback? How did you like handle that pressure and bind?
不管是大逆分还是大顺分嘛，都打自己的就好了。
大家是有在非常积极的去沟通的。
对。
那最后也想问到，这次晋升赛采取的是双败淘汰赛制，那现在你们先下一城有非常大的优势，有非常大的容错空间，但同时8进1也是非常非常残酷的。想问一下，接下来你们会在哪些方面去着重备战呢？
And what ways do you think you would like prep for the future
一样，
matches?
每天都还是照样训练嘛，然后研究一下下一场的对手，这是最多了。
And he's like, we'll like keep up the practice, and then we have to study our
下一场你们以更强的姿态出现在观众的面前。再次感谢陈泽选手接受我的赛后采访。接下来还有一场精彩的 BO3， 由 DRG 对阵 TG， 让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
Thank you so much for Bidos for the Mandarin translation as always. But until then, it's been a wonderful game so far, but it's not been the only game for today. So as we said, it will be DRG against Thunder Gaming. Unfortunately, we won't be able to cast those two, but I'm sure you will have two other incredible, wonderful casters here. Once again, before we go, I want to say thank you to all you wonderful viewers. Thank you to all the people who have subscribed. Thank you to BDOS, to Fran, and to all the people working behind the scenes to actually make this possible. And until then, Kumquat, do you have any closing words until we go to a break and switch to the other casters?
Not really. Thank you to everyone, as you said. It was a pleasure, as always. I really enjoy casting the VCT China scene and the Ascension also, and maybe some tier 2 one day, we'll see. So it was a pleasure, everyone. Thank you for the artwork. Thank you for the interest for the viewers, and, well, stay with us because
so everyone,
we'll stay.
We're gonna go on a little break. Don't go anywhere. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Kumquat and Mike. It's me, Charlotte, joined by Madante. Dante, I'm excited. I'm very, very excited. And there's so many reasons to be excited right now. Firstly, we've got a banger game. DRG versus TG. We'll get onto that in a second. Secondly, we get to cast together on Project Horizon. We've been waiting for this for so long. And thirdly, there's a community Discord. And that's very, very exciting indeed.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you have ever seen the predictions beforehand and wanted to maybe, lightly bully, of course lightly, it's all in good jest, but if you've ever wanted to kind of talk to to us about how we've came to the conclusions, or if you want to talk to Snow about why particularly he refused to let go of all gamers that one time, this is the best place to do it. So by all means, get yourselves jumped in, get yourselves involved. It obviously means the world toss as well. Plenty of yappenings and such to go on there, so absolutely. Same with if you obviously can. Just watching means the world to us, but if you can spare a follow, a subscriber stuff, you get all the beautiful little emotes that had been worked on very hard. But I believe enough of that. We have Thunder Gaming and we have DRG to discuss, and this is going to be an absolute bop. So we immediately get to start with DRG, and I mean, look at them. We've been seeing quite a lot of DRG. It has
Where's
to be said.
Demon 1? Where's Demon 1? What is this?
I'm sorry to break it to you, for anyone that doesn't know, Demon 1 has left. He has walked away. But, right, okay, you can crash out as much as you want. In my opinion, we still get Vukashu. And Vukashu has done so much for DRG. DRG have very much been considered, the top end of VCT China, just in a lot of performance ways. And Vukashu, nearly enough, is always their best performer on that. I'd say like a good 80-85% minimum.
Yeah, and he's doing it on the Sentinel roles as well, which is... I mean, I don't know if you've ever tried to play Sentinel in solo queue like I do. It's rough. Even if you are popping off, you can't really drag your team. You can't really get anything done when you're playing the Sentinel. But Vukashu, he's just built different. But, Dragon Ranger Gaming, what can we say about this team other than it is a bit of a shock to see them here in Ascension. XLG did just about pip them to the post in terms of champions placement. That is the tiebreaker that meant that DRG were able to come down here, because let's not forget, they were playing in the grand final of VCT China just last stage. They went to Paris, and now they have to fight to regain their spot in VCT China.
Which is this is a massive deal coming as well, because I would genuinely say that, okay, every time, there's obviously a setup, whether we have Ascension, whether we have VCT China, even looking at Paris, there is always something that fundamentally shifts in the meta. There is always one extra thing. Now, everyone knows it's got 4 letters and it wall bangs you, and I'm gonna kind of leave it at that for now. But what it does mean is we've seen now a lot of people really shift the playstyle, and I believe it was Mike that said it previously in the previous set. Go and watch that because it was an absolute banger, where China has always been the let's run it down, and the Odin specifically has always been the stop, don't do that. And seeing how that's, adapting over to the kind of Chinese region now, DRG are ones to have been doing it, or at least they've been kind of testing the waters with it. So we'll see if this is how, off the back of a single gun that some people are complaining about, and I won't say whether they're right or wrong, I won't even get my opinion on it, but on the back of a gun that some people are complaining about, we'll see if it's enough.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing with DRG is that they're coming into this tournament as heavy favorites, right? I mean, what more can you say? They got to the grand finals. They came second in stage 2. They made it to Champs Paris, but their opposition on the other time, definitely the underdogs, right? You've got Thunder Gaming, who, I mean, let's face it, are a very unknown quantity. We don't really know much about these guys, but they've made it to Ascension, so they've got to be at least somewhat good. They have one hell of a first matchup, though.
Yeah, to go against, I mean, some people have always, XLG, pretty comfortably, again, if you just go by stats, XLG, the strongest kind of team performing in the region of China, but DRG have always been up there and always created a bit of a hassle for them, so Thunder Gaming have to now walk in, and I mean, I don't believe, if anyone can say anything, Stardust is a bit of a recollection for me, but all of these players, to me, as far as I'm concerned, brand new faces, brand new to this scene. That does mean, though, if we're doing, because it is, you know, we're midway through October, therefore apparently it's Christmas time. That's what everyone tells me. The Hallmark movie here means that Thunder Gaming are our protagonists. If you want to go from that, the Thunder Gaming are the guys that are the scrappy team that are kind of just put together for the love of the game. DRG are the titans with everything behind them. So if you want to truly get into the Christmas spirit a month and a half early, which I don't recommend you do, but if you're someone that likes to do it, you know what? Thunder Gaming, I think, are going to be your people to kind of look for here. So it'll be really, really interesting to see where they end up placing against not only a phenomenal team, the second best team in China.
Yeah, it's going to be a difficult match for them. But, you know, there are positives to us not really knowing much about these guys. Is obviously it's difficult for us to get information, but it also means it's difficult for the teams to get information as well. We were having this discussion beforehand, Medante, about what kind of map pool we're going to be seeing here, because I mean, for DRG, we can guess they're probably going to be first banning bind. It's what they've been doing for a while now. They were doing it at Champs as well. They do not want to see bind, and you know, for everyone at home as well, that's probably going to be a welcome treat. We got, what was it, 28 rounds of bind earlier. I think maybe we can let that map rest for today. But in terms of everything else, I mean, who knows? You were positing that we might see a corrode coming on in, but again, we're kind of basing that off of only the preferences of Dragon Ranger Gaming.
Yeah, like we very much are kind of going for what DRG go for. And here's the thing, Thunder are very fortunate, you know, as you said, Charlotte, you know, they don't really have, you can't really prep against them. That means you don't know if you need to ban something specifically. Thunder Gaming could absolutely have the greatest abyss anyone has ever seen, and we will only see it right now. That is what we're kind of looking at. DRG don't really have the capacity, and unless you are playing super risky or you are happy with the other 6 maps in the pool, just kind of going, we want rid of Abyss pretty early on, but especially before like any map picks come through. Risky decision, not necessarily one I dislike, unless obviously Thunder Gaming haven't heard of Abyss, in which case then it's awkward. But you know, well, that's something you can consider.
Yeah, for sure. The other thing as well is the last time that we have like a record of Thunder Gaming playing was at the end of May in the Pro Division Season 4, right? So it's been a while since we've seen this squad actually put mouse to mousepad, and even then, you know, so much has changed since then that this is still basically a brand new roster, like a brand new team to come on in. But I will say though, my one player that I will be looking at is going to be Dale, who the IGL for this team. That's the player that I'm really going to be wanting to sort of look at. How are they playing? Because we've seen it before, you know, Fnatic in the finals of Masters Toronto, that if your IGL isn't doing much in the server, then even with their brilliant mind, it can be difficult to actually get yourselves into the game. So he's really the player to watch for me. But when you have, like we've been saying, Dragon Ranger Gaming on the other side, it's going to be difficult. But I hope they have themselves up for the challenge. But I don't know. Medante, you're someone that famously loves the underdog.
Yes.
What are are you predicting a Thunder Gaming win here?
Predicting? No.
Okay.
Predicting?
No.
No.
What are your percentage? What are the percentages here then?
I mean, at this point, it is kind of flip a coin, but it's slightly weighted towards DRG. I'll just drop it in and say kind of a 60-40 might get me crucified by DRG fans, so maybe a little bit lower than that. But you know what? I'm really happy to throw out some love to Thunder Gaming. I really am. There's quite a lot of there's so many variables that we could, you know, speak about. Again, we don't know the map pools exactly. We don't know how they have adapted to this. DRG have as many books, as many kind of play-by-plays written about them, because all you need to do is look up on any sort of streaming service, any sort of highlight reel. There's DRG doing something. There's DRG with a setup, with a plan, with an execute, with an angle that they particularly like to hold. Thunder just kind of walk in, and who knows? They could maybe be 5 people that just like to hold mid on, you know, Haven 13 times, and if you can't deal with that, or if you're just not ready for a team to respect you like that, that could be something. Are we going to see that? I hope not. That would be ridiculous, and I wouldn't be able to cast that. I would yell too much. But that idea of just everything here is such an unknown that DRG as well have always been the team of momentum. If they lose a couple rounds against the unknown, they rely on, as you said, you know, the IGL always needs to be the one to kind of reorganize the team, you know, compartmentalize, get that mental looking, you know, solid again. We see Thunder Gaming just get a couple rounds off the back of just, you know, an incredible play, one awkward angle. We'll get to see how it goes. And speaking of how it goes, here's the map pool for us. Yeah,
Bind, first ban. Not exactly unsurprising. But we have the Sunset, we have Ascent, and then, I mean, you mentioned Haven almost on a whim as the decider. That's where we're going to be going, map 3. Should we need a map 3? I will say, things are kind of pointing towards a 2-0, but there is hope here for Thunder Gaming. Obviously, Dragon Ranger, they just came off of a fairly disappointing Champs Paris. Obviously, they couldn't play with Fukashu because of visa issues, so they had to have Demon 1 step in, and everything was very, very chaotic. So, in some ways, getting eliminated from Champs at the earliest possible opportunity could be interpreted as a good thing for them, because then it means they've had the maximum amount of time to prep for Ascension. But when you look at the other side of things, the confidence is still going to be knocked from that, and you know, they take a loss in the grand finals of China. They take 2 losses at Champs. Suddenly, you know, we say that this team is a very streaky team. They need to break that streak of L's in the column.
That's exactly what is required of them right now. And as you said with the map pool, we will be getting into, you know, of course, in just a moment, to yourself as well, of course. You know what, you can't flirt with the staff, but we'll take an exception. But ladies and gentlemen, we are here on Sunset. Oh no. Oh no. Okay, right, okay. I say this with all the love, as the resident Sage main, I believe, of Project Horizon. It's a mistake to pick Sage! It's really a mistake to pick Sage. She doesn't do enough right now. She has had her buff. For anyone that doesn't know, the res is quite a lot longer. I think that's doubled, and the wall can now be raised up 15 meters. But you've got Thunder Gaming here on a very... I mean, you've got raise and such, yeah, but it looks like a defensive composition.
Yeah, this is the... I would be happy with the Sage if we saw another Sentinel alongside her. Like, even if it's like a deadlock or something, but as a solo Sentinel on this map, I don't think she really offers enough. Maybe they're hoping they can just tank their way to a victory here on this first map. But of course, it is DRG's pick. So, in that sense, you know, perhaps there's a... You know, you're expecting DRG to find more success here, but they start themselves out on the defense, like you said, Medante. This is where we expect this comp to thrive a bit more, just because, you know, of a Sage, you have the double smokes as well. DRG, they want to start this quickly towards A.
Don't give the kind of that controller aspect any sort of vibe. Of course, it's not literally controllers, but don't give them any sort of, you know, space on that site. And to be honest, Thunder Gaming, I kind of like the fact that they have went for that more defensive side, and you can see there's only one member in the form of Flexing kind of holding this backline. Fukashu's now helping him out to sort it, but maybe it's been a bit too slow. The gunfight's not quite working out. It's an excellent retrade on the frag there, and this lurk from the side of Uella would potentially find its mark here. Ackerman here, very much ready to push up. The Frenzy's not great at this angle, but Ackerman can certainly make it work regardless. In the 3 versus 3, Spike has ticked down quite considerably now.
Yeah, DRG very much in the advantage here, and Ackerman again lets that Frenzy sing. now, just these two players. The wall to try and block things off, but not going to be enough. Leo, even with a double, is still going to fall, and the round is still going to go the way of DRG.
A very, very dictated, a very kind of deliberate, let's just kind of push down mid, but very slow for that sort of aggression. Very much, the idea was there in like half C, I would say, where what you would want to do is kind of rush down that mid, force your opponents into kind of clear out the defender side spawn, and then you have Uello getting that value on purpose and getting that value a lot quicker. Having a 4-man lurk down mid that slow, it just means that DRG can use all that time, buy all the time for the spike to take down, get all the positions they want, and then you're kind of scrambling to make it work. And it seems like it's kind of happened again. You've got 3 players all conga lined up the mid, and meanwhile a completely empty B site.
I don't mind this on an eco round to go for some kind of gamble, but the stack still toppling here to the guns of DRG. Cashew there to lock off the final 2. It's nice, it's crispy, but really you couldn't have that round going any other way.
Rushing it down mid. I mean, hey, I said that for Haven, so I just got the wrong map. I did say, what have we said? What have we seen Thunder Gaming do it? And they have done it twice in a row. As you said, the economy's not there, so that is to be expected. But even still, 1 kill with no bomb down, and Dragon Ranger kind of understanding already how Thunder Gaming are playing in this kind of clumped setup. We need to see them act a bit more split. We need to see them act a bit more control-y, which we are kind of now seeing, to give them their credit, but is it going to be able to keep up with the momentum? You're dealing with, again, a Neon and a Yoru who are going to try and force their way onto this site. Can you adapt?
Perhaps an early attempt at some conditioning there, but Spirits rushing in on this Yoru. Takes down Dale. The IGL falling in the sight under the hands of Dragon Ranger Gaming. Spirits still low, but now shut down in market. Xiaolele, the one to find that kill. The Cashew again wants it back. The weaker guns are doing work as Ackerman now getting involved. The Stinger in his hands, and Nick has to spot onto Xiaolele as well. Leo, 1 against 4. All he can do is just save this Vandal. A successful bonus conversion now for DRG, stamping their authority on this match already.
Market very much open for business, but it has had a rebranding. They've kept the G, but the T has very much been replaced by that DR, and it has been very clinical. It's been very clean. I mean, Vukashi obviously landed that headshot with the Outlaws. Nice. Speaking of landing a headshot, that is clean, and the res is online for Leo now. Now, this is a big deal. Regardless of what I have to say about like Sage and the slow orb and the wall and such, in my personal opinion, again, despite her being my favorite agent, I just don't think she gives enough anymore. Rez is still the strongest, one of the strongest ultimates in the game. Having the ability to just make, a refrag essentially irrelevant is a really, really powerful ability, but it depends purely on how TG want to play this. It depends on the angles they're going to take, and again, I say it's a powerful ability if TG can make that work. DRG, a very seasoned team, are going to make getting that res super difficult.
Yeah. The range, like we've been saying, with the buff is longer, but in some ways that just sort of extends the baiting ability that you can have with it.
That's what I thought when I see the patch. I was like, great, I get to res people an additional 5 meters away and then get the frag. That's what I thought. So maybe that's what Thunder are thinking right now.
I mean, I doubt we're gonna see Resurrection used in this round, just to save and Xiaolele to fall. Again, the entire western side of the map now in DRG's hands. Spike plant should come in.
I mean, yeah, you've got everywhere now worked out. Mid fully cleared. Tiles has the Cypher Cam and the tripwires on it. You've got the delay from flexing to come through main and main and hall. Sorry, not market. So you also know market's clear. Literally the entire west side, and this is a slow rotate from Thunder Gaming. That spike's been ticking a good 10 seconds at this stage, probably more. I get that, you know, you don't have much to work with here, but you need to kind of force something to happen. Otherwise, you're going to be stepping into an entire team. It's a good first frag. Need to get a little bit more. The paint shells are thrown out. Vakashi's just going to cut down U1. You've got that, you know, the Sage heal. Not really relevant if your allies are dead. And yeah, the aggressive swing. It is a cleanup. Some frags go the way, but consolation at the end of the day.
Yeah, there's still 3 rifles kept through to the next as well for DRG. So really, the economic damage isn't really there either for Thunder Gaming. The 4-0 start, and this is where we need to see TG get on the board. Here, they'll have a bye again, and that means that they should be able to get something done here, and if they don't, well, the half of the map starts to run away from them. There's a timeout called as well. They really, really want to get this round because they know they need it.
This is necessary. This is absolutely 100% kind of maybe not do or die, but your win rate goes from like maybe, I mean, let's say Thunder Gaming, we're already kind of at a disadvantage. Let's say 45%. Okay, we'll drop down to 35. We'll say my original stat. It goes down to like 10. It genuinely goes down by like 25% if you cannot get this round. If you get 5-0'd, especially as well because alts are now online. So if you lose this round, you're almost certainly losing the alt battle, which means you have even less utility to work with in the further rounds. And if you have less utility to work with in the further rounds, which we've already seen haven't gone your way, and especially with the way Thunder Gaming have been playing, which is super, super kind of reserved and patient, how do you build that momentum at any point? How do you, build that confidence? How do you build that understanding? Because right now, DRG, 3 ultimates, very strong ones at that. And Zalele, while Sun has that Hunter's Fury online, TG don't have much to work with at all.
There's an element of fear here for Thunder Gaming. They're playing reserve, they're playing back, but it means they're giving DRG so much space to work with. This time, Leo, walling off the entrance to site, B main. Bots too, but now the segment taken away as well, so he feels stuck here, and DRG just grouping up mid.
I feel so nostalgic looking at that Sage gap.
Oh, yeah.
It's been so many years since I've seen that on a stage. I feel so nostalgic looking at it. But again, they have the information, and then you've lost the Sage wall, you've lost the slow orb. The rotate's going to kind of take some time. And what I have noticed from Thunder Gaming is, yeah, they really want to keep these positions for as long as they physically can. And I don't even want to say arguably anymore. I just think factually they're taking too long for these rotates, especially with the information given.
Yeah, the A site under their control. Waiyu, though, with a kill. So the 4 versus 4. This is the chance, opportunity now for the defense. But Nick playing ahead of it, flexing as well. They swing together. They fight together. And Ackerman in the mix, finding a kill through the smoke. This guy's nasty. And the round goes the way of DRG yet again. Still yet to get off the starting blocks for TG.
Dimensional Drift. Yoru is a Sova drone with so much more potential. And when you've got Sova as well backing him up, there is a lot of just forced positional change. There's a lot of... TG are very much trying to kind of dig their heels in. They want to hold these positions, and DRG are that seasoned, are that aware. They know which fights they want to take, they know which space they need to really, push TG off of, and they know which space they can just fully give up, move on from, they don't need to worry about. And at the moment, that has very much been the case. The Hunter's Fury, the kind of Hail Mary all the way from Market. It's enough, actually. Waiyu, good for 2. Can he find more?
He forces the Nightfall out from Nick as well. There's real fear here for Thunder Gaming, and Flexing gets shut down by Leo. Vakashu at least takes down Raze, who has been doing work, and oh god, he's activating again. He's so dangerous, but now shut down. It's just on Nick. A 1v3 made a 1v2 straight away. Still a minute to play with. He's got the spike in his hand. And players, they're going to face him, and they're going to shoot him down. Finally on the scoreboard. Still 5-1.
Yeah, I mean, the blood at the very least is no longer, you know, I would hardly say we've bandaged the wound. There is still quite a bit of bleeding that needs to be covered, but again, you always got to take that first step to kind of win the race, so that is a start. If there is one thing I'm going to say again, and this anyone at any rank, if you are Sage with Rez and you take this swing, you are not playing Sage correctly. That is a swing you cannot take as a Sage. If you've got Rez, you've got your teammates. Use them as meat shields because you can bring them right back. And the longer that Leo kind of sits on this Rez, the less time there's going to be an opportunity to get any value off of it. And speaking of no value, the show has very much already stopped for YU1.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some ridiculous showstoppers in the previous series. Every single time someone shot a showstopper, I was surprised about the result. So it seems like maybe some of that chaos will be continuing, though the gate crash out of there. Spirits baited the utility perfectly, to his credit. Now, the minute's still on the clock. Just over half the rounds remaining. DRG, they're still contacting here. Now to focus up through mid and towards market. They really want to end B.
Oh, and oh my days, Leo actually, that's a beautiful shot, but the B is looking like where this is going to end. 2 frags for the way of DRG, all that control towards Boba. Yes, YU1's in the corner, but
oh my god.
Yeah, he's going to get pushed out of that from DRG, from that control down towards Boba. No concern there, and no Hunter's Fury now to kind of kill time on the plant with only 20 seconds left. That could have been a pivotal moment, but it's a 4 versus 2, sorry, retake for the side of TG, and already flexing, coming to join his opponents in Boba and maybe share a nice beverage with him.
Oh god, okay. I thought he was about to whiff all of that.
Okay. Yeah, I also did. I also did.
Everything's fine. Spiritsy won though. I mean, it just continues with where he left off in stage 2, really, with just killing literally everybody. A 4K in that round as well. It's such a nice transfer. Oh, not even a transfer, just expectation of the play, and that kill onto YU is ridiculous. And so is that one. So, yeah, he's just getting up to the old tricks, basically. And very much a momentary blip in the timeline there. DRG back to winning ways.
Very difficult for PG to find anything. Again, they've got those kind of powerhouse ultimates, the Showstop and the Hunter's Fury, but, you know, they were all burnt a round or 2 ago. Meanwhile, Nightfall is coming back online for the side of Nick. Deal has yet to get a kill. You were the one that mentioned it, that there was going to be some kind of necessary, that Deal would be the person that you had your eyes on, Charlotte, and at the moment, not quite able to get anything done. Touch too far at the moment, the Sage Wall. We are seeing the difference that kind of range increases came through, but let's face it, it's hardly going to make the difference when Bukashu and co are already running it through market. You can absolutely wait out the Sage Wall, or if Flexen's impatient, which he absolutely is, he'll just teleport on top of it. It's good for one, Deal at least with the clear out through it, and okay, with only classics, they're kind of fighting back.
Yeah, but they spotted out Leo though. Maybe he tried to go for the revive there. Ill-advised, but swinging into the player. Upgrades aplenty here for Thunder Gaming, and YU's on the flank. Oh, the Sheriff! He misses the shot, but now they're aware of this positioning. Zhao Lele with one. Akaman has to save it all, and it won't be. Dale, a 2K, his first 2, but pivotal, crucial kills. Keep TG rolling.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we finally say that caster buff exists? Can we finally say, you know, yeah, can we finally say that caster curse is no longer a thing? Because yeah, that was really clean, and that was honestly really great from Thunder Gaming. They understood that DRG are just kind of taking the position, forcing all of those kind of usual angles. So we are going to play tucked back. We're going to play these crossfires really, really religiously, and it worked out perfectly. And they're trying to do it again, but Akaman not really giving them the time to do so. That is a fast double for DRG.
One thing that worked in the previous round was Thunder Gaming playing their positions on the site. Now they're trying to play ahead of things. Xiaolele, good for one, good for the second. Shut down by flexing. The advantage very much in the hands of Dragon Range Gaming now. Dale stepped up in the previous to find his first 2. More than double his total here to keep PG some kind of win streak. Teleport is in towards Elbow. Expecting, creeping forwards here. At this point, potentially opting to save. He drifts away from the site. But my point there was that Thunder Gaming in round 8, they played their positions on the site, and that was a difference to what we'd seen before, right? They, instead of falling all the way back and giving the whole site for free, they sort of allowed DRG that first step in, and because of that previous conditioning, they thought they had the whole site for free. They got a bit too greedy for what they actually had. This time, Thunder Gaming tried to play things a lot further ahead. You could see they were at that choke point towards A main, which they've been playing a lot, but now they're being punished for this positioning. So potentially just not quite with that support network that they needed, and not quite recognizing that quite exactly what gave them the success in the previous.
Yeah, there's very clearly a moment of okay, very clearly, again, we get to see everything, so of course it's kind of obvious to say that. Like, that is true. But like, your point is still incredibly valid, and it is a build-off that we've seen that Thunder Gaming, if they play very far back, they don't give up the site. That's key. They do not give up the site, but they do play back these very far back angles, because DRG are a tried and tested team. They know they want to clear as much of the site as possible. They know they need to clear these kind of awkward angles. They can't afford to try and get the spikes down with only like half of the site clear. But when you're playing that far back as Thunder Gaming, all of a sudden, that means you get to kind of take the fight a bit more on your terms. DRG aren't getting the opportunity to do the refrags as well. You're getting the opportunity to play the crossfires a bit more. And I'd like to see that be done. Of course, Nightfall comes down, Deal has to back up, and there is already now flexing in that back line. So again, probably going to be too much, a touch too far for Thunder Gaming to get this. And meanwhile, look at one member still all the way in that A elbow.
Yeah, what is the idea here? Well, he's got the ultimate, I suppose, so the spike hasn't actually been planted yet here from Nick. Finally rooted in the ground, and Xiaolele falls first. Dale also pressured here in Boba. Leo fighting back, answering with a return, and now UA ulting to join the team. Resurrection comes on in. Advantage now for Thunder Gaming in the man count, but the site still in the control. Spiritsy1, he's eating the snake bite. It's crazed work, but a 3 versus 3. Now UA finding the kill. Flexin still in the backline, still entrenched, but now the last one left. Shorty in his hand, up close and personal. Can't get it done.
Okay, Leo. It took some time. But a 3k, a res to back it up. Excellent utility placement. I was a doubter. I said I didn't think it was possible. And hey, prove me wrong. Happy to be incorrect if that's the type of scenes we're going to be seeing. If that's the play that we're going to be, watching, if that's the development we're going to be seeing, absolutely continue to make me incorrect, because that was really, really clean. That was excellent reswings. That was excellent patience. That was excellent positioning. It was also excellent shooting. Leo very much, just finding that moment here. A bit of a fortunate shot, let's face it, that run and gun. But this, the awareness, the understanding, knowing you've got your teammate, and oh my days, can't even glaze because we're already onto the round and Ackerman is already out.
Yeah, you have been punished in this spot before, gets the boom bot out, and now being pressured, still finds a second, but even trades, and Xiaolele with a double. This round is chaos. We've seen 20 seconds of it. And Vikashi's left 1v3. Nearly with the spam there through the box. Spike not in his hands. So it's going to be a difficult fight back, and you can see the triple high low, well, it's more of a high middle low at that point. Now Xiaolele starting to get curious, looking towards elbow as well. And TG, if they lose this, it would be miraculous work from Vikashi.
has done it before. Is the scariest part. Vukashi,
Yeah.
there's one man from DRG. They have had a clutch factor. Again, one of the clutchiest teams in all of China. And it can occasionally come down to this man. Here we go, 30 seconds left. And TG's reliance, or TG's kind of hesitation, I should say, might actually be able to support them. The swing comes through here. The timing, Leo just cutting deal, or just cutting Vukashi down as deal falls. Okay. 7-5? Possible?
Maybe. Maybe.
Oh my god. Okay.
Wait, I think, I mean, especially after the start, right? The start of this game was very, very rough. But Thunder Gaming, they're starting to fight back here. That's such a nice double kill from Zhao Lele. And Thunder Gaming potentially back in with a chance. DRG, though, still content not to use the timeout. And again, the 5 push through mid, where they're going to be opening things out this time around.
This has been just one of the most sudden shifts of entire atmosphere I've ever seen in a game of Valorant. Just in how all of a sudden the players, like DRG, the way the splits are coming through now, the positions from TG, I mean Thunder Gaming, we see the Viper's pick come through. It's very late. You know, of course it is the last round, so use them or lose them. Vukashi here trying to do his usual lurking shenanigans, but honestly, Thunder Gaming, and what I was saying was a bit weird, you know, that kind of refusal to give up the space. This time, maybe working out for them. Vukashi, though, equally strong-headed, doesn't want to give this space up yet. Can he get the timing on the deal? Or will it be a touch too far? It does look like it's going to be a push deal. This is everything! He doesn't quite find it. The overdrive gets popped now. And Leo in the back of Boba gets absolutely zapped down. And the spike going to follow along. And I said 5-7 here, flexing as well with the work on mid. Okay, Shillelagh, an excellent shot, but a 4 versus 2, surely not.
I mean, you'd certainly think not. Fritzy one up close again, the stinger up personal, but it's Vukashi instead. Another 3K from that man. How good does it feel to see him back with this roster playing on Dragon Ranger Gaming? I missed this at Paris. No offense to Demon 1, obviously, but there's just something different about watching Vukashi play.
For a man who is so comfortable on the Sentinel, he does not shy away from a gunfight. He really does not. He will happily take those fights, and the lurks that he does are always so insane. Like, even whenever he's not getting the most pivotal frags, because there is definitely an argument to be made that, okay, well, if your lurker is kind of your top frag, who's to say that you're having, you know, incredibly pivotal kills? But then you've got this. You've got the Outlaw. You've got gunning down 3 people in mid, all the way off the back of that controller. You've got setting everyone up like Ackerman, like Nick, to do what they need, or even setting up Spirits. You know, there's so much that Vukashi is doing at basically all times. This man was built for Cypher.
He absolutely was. I just don't know. He's just different. He's simply built different. But this is the thing that we were saying. DRG come into this as heavy favorites. And, you know, there were a couple rounds where Thunder Gaming looked like, you know, they were fighting back. But mostly they were built on ultimates and then, you know, damaging the economy enough to get things going. And just look at these stats from Vukashi as well. It is so impressive what he's able to do on this Sentinel role, like we've been saying, but really it has also just been a team game from DRG. Everyone has been putting in the work, and another player that I kind of want to talk about is Ackerman. I feel like even throughout the DRG run in Stage 2, he didn't really get to showcase what he was made of. Potentially there were still some question marks surrounding his performances, particularly earlier on in the playoffs. But right now, 11-7, he is doing so well for DRG, and this performances just keep on selling him for me, really. But as things stand, TG, they're going for the 4-stack B main, and they'll pick to rejoin too. By for Cam Vukashi. He's the lone anchor on this site. Now Nick coming to rejoin, and Spirit T1 also to assist. Spike plant coming on in though. UA finds first kill, and an advantage for TG.
This is very clean. Very nice initial execute from TG. Very different sort of style, you know, especially from how passive they were playing beforehand. But this time, oh no, okay, they've seen what DRG were doing, and they kind of said, okay, we can match that. Oh my days, though. U1 is sitting there trying to back up Jalele, and instead just doesn't really find the timing here. There's 2 members set up on me, and Ackerman here being as much out as he can, and oh my days, the Omen out of the smoke, Flex and shuts it down, and Deal is going to fall. And that's the difficulty with setting up towards that main. If the Omen isn't dead, you are going to burn.
It just feels like Sunset is a map that Thunder Gaming are not confident in. I mean, it's been so long since that B main post plant has really been a not valid idea, but a valuable idea, I suppose. I mean, okay, that shot's ridiculous. By the way, from Spirit T1. I didn't quite realize that's how it turned out, but yeah, I don't know, it just feels so archaic to be sitting everyone all the way back in main like that. And, you know, you can't ping through smokes, there's no box to hide behind. The understanding of the modern way to play Sunset, perhaps not quite there, but for DRG, the gunfight's coming alive, playing things well. Now with the advantage yet again, in terms of the weaponry. And it's another 5-stack towards this B site for Cashew. There's 2 kills with the Outlaw.
Make it 3. He's able to get out. Okay, never mind. We'll get painted a brand new picture towards the back of Boba there. Leo with shooting with the classic, actually. It remains to be said, but you've lost a lot of your entry here. It's still far better than what we've seen TG doing when they were having their lower buys on the defensive side. 2 kills is something, but it will still be a very quick cleanup from DRG, and that puts them at 10-4. The advantage very clearly for them. And as you were saying, Charlotte, it seems that TG may be operating off of a very old manual that they have picked up and dusted off, and a relic of the past, shall we say. Sunset has moved on. Sunset has very much changed, and to be honest, that may even be why the Sage pick has come through.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think it speaks a lot to their defensive play as well, you know, vacating the site. It very much feels like this isn't a map that they are the most comfortable on. But it's also not their map pick. DRG are obviously going to be in the advantage here. The Outlaw this time doesn't find purchase. The full shields on YU, enough to keep him alive. And the heal from Leo as well gets him back up to full.
I mean, that's a big deal that, you know, we haven't even really brought up. I mean, Sage has a heal. Sage literally can bring you back, you know, not literally from the death, and, you know, get yourself some damage kind of renewed. Oh, speaking of damage, Nick actually maybe was going to get away with that stinger shot, but meanwhile towards me, and honestly, Thunder Gaming, okay, they're not down. Well, they may be down, but they're not out just yet. There is still signs of life. They can still take these gunfights here. Ackerman has a lot to do. That's an excellent start. He does get the upgrade because of it. Still has to deal with 4 members of Thunder Gaming, and I was about to say, you can kind of see the Yulo and Leo leaning towards that B main angle, and they've decided, no, we're not going to make that mistake again. We're all going to get ourselves crossfires for these setups. A much stronger positional play, a much more awkward set for Ackerman to try and take. He is, oh my god! What the hell? He can't do it, no way! The relay ball comes through, the timing surely, but the slow orb now, he knows where Leo is. He's tapped the spike, Leo finds the shot, but I am sorry, ladies and gentlemen, what was that from Ackerman?
There's no world in which that should be happening. I need to see this again. slowed down to like, I don't know, 10%, so I can understand what just happened. He was in a 1 versus 5. Let's not forget. It would have needed to be an ace. And this third kill, what on earth is he pulling out there? I mean, in the end, and the crazy thing is, at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Perhaps, okay, yeah, you've got a couple of Guardians now for the attack. I suppose that's some damage, but I mean, that was your that was your bonus as well. And why you? He just gets 2 with it anyway. Thunder Gaming. These last couple rounds have just been ridiculous, Medante.
I mean, right, again, does anyone remember? It feels like so long ago whenever it was 5-0 for DRG. And we just kind of looked at Thunder Gaming as, okay, we maybe just need to move on to Ascent already. This time, a little bit different. It's a good shot from Spirit Z, but the refrags here, they're on point now. They're feeling a bit stronger. And if Leo's able to get the spike down, it concerns me that Jalele is the one that's got it up and is holding it right now. Still does get taken down. Bukashu put down to 5 HP. Oh, the tripwire not able to find its mark just yet, but the spike needs to go down. It really should have been the Sage, because you've got a res that you're essentially giving up now. It could be the difference between winning or losing. Flexing, getting ready for swinging, but knows the spike hasn't been planted yet. The actual double rotate here has been played to perfection, but we can't find the shot. Fighting back and forth, it's all down to this, and Zalele's able to take his against Bukashu as well. A massive, massive deal.
Yeah, and they have the revive for the next round as well for that ultimate. 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. This is looking like a much better half for Thunder Gaming, just in terms of getting that snowball, getting the ult cycle in your favor, and just getting a hold of the economy. Those kills are ridiculous. Why you didn't even really need to adjust himself to find that double. By the way, I need a second. If one of these teams could take a timeout, that'd be fantastic. Just so I could have a second to process these last 2 rounds, but instead we're chucked straight into the action here. I mean,
there are no breaks. There are no breaks for the players. There are no breaks for us. There is no breaks for the audience. There is no breaks for anyone at the moment.
That's a nice Sage wall, actually. Look at this.
Have you never seen that Sage wall?
It's got a nice angle, and
yeah.
Medante, I'm looking at the ult points here. Dale, 1 away from Viper's Pit. Zhao Lele, 1 away from Hunter's Fury. Yue, 2 away from his ultimate as well.
Yeah, I mean, all of a sudden, this is a low buy for Dragon Ranger Gaming. Now, we have seen how they play their low buys. They play them very, not passively, but it's very much down to, you know, kind of one moment to change it. Spirits here is the Reliant, is the Factory, can't quite get the shots. And now it's down to the rest of DRG, but Ackerman here, this is the explosion we were talking about. And look how quickly it crumbles.
Well, this should have been the gimme for Thunder Gaming, and instead they find themselves in a 2 versus 5. There's just 20 seconds left, no spike control. And yeah, this one's done.
Yeah,
that's
it.
Done. 11 to 6, a 5-round deficit now re-established. And part of me wonders whether that could also be any chance of the map slipping through the fingers of Thunder Gaming as well.
Thrifty.
DRG now just 2 rounds away from taking this whole thing and going 1-0 up in the series.
I would say we're looking, you know, towards the kind of the beginning of the end here, but DRG don't have a lot of ultimates to work with. They've got the Dimensional Drift, which came online obviously from that beautiful shot, which may be the most relevant. Dimensional Drift is such a strong piece of utility. I could actually see it getting nerfed in terms of ult points. I could genuinely see it becoming a 9-point ultimate, just due to how useful it is, how much value it can get. Of course, it is only at the highest level of play that if we do see it get that value. So from just a sheer impact in the overall game, but we've seen how good, you know, the highest tier players can make that Dimensional Drift. It is such a powerful piece of utility, so it may be the only one that is quite needed. Spirit has popped it. gain all the information. And in fact, because of that, you can see everyone rotating towards B. You can see all members of DRG are fully aware that it is a B push. Leo's got the first kill, though. That's a big frag. The wall goes up, and everyone onto the site. Showstopper finds nothing, but at least the spike's going to go down.
The Cypher Cam's still up as well, so a bit more information on where exactly that spike plant was going down. Vikashu has the knowledge, but the team doesn't have the man count to have an advantage here. YU now spotted in the corner, and Ackerman, he's going for it, trying to isolate these fights. Nick, there's the trade, and the second as well. The Stinger doing massive work, and now the neural theft coming through from Vikashu. The round turned on its head, and the ultimate Hunter's Fury not finding success either. One way coming out from Flexin, and he's making it do work. Dale left alone, 1 versus 3. The snake bite gets something done, but his gun is just not quite enough. Map point now for Dragon Ranger Gaming.
One more onto the breach for DRG, and another point to bring up here. Of course, we're not moving on from Sunset just yet, but I would like to say that if Ascent is your map pick as your first map pick, that tells me that Thunder Gaming are very much relying on the most fundamental of fundamentals to try and get these wins. You do not pick Ascent so early unless you're either ridiculously confident in Ascent or that's just what you need. Like, that's just what you need is kind of that saving grace, because teams are very comfortable in Ascent. A lot of teams know how to play it. You're not going to surprise anyone with very much on Ascent unless you've got a really wacky composition. And DRG, they're kind of showing why this composition works and why Thunder Gaming, they might need to update the strat book to something a bit more modern, depending on how this goes. And that could be the final nail right there.
Absolutely good. You falling. That's your duelist. The tip of the spear now removed, and well, the man disadvantage as well. Still got a minute to work with though, but even still, 2 players here contesting A main. Really close up actually. It's Flexin and Spirits E1. Shalele gets the trade onto 1, but Spirits, can he get the transfer? Yes, he can. I mean, that should be happening in the revive. It's all in vain. A pentakill to close out the map. And, well, it goes just about the way you'd expect in the end. But for a few rounds there, I did start to get a little bit nervous, Medante.
TG certainly did show that there are... I don't even want to say moments of greatness, because I feel like I say that a lot. But what I will say is they showed a decent amount of confidence to kind of fight back. Maybe belief in themselves. There wasn't much of a change up in their plan. And while sometimes, okay, that was very clearly an issue, we did see it work a couple times, you know, very well. You know, there was at least, I believe, 1 flawless from Thunder Gaming there. Potentially, you know, quite a lot of work done off the back of that very reserved, almost arguably scared play. But if you are able to kind of make that work, if you're able to give yourself that bit more confidence to do these swings, then yeah, you'll be able to get yourself comfortable. Of course, DRG very much the favorites, but so far, I could see Ascent going DG's way.
Yeah, I could also see Ascent going in a different direction. The main concern I have, though, is that we either need to see some better retakes from TG, or they need to stop giving up the site so much, because that was, I think, my main gripe with their defending here on Sunset, which again is the site that they picked, is that they gave that space far too easily, and DRG, once they were set in, it was just far too difficult for them to overcome.
Which is not a sentiment you want to take on to Ascent. By the way, it is not a sentiment that you want to move on. That sort of pattern of, okay, we're giving up this space a bit too early, or retakes. I mean, okay, when you're doing that, okay, no, that doesn't count. Everyone, shut up. That's wild. But what we're going to do is hear the teams and how they chatted just as they got the rounds.
左边，
没有，听到没有？堵了。市场门没关了，没关吧？没关。
出不来啊他，能 TP 能跳出来。
我死定。堵。不是，I got。one more。 都在 CT， 都在 CT， 我 CT， 我 CT。
左边一个。我也是，我在哪？
往 ！Nice， let's go。Nice。哇呼！
那后边，
三个。全白，左边全白。
我来他，没事。
来。
还有一个 CT，
往，吐，别看。CT 一个，很小道，你看。两个。
我的大好了。
滑到了兄弟。CT。Let's go。
Nice shot, Takuma.
Yeah. Yes, bro.
What? Yeah, say thank you. What? Yes.
Who else but Fukashu to be the MVP? I mean, this man is simply a force to be reckoned with.
3.0 KD, 283 ACS, 203 damage per round. Remember, that is close to 2 kills per round. 95% kill participation. There is only that voodoo that Fukashu do, as I've heard people say, and it really is something to be admired. And we get to see how quickly, these shots come through. It's always the positioning, clean. The ability to refrag, clean. The aim is clean. Everything about Fukashu has basically always been close to flawless.
Yeah, I love watching this guy play. And I mean, Fran, our producer, said it in the air. This is what we were missing in Paris. Potentially with Fukashu there, we'd be casting XLG right now. That could be the difference maker, but you look at the performance that not just Fukashu is putting in, but really the whole squad. Even Nick, as the lowest fragger, still didn't even go negative. This is a roster of shooters, and up against Thunder Gaming in that first map, it just felt like there was maybe more than one skill gap between them.
Certainly there's a couple, you look at the stats and you kind of go, okay, there were some, FE moments that you certainly don't want to replicate. Of course, it is only map 1. It is down to, of course, how you adapt to that. But, I mean, when you've got 11 First Bloods versus 8, and even those kind of rounds that you don't get, you didn't rely on the First Bloods. And then, obviously, Charlotte, you'd brought it up. The diffuses versus the those kind of follow-ups versus actually making that, converting that into a round win. Not really there.
Yeah, absolutely. As soon as DRG, they got the site, it was basically wraps at that point. They were just so good at locking themselves down in the site. And as soon as you get to your defense half, you're basically doing that the whole time. So, it is a very difficult situation now. Because like you said, we go into Ascent, Medante, and I mean, this map is even more about the retakes than Sunset is at times, so we've got to see some better protocols here, right? I mean, surely they picked it too.
I would hope so. One thing that we can kind of rely on is I assume the composition will be a bit more the same, because the composition in Sunset from TG was a bit personally, and I think we kind of seen that reflected in the gameplay. But that will be all in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be jumping just for another short wee break. Get yourselves fed, get yourselves warmed. If you do want to yap, of course, the community Discord is there, so have a little yap about what you think is going to get on, and as well, the predictions and stuff will be coming back online as well once we do. So we'll be right back after this short break.
Welcome back, everyone. It was, at times, a crazy, chaotic sunset, map number 1. But perhaps Ascent will be a little bit more smooth sailing. That's what we're hoping for anyway. We want to... I still need to get my blood pressure to go back down after some of what we saw. I mean, that Ackerman round? What more do I need to say? What more do I need to say, Medante?
You don't need to say anything. That round spoke for itself. Now, Leo, to be fair, while it was hype as, Leo actually did still take the win for TG. So it was impressive stuff by both of them.
Really?
Yeah, to do arguably a highlight of VCT Ascension so early, only for it to not result in a round win is a bit heartbreaking. But it resulted in a map win. At the end of the day, that's really all that DRG can hope for. And now we move on to TG's pick. Although it is Ascent, which something tells me DRG, I think they might be a bit comfortable on. I don't think this is any sort of counter pick, surprisingly enough.
Yeah, I don't think it's a target pick. That's for sure. The last time they played Ascent, actually, I'm trying to find it. It has actually been quite a while. They haven't played it. Oh no, here we go. A 13-6 on the 2nd of August. That's the last official that we have on this map. But that was against XLG, who, you know, are a good team. We know that they're pretty good. They beat Sentinels at Champions. So, you know, maybe things to take from that. But TG are going for the Sage again. But this time, it's Dale on this agent. Leo moving over to the Vice. So a double Sentinel look here. As for DRG, they're doing kind of what we expect from them. You know, Ackerman on the Clove, which is average Ackerman things, and I'm going to not comment.
Hey, I'm going to comment. I love Ackerman on the Clove. I think Clove's actually I think Clove is a bit underrated on Ascent. I still think they are very comfortable on the pick. The double controller setup with Omen as well. Very, very clean. I mean, I don't think I hid my facial expression saying Sage again. But what I will say is there were at least 2 Sentinels. There was at least the backup of Vice.
It's the Fnatic comp, kind of.
Yeah, the double Sentinel, and we know how that we know how that went. It went for the greatest comeback VCT has really ever seen, and Fnatic seem to be the absolute kind of follow-throughs of that. We'll see if potentially Thunder Gaming can follow in their footsteps. So, of course, we've got Deal now on the Sage. Leo's actually moved over from the Sage to the Vise. So, getting that kind of double Sage setup is... or having 2 players that can get a Sage coming through, I guess. We'll see what's happening for it. But in the meantime, it's already a pretty quick B push. The Vise wall is going to get baited out. The flash comes through, and Delele the first to fall.
Yeah, Spiritsy won there. Vikashu as well. They find the kills. Nakaman as well. Thunder Gaming stunted on the approach into the spike site. Oh my god, those shots are just nasty.
Yeah, not open for business is B site, and this is where the difference is. This is why Fiad has actually started to really find some love on Ascent. She's really only good at countering B site, in my personal opinion. I think A site, you can get that little angle with the crane and such, but you'd rather it just be a Sova dart. B has enough little angles where you can find a lot of value from the haunt, which we've just seen. So you've got quite a lot to cut through here if you are TG, and I appreciate that we're not immediately taking the time out, but I would like honestly just to see Thunder Gaming off the back of how quickly that B site collapsed. Again, you do have to worry about only Vise, which is honestly not that big a deal for Ascent. You know, you're usually having to deal with a bit more, and speaking of having to deal with a bit more, you notice that Thunder Gaming haven't even looked at mid, and DRG have very much come, invited themselves into their spawn.
Yeah, oh, there's the kill as well. Potentially looking for a penta, because Leo's found a double over here in B lobby. He's got a classic in his hand. Meanwhile, elsewhere, he's absolutely popping off, and well, someone got the last kill. Not entirely sure who, because I don't think it was Spiritsy one though. That's all I can say.
Let me check. Let's check the kills, shall we? Oh no, well, ladies and gentlemen, we can check the replay itself. So Yeah, I mean, oh, incredible shots from the Guardian there. 3 very nice ones to follow up, and yeah, it's Nick to take it away, which I think is why we've seen the kind of the arms go up, the slight why? But it doesn't matter. You get the frag. Spirit Z on a tear so far. 7 and 1, absolute shining work, and yeah, I really don't think you. No, okay. I really don't think you need to point out any more kind of hesitation other than TG are stuck in mid or stuck in their spawn without any information on mid for that long that Spirit's able to do what he did. Yeah, you have a team that aren't comfortable.
Yeah. Galele 0-3 on that Sova roll. Hasn't really had an opportunity to get into these rounds. Just that outlaw shot from Vukashu. Takes him out swiftly. Spiritzy one up close here inside a tree as well. Oh, shoots the clone, and well, that's actually enough for YU to find the kill, but well, Flexen's here. Now they've just got a different player to try and take down, and Dale does it. IGL against IGL, and Sage wins out.
Big deals, and getting the Vise, getting the plant down. If you're working with these Sentinels, like you're working with quite a lot of pivotal ultimates here. You've got Leo with the Steel Garden, you've got the Res, Dimensional Drift, you've got the Hunter's Fury. These are all very important key ultimates that are very much, entire round game changers. Prioritizing who gets the spike down when it does go down is such a micro decision, but it absolutely affects everything going further. So if Leo can find a frag and get a bit more, he sadly does not. Deal, on the other hand, though, able to hold down door, and Nick with a stinger, it really hurts.
He's just so good with that weapon, but now Dale left alone. Oh my god! Sprays them both down and clutches out for the bonus win.
Again, the only agent I feel comfortable fully backseating on, I wouldn't have minded seeing the res get popped right there, just for the economy. I would not have minded seeing it come through. You're only in, what are we we're going on to round 4 now, I believe. You've got a lot of space to get that ult back online ever since the buff, and this is what made me speechless. That shot is just an outlaw shot through a smoke like that. Vukashu, it does not care about smokes. He never seems to have, and he does not care about taking the words out of my mouth. And the main fights have been very, very aggressive with the Fade Haunt Eye been figured out. Maybe it'll be a bit easier, but be a lot harder if the Yoru diff is going one way at DRG.
Goodness me, YU has not been able to get a foot into this game so far. 1 and 4, like you said. Thankfully the revive can come on through, and with the Sage Wall as well, Leo.
Okay.
Reading that, it's so nice from Thunder Gaming there as they fall away from this B main position. They knew that Spirit Z1 would go for the spam on the revive. So they get Leo up on top of the wall so that he can find the counter trade, because they're not expecting him to be there, because they're fully just pre-firing that down player. It's so nice. We saw another play like that recently as well, and now TG fully in the ascendancy here with this round. A 2 versus 5 now for DRG to try and fight back from.
A very, very risky fake from TG. Not necessarily going for it at all. I think, well, obviously it was the right play because they've managed to do incredibly well here to get the spikes out, but that was a very delayed lurk through the mid afterwards. Normally you kind of get the fake ultimate and you require your team to just capitalize on the other point. You need to, use that distraction, use that timing, because the longer that you don't push off of an ult being used, the more info you give to the enemy that it is a fake. Leo, though, with an excellent frag already up, trying to rebuild the Steel Garden as quickly as possible, and he will fall, but the frag is good for it. And yeah, at least Thunder Gaming able to find those frags on the mid, and importantly, Leo, the entire reason this round opened up for Thunder Gaming the way it did. 4 members, still alive, all guns in hand except for Leo, and okay, even scoreline, still possible.
Yeah, Such a nice shot there. And again, I feel like I saw it recently as well. I can't remember where, probably at Champs, where you know, you have those teams, I think it was in B main actually on Ascent as well, where you bait out the revive with a player just either on the other side of the wall or on top of the wall to get a kill and essentially trade out your revive with a kill on the other side. Now Thunder Gaming, already 2 attacks here on this map. They look like they should be able to get a third here, but guns really not in DRG's favor.
How many times have we said that? And DRG.
Well, that's
only...
also, yeah, that's true actually.
Not necessarily disagreeing, but DRG do always have a habit. Granted, it is due to kind of mistakes on other fronts, shall we say. It is due to kind of mishaps on different angles. This time though, U1 just walking through. The Hunt does get a tag, and Nick gets the frag to back it up. Spirit Z1 as well with only a Sheriff in hand. What was suddenly looked to be such a pivotal, such an easy win. Now all of a sudden, do or die 2 versus 1. Spirits can even get a gun with the Dimensional Drift. All control for him. He knows where Leo is as well. Leo, clutch or kick, I would say, but that's a hell of a performance to do just that.
Oh my god.
Oh. Oh.
Well, that was close, wasn't it? Bloody hell. I honestly was the transfer there, he looked on for it. He looked on for the transfer, just not quite enough. And yeah, like you said, they have a habit of winning out these rounds they shouldn't, and it's all on the back of Nick. This 3-piece here at the back of Generator gets DRG back in the round, buys the time for the rotations to come on through, but also gives them the advantage to work with, that they can play around to find the success. Spirit C1, a lovely Sheriff shot as well, gets his ultimate online, gets them the information that they need to win it out. Very, very nicely done. And we keep saying about DRG, oh, that kind of round isn't replicable. And then they do it every time.
Behold the replicator-inator. And that is exactly what it does. It replicates time and time again. DRG, known, again, the kind of the thrifty stuff, or I guess more the clutch stuff, but they are known as just that consistent. And when you have a team so consistent, yeah, you believe, and very accurately so, how could a team, you know, reproduce such results, and they do. Because they are that confident in each other, they are that confident in the setup, they know what they want to do, and Thunder Gaming, glimpses of that of course, but you know, this is essentially one of their first times ever on a stage this big, and they have to go against a very big name, so no surprise if it gets a little bit shaky. I say that as the fight for B site goes one way, the fight for A site still ongoing.
Spirit C1 though, too many targets, too many places to look. Fukasho isolates the fight, has the flash as well, that's broken. There's a little bit of information now, the 2 versus 2 to come on out. A medal as well being sent down by Ackerman. Take some of the HP away, but they just don't quite know of these player positions. The teleport comes on out from the shadows. UA is all the way across the map. This is dangerous to Xiao Lele. His position's being read. Like an open book, Vukashu deals with him. Now just 45 health, 25 shields, totaling 60 here for the Omen. That's all they need, and they know how close they are to each other. Ackerman may be expecting this. And there it is, the kill in the smoke. Gets it done. DRG, they just keep coming out on top, Medante.
What can you say? They never are out. They will always, you give DRG an inch, they will take an entire continent, basically. And I think, is there any more literal showcase of that than getting Flexen to just go to B site after, you know, with 15 seconds left with the ultimate, and then forcing that retake all over again? We brought it up that, you know, Ascent is so much retakes or those holds are so necessary, and DRG, realizing that, have just gone, okay, you were able to do it, you survived the initial gambit on A, congratulations, do it again on B. And unfortunately, that was just a bit of a touch, too tall an order for Thunder Gaming.
It was. This is bold from Flexen. He stays alive. TP back into the corner. UA wants to make Flexen think that he's left, but with the smoke coming up now, he does retreat away from that position. Leo over here in B lobby, he knows that no one's pushed out, but information there, I think, gained from the defense.
DRG, they don't have too much to control mid, and this is the big thing. You know, Thunder Gaming haven't really... They haven't looked towards mid too much. They've given it a couple of glances, and then there's been a fight, you know, up towards market, or DRG has taken the fight and mid and kind of walked away with it usually, so... Thunder Gaming seem completely dissuaded from trying that mid push, despite the fact solo Sentinel Vise does usually mean that mid is a pretty safe angle. What is a safe angle? Is Flexen in wine! The torque has been popped on 4 members. Can we make it a 5th? The champagne will actually get reclosed for Flexen, but at the very least, it will be Ackerman to continue to pour the drinks for DRG.
Oh, I mean, I know it was an eco, but it's soul crushing to see that kind of play for Thunder Gaming. You know, that is a tilter. I mean, it's really nice from Flexen. Let's don't get me wrong, he's played that so nicely, but Thunder Gaming, you're on an eco, you're on the attack, you can't expect to win, but that kind of play being pulled out against you is a tilter. You need to regroup here for this round, and well, Dale, he's been able to find one, you as well, and Leo. Ackerman keeping himself up. Spirit C1 in the corner. Ackerman needs to find a kill here. Lester's ult will be for nothing, and he's just taken down anyway, but killed in return. A 2 versus 2 now. Leo answering back to Cashew. We've seen 25 seconds, Medante, and we're in a 1 versus 1.
I remember, right, remember what I said about mid? Why was, all of a sudden, yeah, TG were right, and DRG thought, yeah, DRG and TG both went, you're actually so right, let's just create an entire bloodbath in mid, and one member, both Vises alive, both with their ults, both with everything kind of to their name, Vukashu deciding to hold down the box in B main. Meanwhile, it's Leo all the way over on that A side. The Arc Rose, I believe, yeah, has already been set down, so of course Cashu's ticking away on that at the moment before he can replace it. Spike down, a Steel Garden. It is just straight 1 versus 1 at this part. The Razor Vines get popped, the Arc Rose for any sort of information where Leo could be. Granted, will probably time out by the time the rotate occurs, and honestly, you couldn't really go for any more of a cinematic run.
The shear wall's been triggered here, and Leo, he now knows he's in main, but oh my god, what a shot that is to find. I was about to say he's given his position away, but it didn't even matter. The shear wall getting triggered there is what gives that position away, is he exits to the A site. Or exits from the A site towards A main. But the shear wall had been popped in response when Vukashu exited towards B lobby, so there was at least some kind of idea from Leo that that's going to be the angle that Vukashu pushes from. The mind games upon mind games coming on through, and it's Thunder Gaming to come out on top.
It's a big deal. I also want to very quickly point out Flexen trying to teleport into the back of your opponent's spawn to shoot people in the back of the head. I'm so grateful that he tried for it, and I'm really glad that he did not get away with it, because we've already had one tilter from his excellent positioning in Wine. We really don't need a second one of him just appearing in the back line of TG. A free round for it indeed, and the pacing here has been very different. You can see, I say that as Spirit basically is about to walk into his death. Leo very much warmed up now. A lot of Thunder Gaming actually understanding DRG's pace, how they want to play this, and they're countering it very, very well.
Yeah, they're expecting the aggression now, but it means they haven't really gotten much control. Now A main being explored there by YU, but he teleports back, and Flexen, I think, should be aware of this, especially when the smoke falls. Ackerman's up close with this judge, though, and that's dangerous. finds one. Jumping around the corner, spots more, gets a second, now dips away. He's got backup from Vakashu. Just like that, they fall like dominoes. UA on the floor, there's the horn. He's finding one, but it's just too difficult a task.
That's so brutal as well, because you had the Sage res online, all you needed was that refrag, and Vakashu was originally nowhere near that point of engagement. Spirit Z was the one who had pushed up all that distance, and that's the difference between DRG. If Spirits gets picked, or if any other player, I believe, gets picked that early on, from such just a cold read like that from Leo, you would very much believe, okay, there's no way we can afford to have someone else sitting at that close an angle to try and go for a one and done, especially if you're also against a Sage res, because likely how that goes is you get shot by the judge, refrag, you res, and then you're all good. You've gotten 2-player advantage off of that, and you've not lost much for it. Vakashu, on the other hand, though, along with Ackerman, is more than enough to say, it's not a one and done, it's every single one of you, and then this round is done.
Yeah, interestingly, it's taken 9 rounds for the first timeout to come on in, but I think this is a good time for it, because from this point onwards, I'd say anything that Thunder Gaming get in terms of rounds is a bit of a bonus. Right? Obviously, you're attacking on Ascent. It's going to be tough, and they're going to know that coming in. So potentially more of just getting the squad more mentally fired up again. After a few close rounds, it can be quite taxing. For Thunder Gaming, I think perhaps maybe 4 would be the minimum you'd want. You can get away with 3. 5 is great. 6 is fantastic. But it's a full B main fight so far. Spirit C1, he's trying to pressure on through, but it's 2 kills in response. The Sheriffs doing bits right now for the attacking side and flexing. But isn't able to find anyone with the spam through the smoke. The revive as well. And the full roster online again for Thunder Gaming.
Guns as well. Pillaged from the corpses of DRG from Spirit Z and Ackerman. They tried it a bit. They tried that aggression again, and this time Thunder Gaming more than happy to weather the storm. Able to adapt towards it, get the value out of the res, and at the pivot towards A site though, little do they know it would actually be the mistake. You've got 2 of probably the greatest ultimates to have in this situation, Nick with Nightfall and the Steel Garden to kind of prevent any of those guns being at all relevant. The patience while Deal's heal gets back online puts you 1 all the way up to 100 again, and honestly quite a healthy team going into this. It's 1 person to hold, but if you look at who that is, of course it's Vakashu.
Yeah, again, he's a super anchor at the best of times. And, well, there's barely any time left for Thunder Gaming, but he falls. And the site now under their control, it may just have to be a save here from DRG, and indeed, Flexin has his tail between his legs, and Nick is exploring through mid as well. Looks like maybe they're just going to hunt for exits here more than attempt the retake.
Very likely story, and very, very respectable to try and do that exactly. It would be nice to see... It'd be nice to see Thunder Gaming kind of hunker down, obviously, until the spike detonates, which I think exactly what they're doing. They understand that DRG do kind of excel at if you swing into them. It's very rare that you're going to lose the fight, but speaking of those exits, speaking of those angles, Flexin finds 2 through the wall.
It's filthy.
Oh, it's so harsh. The smoke goes down, trying to find any other kills. Flexin going down to 3 HP, nearly sacrifices his life for it, but a decent amount of economical damage, and the fact that we've not seen any full round win streaks at the moment, that's going to be relevant.
Yeah, still a decent amount in the pockets for those 2 fallen players though from Thunder Gaming, so I don't think it's going to be a problem in this round, but obviously you look towards future rounds, there could maybe be something that comes from that. Xiao Lele support down to like 400, 500 credits. So keep your eye on that one if Thunder Gaming don't find the win here. But Spirit C1 yet again going for the aggressive peak. And he comes away with the goods this time. 13 HP, but still alive.
All that matters. Brings down Sage as well, so no heals online for Thunder Gaming yet either, so potential extra damage, you know, theoretically of maybe 200 done, depending on how those heals could have been utilized throughout the remainder of the round. And the big deal is, you know, you've got that push up from Spirit Z, and Yuelo's kind of sitting there all the way back towards that angle that Flexing got a frag on, kind of doing anything you can do, I can do as well. But you know, DRG not really going to fall for that dimensional drift. Spirit getting a bit of information, manages to pull himself out. Nightfall as well, actually falling from Nick. I really love the idea, but the fact that no one goes off of it at all, it is just a time killer. May be enough. 30 seconds left on the clock.
It's information too. Gets a tag onto, I think, a couple of players as well. So you might know that there's still that exploration of mid. Bukasu and Ackerman here over on B. They have the sound and they have the Steel Garden as well. Weapons being taken away, but the Classic still gets the job done. Ackerman in the smoke. Judge finding its mark and reveal onto UA as well. It's good for it. And Zhao Lele is not long for this world either. DRG keep the checkerboard pattern going and win out the half for certain with a 7th.
Backs and forths and backs and forths, and DRG deciding to give up that mid. Thunder Gaming trying to go for that angle, but it is into the Viper's trap. It is into any sort of utility that you would need to worry about. Steel Garden is such a nightmare to have used against you proactively in that sort of style. When you only have that kind of 10-15 seconds, you don't have time to wait it out, which means you're at that gun disadvantage. You're not going to be able to fight judges and smokes. You're not going to be able to take those longer angles. And when you've only got 10 seconds, you're also a man down to the spike planter. So a lot of things that are just not really working out for Thunder Gaming. And while close, no cigar.
Indeed, and again, it's a slow start from this round for Thunder Gaming. They're expecting, yet again, those more aggressive looks from DRG, and it looks like it's coming here towards Cat. Flexing with the jump, and Spirit C1 from mid as well. Finding the kills, Hunter's Fury towards this mid area. Leo at least spans back for one. The A site is empty, and Thunder Gaming, tails between their legs. They are running, sprinting towards it. But now they've got Spirit C1 on the back lines.
Kind of trapped yet again. This is what the strength of DRG has always laid in. We've seen it a lot on map 1. We've seen it on Sunset. We're seeing it a lot here. But it doesn't matter if Leo's just going to run Spirit Z absolutely down. The Sova drone comes through. Nick has been spotted. A little bit more information has been found. But when you've got... That's a very kind of long hide away. You're essentially... Leo at this angle... kind of committing his team for a 2 versus 2. The angle will be great posthumously. May not even be required at all. Nick has so much to clear out now. They know where his position is. The spike is still ticking down. He has to win essentially a 2 versus 1 and then a 1v1. And Jalele will not even let him get that far.
Fantastic discipline there from Leo as well in main to just not get baited out by that first tap from Nick. He just... remains, he knows that his job there is to simply stay alive and then, you know, potentially be called into action should they hear a tap on the spike. But that's not required, that's not necessary. So he just waits for Nick to take the fight to the 2 players underneath the bomb site. Really, really nice work and a great recovery from TG yet again. A 5-7 half, I suppose, on your Ascent attack. That's pretty good. They should feel quite confident, actually, heading into the second half here.
And they are running what, you know, was a bit more, you know, that double sentinel and such to kind of do that going through. Yeah, very, very clean indeed. Moving on to the defense side, yeah, as you said, Charlotte, that could be the big deal. I mean, that's a big deal as well. Flex and being able to do that. We'll see if anyone from DG can match that. I think we could have a possibility of it. There's definitely been from how Sunset started, there is a lot warmer players we can see here. There's a lot more confidence. Gunfights are absolutely not as one-sided as they were. Could be a different vision here, and DRG, they cannot afford to let even 1 or 2 rounds away in this early side of the second half, because if so, look at those stats. Leo, absolutely a literal thorn in DRG's side.
Yeah, indeed. He's just been doing so well. And again, it's the Sentinel players, Medhande, that are impressing us so much.
Some of them get bored. Some of them get bored. What can you say? Some of them, they can follow the protocol, they can do their lurks, but they want to be included. They want to make a statement. And the fact that they are making such statements so confidently on this back and forth is an absolute joy to watch. But Thunder Gaming, yes, okay, they've got the ideas, they've got the kind of defensive setup, the double sentinel, but you've got Spirit Z on that Yoru, a player who basically doesn't have bad days, who can force any position that he so pleases. PG, you're going to have to still answer for a lot if you want to take this to Haven.
And do you want to know what else is ridiculous? Leo is the only player positive on Thunder Gaming with 15 and 9. Every other player, you can see it on the right-hand side of the screen, every other player has 6 kills.
Okay, I knew it was a bit of a...
I don't know how that one works out, but...
Yeah, I did not realize it was 4 players, all the 6 squad, and then Leo, I guess, deciding to be a bit too cool for his squad. But, I mean, again, if you're performing at that sort of level, absolutely, I think Thunder Gaming are more than happy that he's not joining them on 6 kills. Otherwise, the scoreline would be very, very different indeed.
Yeah.
And here's the thing, the Sage Wall has went up. It's burnt a lot of time, yes, but 45 seconds, and there's really nothing else on this site other than a hope and a prayer. Well, there's a lot more things on this site now, but unfortunately for Thunder Gaming, it is DRG themselves.
Yeah, indeed. 5 players essentially in this area, and yet again, Thunder Gaming, they've gone for that group up in the pistol round, and DRG have been able to figure out where they're not and plant the spike. Much needed pistol round, you'd think, for them, but an even trade first of all on the entry in. That's a brilliant flash from Fukashi, but even still, TG find the pick. Ackerman low, still trying to fight. Nick backside, 1v3, made 1 versus 2, but you shuts him down, and Thunder Gaming get the pistol.
Big deal. And very well done. Honestly, like, a retake there is difficult, but that's what we wanted to see more of. We said that was the weakness back in Sunset. We even seen that it was a little bit of the weakness, in that initial opening half. They were able to cover it a little bit, or, that initial take, I guess I should say. It wasn't the retake. The initial takes looking a bit smoother by the end for TG, and now we're seeing a bit more confidence coming from them. Now we're seeing understanding of the positions they need to look at, where DRG are going to be, how they break that mold. And with a pistol round on the board for them, I would say they're on. They're looking well to win this next round, but it is against DRG, so maybe best not to point that out anymore.
Out very early on as well. It always makes me scared when DRG are on an eco, which, I mean, partially, I mean, this is China, and we've got that reputation, right, of the China eco round where the team on the eco always wins. But I mean, there's a reason that joke is about. It's because it happens quite frequently.
That's not even really a joke. It is just, at this point, it is just an observation that thrifties pop up a lot more often in this region. It is the same way, if anyone watches kind of the Middle Eastern specifically. Absolutely terrifying with sheriffs. I think you give them vandals and such, you see kind of more misses. Sheriffs and such, those absolute headshots for days. And speaking of what that was an excellent use of the Haunt, an excellent counter of the TP, and Nick with a classic and a dream taking down Jalele, but a very strong retake potential here for Thunder Gaming.
YU has this outlaw being healed up as well, thanks to Dale, but DRG just mow them
What?
down.
What?
What just happened? What?
That was a quarter of a second. That was
Yeah.
a quarter of a second. That was. I don't think a single body had hit the floor before the round had ended. That was insane. How quickly DRG just all three of the swings, and that again is another aspect of DRG's kit. PG believing they had the space, believing, okay, well, DRG are obviously going to have to play, very kind of passive. They're going to have to set themselves up for these angles because...
That's ridiculous.
Yeah, they're going to have to set themselves up for these angles, otherwise you're going to lose. Otherwise, if you try and swing, those angles proactively with the worst guns, you lose. And DRG says, are you sure about that? Does the swing and does it absolutely phenomenally. And Thunder Gaming, seeing the momentum... It was an interesting map setup to say the least, but Flexen, okay, not able to walk away with his life would have been very charitable from TG if they'd let that alive. And speaking of charity, the fight's going on still towards this A main. There's no patience from anyone right now.
The thing is, Spirit C1 is here in A main, expecting Dale to swing. Instead, leaving, potentially giving the rifle over to Leo. Yeah, picking up the Bulldog. That's a brilliant flash. Spirit C1 isolates the first, knows the second is behind the box, and headshot through the wall as well. It's just Shalele, Sheriff in hand, and well, this time the Thrifty will not come through. 9-6, DRG extending their lead, and yet again starting to really set themselves out as just the team in the advantage.
They're refusing to let the momentum fully slide the other way. There are no snowballs being formed just yet. No, I brought up Christmas earlier, but there'll definitely not be any time to form those, at least just at the minute. The back and forth between these two teams, the pace kind of matching that from Spirit C is just that flick, that knowledge, just to try and get that clear is absolutely filthy. And yeah, the back and forth here, no fear from either team at the moment, despite how these things have got the timing from U1, but Bukashu, whether it's a Sheriff or not, he can still find a frag. Meanwhile, the Dimensional Drift has done all the work that DRG could possibly ask for them. They've got A site yet again for essentially free. TG, with only 2 members left, fighting for their life to get onto this site. Not much utility left to do it though.
Flexen's up close with them. He's going to try and swing for this. It's a beautiful flash over the top. And that pretty much seals the deal. DRG, you can see they are having fun. They're enjoying themselves up on the stage, and that is always the scariest. The most dangerous version of the squad is when they are having fun. It's a nice shot, but yeah, you can see the kills are just flowing far too easily right now. The Dragon Ranger Gaming. No one heard the voice crack, don't worry. We didn't hear it.
Well, no one heard it until you just brought that up, and now I'm sure there'll be a clip in a few seconds, knowing how our fans are.
Yeah, who am I to speak? Let's face it.
Look, it does happen to the best of us, and you know what? There's still enough room for DRG here to crack. Yes, does it look likely? Oh, okay. At the moment, they do seem very locked in. They do seem like they've started to understand fully how Thunder Gaming are playing, how to meet the momentum. But if you've got people like U1 landing shots like that, tagging Ackerman out, and that's an awkward angle for Clove, let's face it. They don't actually get any smokes on that either side. So they have one less piece of utility to work with. Another one of Neo, and Yulu can do more, but the timing from Spirit C and Flexen, GLA can't help out either. What could have been a monumental round gain has just collapsed for TG.
It's still Leo though. Gets to find a kill in this half. That's the concern for me. Add 2 to the tally here. That's all you need to do. From 15 to 17, the close creep forward in towards the A site. Spirit C1 just has his number straight from hell and sends him straight there.
Absolutely flawless. What? So close. But this is another thing where DRG, TG and DRG are honestly very good at mirroring each other. These kind of setup, these stacks, you know, these fights, the engagements are all pretty similar with each other. You can see the frustration on Thunder Gaming right now because if, you know, a swing happens a half second later, if the angle is just, you know, a couple pixels different, all of a sudden the frags go a completely different way. UE1 getting pushed off of B main, not able to find a shot, and the op has now been given away. The Razor Vine getting broke at the very least, so he's able to keep this control. There's no dimensional drift yet for Spirit Z, but he's got plenty of rounds to build it up as the push onto the B site. It starts and stops just as quickly.
Cheerwall comes on up too, but Cashew and Flexin on the site. Oh, one of those players has been taken down. Flexin flashed out, but still surviving because Nick bails him out. A 3 versus 2. Dale, I don't know if he got the spot in towards Ackerman's position. I believe he has because he's waiting for it. The headshot now through the wall taken down. Nick, well, this would be a clutch for the ages. A 1 versus 3, an ace. Get DRG on series point. Doesn't really have any utility to work with. Just a Haunt on side. Leo spotted some spams on through. Two players here in this position. Dale's fallen, but you ain't behind him. The snake in the grass. That's all it will be for Nick. Just the consolation kill. However, there's still such a long way for Thunder Gaming to fight on back here, Matante.
It's certainly looking a bit more like clearer skies at the moment for DRG. It's certainly looking a bit brighter for them now. They've managed to find the gaps. They've managed to adapt. And, you know, Thunder Gaming, they are doing things of their own, but that big fight there, Nick survived just a bit too long. Or sorry, Nick was able to bail out Flexin due to kind of how the delay and the swings worked out. That fight lasted just a bit too long. The Hunter's Fury not finding any frags, a bit of damage on the Spirit Z, but he's really concerned about that. The dimensional drift still online, and we're looking at the economy here, sacrificing everything for a judge. Really not what you want to be doing when you're 1 point off of series point, when all of a sudden every round can be do or die. And a lot of ultimates also coming online for DRG. Thunder Gaming at the precipice of defeat unless they can pull out a miracle.
Surprised we didn't see a timeout before the previous round. Now it looks as if it will be facing match point where Thunder Gaming take their next tactical pause. As the dimensional drift on towards the site, taken down. Leo bounds on through. Again, Thunder Gaming, they have to retake. They vacated all of this space. The dimensional drift in response, though, to try and force them forward, get that information. Flexin here on stairs. Spirit C1 forced away thanks to the paranoia, but Nick fighting back. Shalele finding the kill, but Flexin, Nick, they get it done with Vukashu as well. 12-7, match point now for the team that went to Champions, that has played in the VCT for 2 years. Not quite the reigning Ascension champions, but I mean, they won it in 2023, and it's a fantastic start if they want to try and do it again.
We did say how this team are able to replicate everything, and maybe a replication of that victory back in 2023 is exactly what they want to do next. Their composure is just very clean. Their timing is just very clean. Thunder Gaming are just... Their executes are good. They're just a second and a half, maybe a bit too slow. There's a second and a half hesitation, that pause, and DRG will not let you take that time willingly. Leo trying to take some space away from Vukashu and being very much declined from it. That could already be the beginning of the end. That Steel Garden is down. The controller follows. This could be it. Nightfall as well onto the A site. 3 members alive for TG. Do or die.
Yeah, that is it. Do or die. Clutch or kick, really, as well in this round. The situation, Dale, though, Guardian up close. Richie one falling. That's information taken on the other side. Why you also in trouble? Inflection just knows he's close. Dale still trying to fight this, and the revive coming through as well. Shorty though in towards Wine. And a 2 versus 3. Jalele still a sheriff in his hand. Vukashu planting the spike here on A. Been forced back due to the fade of the smoke, but even still, it's going to be so damn difficult with such low HP for these players. Jalele, barrel spotted, and it's all on the captain, the IGL, to do it all. But DRG, they've brought the Thunder to Thunder Gaming, a swift 2-0. And it's all they needed to take the win, to get one step closer to a return to the VCT.
A big step for them. Commiserations, Thunder Gaming, but honestly, for a lot of people's first experience with this team, for a lot of people's first experience with this roster, not too bad a showing. Honestly, being able to kind of get those, 13-7s, that kind of, that 13, set, that's not awful. DRG are a big name to go against. DRG are a terrifying name to go against, and they were on form today. Maybe not 100%, but surely, certainly upwards of that 98-99. They were very much focused, very much locked in, and it did show.
Yeah, it just, this is the DRG that we were missing at Paris. This is the squad that we saw in Stage 2, lighting, the stage on fire, really, with their performances. Vukashu back with his boys. You can see that he's hyped, he's happy. DRG, they're back to their winning ways, Medante.
They are indeed. For the moment, all the smiles on the faces for the members of DRG. Get one set of highlights, and then, of course, we'll go through it. And, yeah, incredible stuff. The replay is very clean. And look at these angles. Look at these shots. Like, is there any surprise? Charlotte, I believe it was you. There was just a shot, and you fully... The air got sucked in between the teeth, and I was right there with you because, oh my days. Look at... That was round 2, for goodness sake. Spirit Z getting his ace robbed away from him by his own team, and then there would be answers back. Deal was able to do this. A lot of other players as well. Big shout-outs, honestly, to Jalele and Leo, of course, the man of the hour, but... When you've just got set plays like that, when you've got the executions that are oh so clean, yeah, DRG, no fear, no concern at all. Very, very well deserved.
Yeah, I mean, they're the favourites, and we can certainly see why. Jane just sent a message to the entire contingent here at the tournament. We are ready. We will fight you. And just... such brilliant work in this first map. It was so clinical. They never really let things get away from them, really. It was always so calm and so measured, as we heard in the team comms in the first map. And we will hear in the team comms from this map very shortly.
回去了，李丽。
爆能器在攻方重生。
哎，来，走吧，要。
A 大还有一个的，
take out low， 好像。
我来杀他，我来杀他，我来。
哦 ，OK， 我
try take out low。5杀。No out，
左边
，Let's go ace。
有枪吗？他
没枪，不要配。
没过，没还在
左边是吧
？No。
这里有武器。
我操！
没事，没事。
Nick, can you give me out low? I can break.
A 大，A 大，
直接回了。来个 ready， 很多吗 A 大？
多。
哦，小尖角。
爆能器落在 A 区。
没事。
要来5杀吗？过来。
最打，看看是最打。接你。
把门黑。
差一步没满，兄弟。
尽力了，兄弟。
差一步没满。
什么意思？给他找5杀？那我呢？
Spirit Z won. He just lit Ascent alight. A 355 ACS. Just tore them apart, really, on this Ascent.
I mean, yeah, higher ACS than Vukashu, maybe not quite as showing up as in the participation as Vukashu was on that map one, but it's only a 5% difference, a 2.3 KDA. Spirit Z has shown that Yoru is an absolute menace. If you can play Yoru at a high level, if you are comfortable, if you've got the setup with your team, you are a force to be reckoned with. He is absolutely terrifying. We'll get to see how many times he landed shots that didn't really seem like he should get away with them, but this is Spirit, though. This is Spirit the one. This is just not any Spirit one. This is the man himself who does all just disgusting things time and time again.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just enjoying watching all of these highlights from his gunplay. It's like, what do you do against this man? He did so much to get them across the line. Like, just mesmerizing gameplay, really, from Spirit Z1. 26 kills here on map number 2. It's just, what more do you say?
The only thing I can really point out is when Leo, who by all means, was doing okay, don't get me wrong, but whenever your highest ACS is 227, and that's, only 9 higher than the 4th on the opposing team, it's usually a pretty set that it is just down to bit of that composition, bit of that coordination and that cohesion, that it was just stronger. And when you kind of get to look at the stats, I mean, 14 first bloods. To give them credit, a lot more pivots and a lot more covers for the spike down on that 5-7, especially compared to Sunset.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a better performance, I guess, on Ascent than you can say. And I don't want to sound too negative about Thunder Gaming, because there are definite positives here. But again, like you say, Leo, I think, was the standout performer for me on Thunder Gaming, and he wasn't really there in the second half. He got 15 kills in the first half and finished the map on 16. So, when Leo wasn't having as good of a time, we needed to see the rest of the team step up to the moment a little bit more, and we just didn't get that from the other players of Thunder Gaming. So, but like we said, there are definite positives to take from this match. I think with a slight rework of the composition on Sunset, they can actually look quite strong there. And again, just getting that drill of make sure that you fight on the sites a little bit more. Obviously, it's a bit more difficult on Ascent to do that, particularly on the B site, but just making sure that you don't give up that control as easily, which I know is it's easy for me to say from up here, not doing anything, but I think that is the way forward for the squad.
I think it will be, and we're about to just jump to the interview, so we'll jump to beat us our translator so we can hear.
Would you like to say hi to the audience first?
你好，大家好，兄弟。
中文非常非常的流畅，也是好久不见了。想问到 Vukashu 再次回到队友的身边，和他们并肩作战是什么样的感受呢 ？First of all, Vukashu, it's really been a while for you, like not being on the stage. So how does it feel for you to finally be back with your teammates and fighting like side by side with them once again?
I couldn't play with my team for the whole month. I was in Moscow, so I couldn't scream with my team, enjoy the game as much as they do in Paris. So when I got back, I was feeling really great. I know they miss me. I understand that I miss them, and now it's really enjoyable for me to play the VALORANT with them.
他说他现在非常享受和队友能够并肩作战的时刻，因为之前有1个月的时间，他可能在自己的家乡没有能够和队友一起并肩作战，但是他有看队友打训练赛，有去看他们在巴黎去经历一些有趣的事情，所以说现在能够回来是非常非常开心的，并且结合DRG今年的表现，这次晋升赛有很多人会认为他们是晋升赛的夺冠热门队伍。那面对这么高的期望，想知道他们有没有感受到一些压力呢？心态会是什么样的 ？So giving your great performance this year, a lot of people might consider you as the favorite to win, right? Facing such high expectations, I wonder, any pressure to you guys? What's the mindset going into this?
Of course, we feel some pressure, but we just have to work for it. We already win Ascension before, so we feel a little bit confident, we have more experience in that case. So Can't say that I'm confident, just can say that we have to work and grind hard to get this VCT spot again.
他说压力还是会有一点的，但是鉴于他之前也带领队伍去获得过晋升赛的胜利，去拿到过冠军，所以认为自己是更加有经验的，也不能说有多自信吧，但是一定是能够去确保每一天努力去赢下比赛，努力做好训练，去获得最终的目标的。So，今天你也拿到了非常非常亮眼的个人成绩，为队伍打开局面，奠定了胜局。作为23年曾经带领 DRG 去赢下晋升赛冠军的核心选手，想知道如今再度冲击 VCTCN 的席位，你有多少信心能够去做到呢？那我要再问一次了。So you're really a beast today, right? Like you dropped over 20 kills on map 1 Sunset. You really helped the team to open the space to set the stage. And as the core player from like who led the team to win the 2023 Ascension, do you feel confident like competing for your VCTCN spot once again? I'm gonna ask you like this question once again, just to say it.
I can't say that I'm confident because like you never know what is this beast coming from VCL and fighting us, but we're just gonna work hard. We're just gonna work hard and we have to respect enemies because as today they show they can fight us back. So yeah, we just respect enemies and go forward for VCTCN spot.
You're really a humble king. So Vakash 说，他说觉得自己还是没有太多的信心，能够对于这个最终的结果去做出什么承诺。但是他能所做的就是把每一天的训练都努力的打好，并且他提到了非常重要的一点，就是每一个队友都是值得去尊敬的。像今天的对手，他们可能为他们带来了一些意想之外的东西，所以说就是要尊敬每一位对手，并且为 VCTCN 的席位去勇往直前。再次感谢 Vakash 接受我的赛后采访 ，Thank you so much for the post-match interview. Thank you so much for joining me. 今天的赛后采访到这里就全部结束了，拜拜。
A true humble king, ladies. I don't think I could have actually put that better myself. I was going to describe Vukashu as that, but the host, of course, had done it for us. Yes, because Vukashu does speak English, which is another big thing for DRG, you know, because they do have to, you know, overcome that additional language barrier as well. We did not get to hear BDOS, but spoiler alert, we have more matches on tomorrow. You will then, so get excited for that.
Yeah, absolutely, and I mean they're very exciting matches. We jump over to Group B for tomorrow's matches. And we start out with Chosen Clique Gaming taking on Ambitious Legend Gaming. Again, incredible. I love the just pick an adjective, pick a noun, chuck gaming at the end. That's how we've got that's how we've got a lot of these names. And then also Rare Atom taking on Any Questions as well, which again is a fantastic name. It's great. I love it. But Rare Atom, you know, the M80 of China, as we've been calling them, they came second in Ascension 2 years in a row. Is this finally their time? Medante, you're going to be casting that match tomorrow. Give us a sneak preview on your thoughts there. Do Rare Atom take the win this time around?
I have faith. I do have faith. No, I very much want to. I'm going to go along the line of Vukashu. I respect all the teams. I'm not gonna, you know, I respect it. Anything can happen. Anything can happen. I do have the belief that Rare Atom, I think they've got this kind of in the bag. And the only reason I'm actually just been saying that is the development we've been seeing just over the entire China scene in the last year, even as if, has been monumental. We've watched, obviously, Wolves came through, you know, back in, you know, VCT. That essentially then kickstarted China as not really a region. Like, China was on its own, like, in a fantastic region, but it really put them on the map. And then we've seen from Paris that was really only kind of being continued on. We've seen a fairly solid performance from kind of a lot of the Chinese teams, you know, DRG, you know, obviously trying their best. And while an early exit, even still, I think if you told people like a year ago these teams, these rosters were making it there, people would have scoffed. People would have said that, oh, okay, no, like, this isn't, you know, how it's going to be. They haven't really had time to learn to adapt. And we're seeing that that's not the case. We're seeing that however China in particular are playing, they've got 5 years of all of us kind of treading on eggshells and us working out things for them. So while they are catching up, they've got the means to do so, and they show it.
Yeah, absolutely. But the first match tomorrow, CCG against ALG. We'll just honestly leave you with that. Look forward to tomorrow, and we'll leave you in the incredibly capable hands of Akamask and Volt with that game tomorrow. So goodbye, everyone. Have a good rest of your day, and enjoy yourselves.